Chapter 47:30. However, Balzahar stood there silently, staring at them. Balzahar. Tongling leaped up and ran toward Balza. Don't come over. Balzahar's words were a step too late. Tongling had already run over and was right next to him. What's going on? Tongling frowned, looking at Balzahar with a puzzled expression. I can't move. Balzahar smiled wryly. Tongling took a step forward but found that he couldn't move either. Balzahar was much shorter than him. This is a quagmire? Xianxia said in a low voice. This isn't a normal quagmire. It's a mixture of quicksand and mud. Once the mud and mud are mixed, it becomes extremely hard and has a powerful suction and devouring ability. Ordinary magical beasts can't withstand it. This quagmire is a devil's nest that devours people. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Then what should we do? We can't just wait for death here. Xianxia frowned. Try to pull us out. Quick. Tongling panicked. This quagmire could trap star emperors like them, so it must be extremely terrifying. Once they were devoured by the quagmire, they would be completely submerged. Xianxia and Xianxia each took out a rope and threw it to Tongling and Balza. The two pulled with all their might, but the harder they pulled, the harder it was for Xianxia to pull them out. His strength didn't need to be mentioned. Even the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers might not be a match for his, but they couldn't pull them out no matter how hard they tried. Xianxia was already sweating from exhaustion. He was an 8th heaven star emperor, but he couldn't do anything to this quagmire. In the end, Xianxia and Xianxia's ropes were all broken, but they still couldn't be pulled out. At this moment the two had sunk to their knees. Although they weren't sinking fast, the fear of being drowned in death lingered in Tongling and Balzahar's eyes. Are we really going to die? I've always wanted to tell you. I like you. Balzahar said with a pale face. I don't like you. I want to go out. I want to marry Big Brother Yunling Fei, the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Tongling's pretty face was also slightly red. He was nervous and scared. It's too painful. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Balzahar was really pitiful. Even at this time he still had to be stabbed by Tongling. However, Balzahar seemed to have already known Tongling's feelings and was not sad at all. I know I'm not worthy of you, Linghe. Good that you know. But you're not good enough for Yunling Fei, the leader of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Balzahar said, unwilling to be outdone. You. Tongling gritted his teeth and said. What time is it? Can't the two of you talk less? Xianxia paced around anxiously. These two fellows were actually hurting each other here. Xianxia and Xianxia used several ropes, but they were all torn apart. Their situation had become even more dangerous at this time. Xianxia's mind moved. He saw that the surrounding ancient vines in the swamp could actually grow freely. It seemed that these ancient vines could ignore the swamp. Xianxia swept his sword and cut off an ancient vine. He threw it out and wrapped it around Tongling. Xianxia used all his strength. Finally, Tongling began to be gradually pulled out of the swamp. At that moment her face was full of joy. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia pulled Tongling out and wrapped the vines around Balzahar's body. With everyone's help, Balzahar was finally saved. In the end he was so tired that he laid on the ground, panting heavily. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Balzahar looked at Xianxia with a hint of admiration. Although Xianxia's strength was not as good as theirs, he had extraordinary courage and was commendable. Since we're a team, we should help each other. Xianxia said with a smile. Tongling also nodded slightly at Xianxia. She had really underestimated him. Bringing him into the dark forest this time might be a really wise decision. Swish, 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 swish. The low voices caused Xianxia and the others' hearts to freeze. Their expressions suddenly became solemn. The surrounding ancient vines began to sway and twitch. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and it was a strange scene. Careful. Tongling shouted in a low voice. 2 ancient vines pierced through the void and flew past Xianxia's back. Xianxia bent his knees to avoid the attack, but the vines almost pierced through his heart from the back. Could it be the man-eating vine? Xianxia's forehead flashed with a black line. Most likely. Tongling nodded. Didn't they say that the man-eating vine only exists in the depths of the dark forest? We've just entered and we've already encountered this thing. It's really too unlucky. Tongling said gloomily. They had just escaped from the swamp, and now they were surrounded by swaying ancient vines, which made the 4 of them extremely nervous. The man-eating vine is something between an animal and a plant, but it has its own consciousness of protecting its master. Countless experts have died in its hands. Facing the man-eating vine we can only escape. Balzaha had a bitter expression. This man-eating vine is not like ordinary magical beast. Its vines spread in all directions, and it's possible that everything within a radius of a few thousand meters is already under its control. We have no way out, so we can only fight. Tongling also knew how terrifying the man-eating vine was. It would not be easy for them to escape. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's fight. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, ready to fight at any time. Not bad, it's time to show the glory of the Norton heroes. Xianxia stretched out his hand and a long knife appeared in his hand, filled with murderous intent. Right at this moment, the hundreds and thousands of vines in the surroundings began to dance in the air. Furthermore, they came in an endless stream and their speed was extremely fast. They could turn into ropes and were as sharp as swords. The four of them had only just made their move when they were forced into a corner. Tongling held a long spear in her hand, and the shadows of the spear swept out. Although she was a girl, her ferocious and domineering momentum made even Jiang Chen exclaim in surprise. This little girl was quite capable. It seemed that her cultivation was similar to the Black King's, and she could even challenge the Star Emperor Ninth Firmament. No wonder she was so arrogant and confident. Balzaha was not to be outdone. As the three advanced and retreated, their coordination was perfect. It was obvious that they had often fought together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such tacit understanding. These vines were very terrifying. They could be hard or soft and they were everywhere. Some even sprang out from the ground and the branches tore Balzaha's arm. His flesh was badly mangled and his bones could be seen. Chapter 47:31. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword chi buzzed and swept out. In an instant dozens of vines were cut down. The sword was like a meteor, terrifying and extraordinary. Good sword. Tongling's eyes flashed with colorful streamers. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword instantly attracted the attention of the three people. Because the heavenly dragon sword was too strong, it even covered Jiang Chen's sharpness. As the sword fell, Jiang Chen directly cut off dozens of vines which bought enough time for them. Originally, Xianxia was only entangled by the vines and it was difficult for him to move. However, with the addition of Jiang Chen, it made him more confident. Moreover, his own vines were also cut by Jiang Chen's sword. The sharpness and overbearing of the heavenly dragon sword were displayed incisively and vividly by Jiang Chen. Even without the support of any sword techniques, the heavenly dragon sword was enough to make everyone stunned. Tongling even drooled. Such a peerless sword, even her father did not have it. This guy Jiang Chen was really more and more mysterious and she was more and more curious. If it was someone else, Tongling might be ready to rob him at this time. The heavenly dragon sword was like a fierce dragon roaring, cutting melons and vegetables. No matter how tough the ancient vines were, they could not escape from the attack of the heavenly dragon sword. The sword was extraordinarily sharp and the sword chi was oppressive. Wherever the sword passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This guy's strength is not so good, but his equipment is very powerful. I am afraid that even the fire cloud spear in the hands of the city lord may not be comparable to his sword. Xianxia's face was full of envy and jealousy. Jiang Chen relied on the edge of the heavenly dragon sword to make the man-eating vines unable to approach them. Jiang Chen waved his sword wildly, but it was unstoppable. Jiang Chen smiled, killing happily. The man-eating vines could not get close at all and more vines were cut down. The attacks of the man-eating vines also gradually slowed down. The attacks on them were also becoming less and less. The vines that were cut down were like its living limbs. From the original thousands of vines, there were only a few dozen left. Moreover, Jiang Chen actually started to chase. The man-eating vines were the heaviest and they were cut into pieces. The remaining vines also quickly retreated. Although it did not have its own soul, it also knew to protect itself. If it allowed Jiang Chen to continue to cut it, it was very likely that its life would be completely exhausted. The man-eating vine hid and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was very difficult to find it at this time. Since the man-eating vine had disappeared, Jiang Chen did not continue to chase it. At that moment, with the sword in his hand, Jiang Chen was like a god of war, which made Tong Ling and the others look at him in a new light. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. What an overbearing sword. Tong Ling's eyes flashed, looking at Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword with incomparable jealousy. As the eldest daughter of the city lord, it was really shameful that she did not have a divine weapon like Jiang Chen's sword. If I had this sword just now, I would definitely be able to defeat this man-eating vine. Xianxia said with a smile. Don't brag here. By the way, Jiang brother, this sword of yours was also enchanted by an enchanter? Balzaha glanced at Xianxia lightly, then turned to Jiang Chen and asked. No, but I want to try and see if I can enchant it. If I can enchant it, perhaps this sword will reach a higher level. Jiang Chen said. It's already so strong without enchantment. If the enchantment is successful, won't it be even more terrifying? Go back and find Master Lu to enchant your sword. I'm also looking forward to seeing how terrifying the enchanted sword will be. Tong Ling laughed. Let's talk about it later. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, who knows if this man-eating vine will make a comeback. Jiang Chen dismissed it with a smile. The next time he saw Master Lu, he wanted to kill him directly. Everyone nodded and quickly went deeper into the dark forest. The dark forest is the territory of the black demon god, and all magical beasts are his subordinates. However, the black demon god is not willing to interact with humans. As long as we don't invade his territory, we can only move around the periphery of the dark forest. Look, that's a yellow-skinned wild boar. As Tong Ling spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a dense thicket, 2 yellow-skinned wild boars were doing bad things. Hurry, these 2 wild boars are having a good time. Take advantage of the chaos to kill them. It's best to cut the Gordian knot and not let them escape. If they really escape in the dark forest, it will be difficult for us to catch them again. Tong Ling said with a serious expression. That's too ruthless. The 2 of them are doing that. No matter what, let them finish their bad things first. Pooh. Jiang Chen laughed dryly. Tong Ling was not the least bit embarrassed. What do you know? This is a rare opportunity. It's fleeting. You 2 hurry up and do it. Tong Ling looked at Balzaha and Xianxia. The 2 nodded, blushing and feeling a little embarrassed. Roar, roar, roar. Tong Ling's spear directly pierced through a yellow-skinned wild boar, and the other one was instantly killed by Balzaha and Xianxia, not giving them any chance to escape. Jiang Chen sighed. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. 2 poor wild boars that were in love fell just like that. After throwing the body of the wild boar away, Tong Ling took out the heart of darkness with a smug look in his eyes. Women are indeed cold-blooded. Jiang Chen glanced at Tong Ling. How do you know whether they're cold-blooded or not? Tong Ling said with a smile. Balzaha and Xianxia subconsciously covered their lower bodies. You really came early but didn't enter at the right time. Hand over the heart of darkness in your hands. A cold laugh appeared behind the 4 of them. More than 10 figures had gradually formed an encirclement. Moreover, these people were all experts at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. Everyone looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Damn it, we actually encountered bandits. Tong Ling was extremely depressed. In the dark forest, there were not only terrifying unknown demonic beasts, but also perverted bandits. They wanted to snatch the heart of darkness that they had painstakingly obtained. They wanted to obtain it without putting in any effort. Tong Ling and the others naturally would not hand it over. They had exchanged their lives for it. How could they just hand it over to others? I'm afraid these people have been watching us for a long time. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. He scanned the people in front of him. Confiscation was not scary. What was scary was the hearts of people. These people were just like them. They all lived on the edge of a knife, but they used the gains of others to fill their pockets. Dream on. If you want the heart of darkness, you'll have to step over my body. Balzaha shouted in a low voice. We are from the city lord residence. Do you want to die? Chapter 4732. City Lord's Mansion? I'm so scared. Here, even the city lord of the heavenly awakening galaxy city has to be obedient. I will kill you and take the heart of darkness. What can the heavenly king do to me? What I want is the heart of darkness. If you don't give it to me, I will have to kill you and take it. This is what we do. We are not easily frightened. Our heads have been hanging on our waistbands for a long time. Little girl, if you are willing to play with me for a couple of days, maybe we can negotiate. The masked man in the lead said with a creepy smile. His eyes kept lingering on Tong Ling. This little girl had a hot body. You are courting death. Xianxia looked angry. These guys dared to insult Tong Ling. He swore to protect his beloved even at the cost of his life. Moreover, there was no turning back in the current situation. So they had to fight back. A bunch of arrogant B*****. It seems I have to teach you a good lesson. The masked man waved his hand. All of a sudden, all of them launched an attack approaching Jiang Qin and Tong Ling. Be careful. Take care of yourself. If you can't do it, you can run away first. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Then she went up to the two experts in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Both of them were ruthless. They were bandits with blood on their blades. They didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Their killing intent was so overwhelming that Tong Ling didn't dare to be careless. Once she was distracted, she might be killed by these bandits. Tong Ling kept retreating. Attacked by the two experts, the other two didn't have it easy either. They were more miserable than Tong Ling. They were defeated after every move. After more than 10 moves, all three of them were forced to retreat. Surprisingly, no one cared about Jiang Qin at this moment. Even Jiang Qin was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do they look down on me, a 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm? When Jiang Qin was about to help Tong Ling, he was surrounded by the remaining 6 experts in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. They can leave, but you can't. A familiar voice rang in Jiang Qin's ears. It was Master Lu Desui, whom he had met once before but had already put him on his kill list. Master Lu stood behind the 6 experts with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a feminine smile on his face. I didn't expect you to escape. What a blunder, what a blunder. Lu Desui shook his head and sighed. You've killed 2 star emperors in the 7th heaven. You've really impressed me. So, you gathered so many people to kill me just to make sure nothing goes wrong? You really think highly of me. Jiang Qin smiled. Who do you think you are? It doesn't matter if I kill you sooner or later. Only death awaits you. However, if I can meet Miss Tong here, isn't that a wonderful thing? When the time comes, I'll save the damsel in distress. Do you think she'll fall in love with me? Lu Desui said excitedly. Although he had a good status, he was still far behind the city lord of Norton City. The city lord only gave him some face. However, if he could marry Tong Ling, things would be different. At that time, his status would definitely rise. Moreover, his identity as an enchanter would make him stand above everyone else in Norton City. If one day he accidentally killed Tong Wudi, then he would be the master of Norton City. The city lord of Windy Nine City would be second only to the city lord of the Apocalypse Star City. That would be the proudest moment of his life. Lu Desui had already planned all of this. He would create a crisis and the robbers would appear. Then he would come and save the damsel in distress. At that time, how could Tong Ling not fall in love with him? However, after seeing Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword, Lu Desui changed his mind. He must kill Jiang Qin first. Once he killed Jiang Qin, he would seize the combat sword in his hand. Then his strength would definitely increase by a few levels. Lu Desui did not know what kind of luck this guy had. Where did he get such a supreme-grade combat sword? He did not deserve it at all. Once Lu Desui got his hands on this combat sword and enchanted it, his strength would definitely make everyone look at him in a different light and reach an unprecedented height. For Lu Desui, a handy divine weapon would increase his strength greatly. Moreover, he was an enchanter. Therefore, the temptation of Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was no less than Tong Ling's. The first thing he wanted to do was to take the sword in Jiang Qin's hand and make it his own. You're really meticulous. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Then you'll kill me, take the sword and save the damsel in distress. Seems to be a flawless plan. Jiang Qin nodded slightly and said with a straight face. It's good that you know. Now kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Desui stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance. The 6 experts at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were eyeing Jiang Qin covetously. They could launch a fatal blow at Jiang Qin at any time. In Lu Desui's opinion, Jiang Qin was already a dead man. That will depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Many people have wanted my sword, but all of them have died, becoming ghosts under my sword. Since you want to take the sword, come and get it yourself. Jiang Qin said solemnly. He looked into Lu Desui's eyes and his battle intent surged. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Then I'll cut you into pieces and dismember you. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Lu Deshui's expression became gloomy and furious. He stared at Jiang Chen with ferocious eyes. The battle was about to begin. Jiang Chen looked at the people around him cautiously. They looked fierce, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Kill. With Lu Deshui's order, these guys rushed toward Jiang Chen like wild horses. The 6 experts blocked Jiang Chen's way, leaving him with no way out. Jiang Chen sneered. This guy was really overestimating himself. He wanted to take the Sky Dragon sword from Jiang Chen's hand. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. At the moment when the 6 experts attacked, the Black King also waited for an opportunity to attack. He was fighting against 6 people alone, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. The appearance of the Black King put great pressure on Lu Deshui. He did not expect that Jiang Chen had a helper. Black King's chi was vigorous and vigorous. His momentum was ferocious, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. No one could stop him. Jiang Chen didn't even need to make a move. He had already arranged the positions of these 6 experts clearly. Bastard. It turns out that you've been prepared. Lu Deshui was very depressed. The Black King's strength was not weaker than the 6 experts under him. The 6 people were quite afraid of the Black King because the Black King's strength was too fierce. Although they were all in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, the Black King was much stronger than any of them. They had no chance of winning this battle. Chapter 47-33. Lu Deshui was more and more curious about Jiang Chen's identity. This guy not only had such a powerful weapon, but he also had such powerful servants and guards. He couldn't be an ordinary person. Jiang Chen was not moved at all. He just wanted to watch the tigers fight. Lu Deshui was very depressed. At this moment he had to cut the Gordian knot because he wanted to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. Once Tong Ling and the others found out, he wouldn't be able to keep his dignity. He had to kill Jiang Chen. Although the idea was good, killing and robbing to relieve the hatred in his heart, the 6 experts under Lu Deshui were obviously losing in the hands of the Black King. The Black King was fighting to the death. The 6 of them were holding back and didn't want to die here. After all, these people were helpers that Lu Deshui found. They thought it would be a piece of cake to deal with a guy at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Who would have thought that they would have to fight with their lives? These people didn't know each other, so who would be willing to let someone else watch their back? Coupled with the Black King's strength, the 6 gradually lost their backbone. They didn't have any fighting strength and were afraid of the slightest thing. Lu Deshui was furious, but he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. They were in a stalemate for a while. Looks like your subordinates aren't that great. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't be complacent. I'll fight you. Lu Deshui was infuriated. He had to kill Jiang Chen to appease his anger. Plus, the heavenly dragon sword was too attractive to him. It was definitely the most powerful divine weapon in the entire heavenly awakening star. With it, he would be able to sweep through everything. At that time, a mere Norton city wouldn't be able to trap him anymore. Lu Deshui was very ambitious, so he had to take down Jiang Chen. Keep your spirits up. Kill him and I'll double the reward I promised you. Lu Deshui roared angrily. Suddenly the eyes of the 6 experts lit up. They attacked crazily as if they were injected with chicken blood. With a great reward there would always be brave men. In the face of profit, everyone brought out their special skills. When there was enough profit, it was not impossible for them to put their lives on the line. The Black King finally felt a huge pressure from the 6 experts. No matter what, the strength of the 6 people was similar to his. At this time it would be very difficult for him to suppress all of them. Lu Deshui sneered. At this time he had also firmly locked on to Jiang Chen, but he did not care. Previously, Jiang Chen was able to kill the 2 people he sent was completely because of this black-robed man. Now that he was entangled with 6 great experts, Jiang Chen had no way to escape. Now let's see who else can save you. Lu Deshui grinned hideously. Finally he would take action in person. His strength was superior to Jiang Chen's by the 2nd heaven. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Chen. Lu Deshui moved his palm as fast as lightning. Jiang Chen did not move at all. It was not until Lu Deshui arrived that Jiang Chen quietly punched out. The punch was shockingly powerful. Lu Deshui did not expect Jiang Chen to be so horrible that even he was knocked back. That punch was like an iron hammer numbing his whole arm. How could Jiang Chen, a star emperor in the 6th heaven, have such a horrible combat strength? Lu Deshui was shocked and dumbfounded. Jiang Chen stood there calmly, but he had been knocked back dozens of steps. His qi and blood were surging in his body and he was short of breath. What a horrible strength. Lu Deshui sucked in a breath of cold air. With a serious expression, he no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't understand why this guy was so strong. It seems that your strength is really mediocre. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and said calmly. Lu Deshui's eyes were cold. The anger in his heart was once again provoked by Jiang Chen. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. He was a dignified enchanter. How could he be ordered to retreat by Jiang Chen? The battle has just begun. Let me see how strong you are. Lu Deshui was surprised but not panicked. He was just testing his strength and did not really display his full strength. Pure Fire Yang Blade. Take this. Lu Deshui drew his blade. It was a 5-foot-long blade with silver rings. As it flashed, it shone with a golden light as if it was burning with raging fire. The blade was sharp as if there was a light on one's back, giving people an extremely hot and stimulating feeling. Jiang Chen's expression froze. This was the first time he had seen such an extremely powerful enchanted blade. This blade was also a 5th-grade Genesis weapon. After adding the fire attribute enchantment, it became extremely hot. Even from dozens of meters away, one could still feel the heat from the magic weapon. It's indeed a good blade. Jiang Chen sighed. To be more precise, the enchantment had given the blade a new lease of life, making it even more powerful. It's good that you know. This is a magic weapon with a 50% fire attribute enchantment. You have no way of resisting, so you'd better surrender. Humph humph. Lu Deshui was proud and conceited. His eyes were sharp. His blazing pure yang saber had never failed before. He rarely fought because of his status. Others always respected him very much. Even if he wanted to fight, there would be many people willing to risk their lives for him. This was the strength of an enchanter. However, it was not that Lu Deshui was not strong, but rather that he had the pride of an expert. He would not fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Pure Yang Blade Technique. Lu Deshui tyrannically charged forward, directly approaching Jiang Chen. His pure fire yang blade was 50% enchantment, making it seem as if the entire blade was burning with raging flames. The blade's edge flickered, making it many times more powerful than the previous attacks. Come at me. Jiang Chen's smile became more and more brilliant. Once the heavenly dragon sword was drawn, the roar of a dragon shook the sky. Facing the pure fire yang blade, there was no fear at all. As the blade and the sword clashed, clanging sounds could be heard. Lu Deshui was 100 times more confident. After all, his strength was much stronger than Jiang Chen. Even with a divine weapon in hand, Jiang Chen might not be his opponent. His pure fire yang blade was also enchanted, so it did not lose out at all. The pure fire yang blade was attacked by waves of fire, filled with blazing light and shadow. Like a tongue of fire, it was almost at the edge of the blade. It had already approached Jiang Chen's body. However, Jiang Chen was still fearless. In his opinion, this fire attribute enchantment was child's play. His own 5-elemental divine fire was far from being comparable to this fire attribute enchantment. The flame of the pure fire yang blade shone. To Jiang Chen, it was as comfortable as the warm sun shining on his body. This is impossible. Chapter 4734. I'm going to kill you. Lu Deshui's embarrassment turned into anger, because his blade skill had been unleashed to the extreme, and the fire attribute enchantment had been activated to the extreme. The fiery blade light could destroy anything, but in front of Jiang Chen, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lu Deshui's continuous attacks did not succeed. He was really depressed. Moreover, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix. Lu Deshui was starting to feel a little weak. If this continued, Lu Deshui was worried that he would really be killed. Now it's my turn. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as he pointed his sword forward. He was finally starting his counterattack. The limitless sword crossed the sky. Wherever the sword went, it was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Lu Deshui did not have the slightest chance to fight back. Even the enchantment divine weapon could not help him to stand in an invincible position. In an instant, Lu Deshui retreated in defeat. Although he was extremely shocked, there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was too strong. This was also what he coveted. With this peerless divine weapon, even an idiot could hang a god of war. Therefore Lu Deshui was not satisfied. I'm going to fight you till the end. The anger in Lu Deshui's heart was burning. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's strength, how could they fight to a draw? No, he should be beating Lu Deshui up. Lu Deshui was not satisfied. Moreover, the temptation of the heavenly dragon sword was too great. He had to get it. If he had the heavenly dragon sword, he might even be able to fight against a stellar-level elite. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lu Deshui exerted all his strength. This time he absolutely could not fail again. Ah bow. While Lu Deshui was calling, a mottled shadow came out from the forest like lightning. Jiang Chen was stunned. That slender and strong leopard immediately knelt beside Lu Deshui, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This leopard's strength was actually similar to Lu Deshui's. So fast. Is this a thundercloud leopard? Jiang Chen said in surprise. At least you have some knowledge. I know this is a thundercloud leopard. Today I will join hands with a leopard to kill you. It's a worthy death for you to die under a Bao's sharp claws. Lu Deshui was extremely confident. The thunderbolt clouded leopard was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This was the most critical moment, and if he didn't reveal everything he wouldn't be able to subdue Jiang Chen. You really get what you want. Isn't the thundercloud leopard one of the 4 great magical beasts? As long as I can obtain the heart of darkness of 2 ancient magical beasts, I would be able to obtain over 100 of them. Looks like my luck today is pretty good. Jiang Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Killing this thundercloud leopard, wouldn't that be equivalent to 50 hearts of darkness? At that time, as long as he found the heart of darkness of an ancient demonic beast, he would be able to enter the beast battle arena and participate in it. Ha ha ha. Lu Deshui was so angry that he laughed. What a shameless fellow. If I join hands with a leopard, even if we face the 9th heavenly layer of the Star Monarch realm, we will definitely be able to escape unscathed. What right do you have to challenge me? A leopard charge. Lu Deshui and the thundercloud leopard moved at almost the same time. However, the thundercloud leopard was too fast. It was faster than Lu Deshui by more than half a step. Its 3-meter-long body was full of muscles, and the black and white stripes on its body were extremely distinct. Its speed made Jiang Chen speechless. His pupils constricted and he did not dare to be careless. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword and deflected the first wave of attacks. However, as he turned around, the thundercloud leopard's sharp claws tore his clothes. Jiang Chen was also very fast. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by the previous attack. As he retreated, Lu Deshui took the opportunity to meet him. Their attacks were seamless, and as they exchanged blows, Lu Deshui exerted quite a bit of pressure on Jiang Chen. One man and one beast attacked one after another. Jiang Chen's situation became dangerous. Each time the thundercloud leopard attacked, it would greatly suppress Jiang Chen. As a result, Lu Deshui was like a fish in water and he obtained the opportunity to counterattack. Lu Deshui was also not easy to deal with. With the help of the thundercloud leopard, he also changed his previous style, striving to kill with one strike. He became even more decisive and murderous. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even more radiant. This was a real battle. A mere Lu Deshui could not arouse his desire to fight. This thundercloud leopard just happened to add to his excitement, which made Jiang Chen even more excited. His interest in killing the thundercloud leopard was far greater than Lu Deshui's. Killing Lu Deshui could not be compared to killing an ancient magical beast. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this thundercloud leopard was much more valuable than Lu Deshui. As expected of an ancient magical beast, its speed gave Jiang Chen a great shock. His own speed could not catch up to it and he was instead being restrained by it. It was no wonder that countless experts would flock to it like a flock of ducks. Killing it would be the symbol of a courageous person. Hee hee. You want to fight with me? I will definitely play you to death today. Lu Deshui was extremely excited. With the thundercloud leopard restraining him, Jiang Chen would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time it would be the time for him to show off his skills. The thundercloud leopard was something he had unintentionally discovered in the past. He had raised it for so many years before it had gradually taken form. It was extremely loyal to him. This time when he killed Jiang Chen, this thundercloud leopard would definitely be the main contributor. The sharp claws of the thundercloud leopard tore at Jiang Chen's clothes time and time again, causing blood to flow everywhere. Jiang Chen was extremely depressed. It seemed like if he didn't show some of his true abilities, this thundercloud leopard would really think that it was invincible in this world. No matter how fast it was, could it be faster than spatial teleportation? Jiang Chen smiled coldly and took out the sky ascension stairway. In the next instant his silhouette flickered unceasingly, firmly following behind the thundercloud leopard. Before, the thundercloud leopard was always in front of Jiang Chen, but this time it was Jiang Chen who was always behind the thundercloud leopard. Lu Desui was completely unable to catch up to Jiang Chen. In this battle he could only watch foolishly. Every time Jiang Chen's afterimage appeared, it gave him a headache, but he was unable to catch up to it. Jiang Chen's 3 sword strikes were successful, stabbing the thundercloud leopard's abdomen, legs and chest. This caused the thundercloud leopard to roar unceasingly. It was furious but even more puzzled. Lu Desui was the same. How did Jiang Chen do it? How did he surpass the thundercloud leopard in speed? This was simply unimaginable. Chapter 47-35. Roar roar. Master Leaf quickly. The thundercloud leopard was anxious to protect its master, and it continuously clashed with Jiang Chen. It roared as it struggled to escape. At this time it could only use its speed to delay Jiang Chen, but it could no longer shake off Jiang Chen. This elusive man made it feel helpless for the first time in its life. The thundercloud leopard's speed could be said to be invincible, but in the face of the strongest attack, it was beaten black and blue all over. The thundercloud leopard already knew that it had no way out. Lu Desui lamented in his heart, feeling extremely depressed and unwilling. However, if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave later. Once Jiang Chen killed the thundercloud leopard, then he might not be able to escape either. As long as there's life, there's hope. Lu Desui steeled his heart. He had to leave, or more accurately escape from this place. Jiang Chen had shocked him too much, and he had never been in such a sorry state before. Moreover, he might lose his most important companion, the thundercloud leopard. You run too. Lu Desui ran. At this time he couldn't care less. Survival was the most important thing. Lu Desui was worried about the thundercloud leopard's safety, but he was more worried about his own life. As he ran he couldn't care less. Even the 6 experts who had fought with the Black King were panicking. Seeing that Lu Desui had already escaped, how could they still have the will to fight? It was no longer worth it for them to continue fighting for Lu Desui. After forcing the Black King to retreat, they all retreated at the same time, quickly withdrawing their attacks. Lu Desui fled in panic and the 6 experts followed closely behind. Now only the thundercloud leopard, which had been locked down by Jiang Chen, was left. He didn't care whether Lu Desui died or not, but he had to obtain the thundercloud leopard. The thundercloud leopard finally gave up on resisting. No matter how it ran, it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. It was simply hopeless. Seeing that everyone had fled, the thundercloud leopard seemed to know its fate. Without a doubt it would be killed by Jiang Chen. This Lu Desui is really delivering milk. What a thundercloud leopard. Jiang Chen tossed aside the thundercloud leopard's body and retrieved its heart of darkness. As expected, extremely terrifying wind attribute Genesis Qi continuously cleansed it. It was more than 100 times stronger than the heart of darkness Tongling had obtained earlier. The ancient demonic beasts lived up to their reputation. I hope nothing bad happened to the 3 of you. Jiang Chen put away the heart of darkness, turned around and quickly chased after Tongling and the others. The 3 of them were having a great time fighting against the 6 experts. Tongling and the others were also very powerful. Otherwise, how could they have the courage to enter the depths of the dark forest? Although this battle was dangerous for them, it was not fatal. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Tongling's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chen. I'm fine, aren't I? Jiang Chen spread his hands, but the 6 experts fighting Tongling panicked a little. Since the mission had failed, Lu Desui must have escaped or even died. Otherwise, why would he still appear here? Since Lu Desui had already escaped, there was no need for them to fight to the death with Tongling and the others. Although they called it bandits, it was in fact Lu Deshui's plan. Now that the life and death of the mastermind was unknown, wouldn't they be sick in the head if they still fought to the death? Everyone quickly withdrew, leaving Tongling and the others in a daze. One should not chase a cornered enemy. Jiang Chen could not be bothered with these guys. It was fine as long as Tongling and the others were not in danger of dying. Why did these people run away? Asked Balzhao puzzled. Yes, Brother Jiang, how did you survive? Xianxia was also puzzled. There were still 6 8th-layer Star Emperor experts behind Zhou Xian. How could he have escaped unscathed? He was only at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I beat them all away, Zhou Xian said. Tong Ling was speechless and rolled his eyes at Zhou Xian. Tell me, did you meet a powerful demon beast? Otherwise, how could you have survived? Zhou Xian was helpless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? Was he so weak in their eyes? Yes, I met a very powerful ancient demon beast, the Thundercloud Leopard, said Zhou Xian. Hiss. Tong Ling sucked in a cold breath and patted Zhou Qian's shoulder. Fortunately, you ran fast. Otherwise, you would have been finished. Those guys were also helpless. You are really lucky to meet an ancient demon beast like the Thundercloud Leopard. Right. I haven't seen it yet. Balzaha laughed. If you had seen it, you would have run away as well. Xianxia said disdainfully. Anyway, it's fine as long as it's not life-threatening. Sco. Those bandits might be afraid of hurting the innocent. Once they get rid of the Thundercloud Leopard, they will probably come back for us. Let's hurry and find the demon beasts. Tong Ling was worried for Zhou Xian. Fortunately, he had escaped from death. Zhou Xian didn't bother to explain to them. Anyway, they wouldn't believe me even if I told the truth. So be it. You can protect me and I won't have to do anything. Zhou Xian was happy. They continued to move forward after packing up. During these 3 days they didn't encounter any accidents. At this time Tong Ling and the others were quite lucky. They had killed more than 20 early Star Emperor devil beasts. Not only did they manage to get Tong Ling's Heart of Darkness, but Zhou Xian, Balzaha and Xianxia also got 5 Hearts of Darkness each. This was what they had agreed on before. They would split the Hearts of Darkness equally. Now Balzaha and Xianxia were only 5 or 7 Hearts of Darkness away from collecting all 100. Zhou Xian was the only one who only had a few. You don't have to be too anxious. It's been a few years since we collected 100 Hearts of Darkness. If you have the chance in the future, come here a few more times and you'll definitely be able to collect 100 Hearts of Darkness. Tong Ling was afraid that Zhou Xian would be anxious, so she tried to comfort him. It's fine. I understand. Haste makes waste. Zhou Xian smiled. It's good that you understand. Your strength still has room for improvement. This time we'll bring you around to familiarize yourself with this place. In the future you'll have to find your own teammates to enter the dark forest. Remember, you can't recklessly enter alone. Otherwise you might not even know how you died. When we get back, I might have to go to the beast fighting arena with these 2 idiots. It's exciting just thinking about it. Tong Ling smiled mischievously. She couldn't hide the burning light in her eyes. The beast fighting arena was a place she had been looking forward to for a long time. Only there could she prove herself. She had been waiting for that day for too long. Chapter 47-36. In the Colosseum the brave were fearless. The day that Tong Ling had been waiting for had finally arrived. Zhou Xian could see that her joy and excitement could not be concealed. Although she looked delicate, she was a natural warrior. We've been fighting for the past few days. Finally, we can have a good night's rest. They had found a cave that was surrounded by a dense forest. Could definitely be called a hidden hiding place. Just be careful, everyone, Tong Ling said. In the dead of night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The 4 entered the cave and entered a half-hibernating state. They began to cultivate and rest at the same time. The next morning when Zhou Xian woke up, he found that his surroundings had completely changed. It was not the same place as yesterday. To be precise, it was not. The forest from yesterday had disappeared, and in its place was a snowy mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see. All around was a snowy landscape. Gazing at Mount Han from afar, each mountain was taller and whiter than the last. Zhou Xian was completely dumbfounded. He was 100% sure that this was not the scene they had seen yesterday. How could this be? Yeah, weren't we covered in the forest yesterday? How come the surroundings have completely turned into snowy mountains? This is too strange, isn't it? Balzaha turned his head to look at the cave. This was clearly the cave they had been in yesterday. How could it be different? The scenery and things outside had all changed. It was as if they had come to a completely different world. They looked at each other. Zhou Qian's heart was filled with shock. His gaze swept around, but there was no conclusion. This is not an array. It really exists, Zhou Qian said in a low voice. Although he was unwilling to admit it, this was an indisputable fact. Tongling was also completely stunned. You know arrays? Since this is not an array, then where are we now? Tongling asked as she gazed at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. He also knew nothing. This place was a boundless snowy mountain and a great canyon. It was a completely different place from before, but the cave behind them was exactly the same. Then will we never be able to go back? Can we still go back now? Xianxia said with a trembling voice. His heart was filled with shock. Calm down first. Don't be so pessimistic. We're definitely still in the dark forest. We'll definitely be able to return. Balzaha said firmly. Black King, what's going on? Xianxia asked the Black King through voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, this should be the mirror space of the multiverse, which is the opposite of the multiverse of the same planet. This is still the Heaven-awakened planet, but we've most likely entered the mirror space. In other words, if we can't find the exit, we'll be lost in another space forever. The Black King said solemnly. What do you mean? To put it simply, I've never heard of the mirror dimension of the multiverse. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good place. Even the Black King was so secretive, so he must have his reasons. If you say it's real, it doesn't exist in this world. If you say it's fake, it really does exist. Simply put, it's like night and day. If the space we were in before was day, then this is night. However, this isn't known to us. The outside world is the complete opposite of this place. To be able to open up a mirror space of the multiverse, this person must be at least at the universe level. There might be a huge secret here. The Black King's words once again piqued Xianxia's curiosity. This wasn't a place anyone could come to. It was a mirror space created by a universe-level being, so they were able to come here by chance. Is there something wrong with that cave? Xianxia abruptly turned his head around. When he looked at the cave behind him, it had already disappeared. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They also saw that the cave had disappeared, making their situation even more dangerous. Then what should we do to go back? Xianxia asked. Find the connection point of the mirror space, just like the cave you were in before. The Black King said. Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? You want me to find the connection point of the mirror space in the vast and endless Great Snow Mountain? For the first time, Xianxia was a little angry. This was too difficult. The opening of the mirror space wouldn't be without a reason. This place must have been created by a powerhouse. We just entered it by mistake, but to find the door to the real world, it's indeed not easy. The Black King was also quite helpless because he had no other way. Back then, I only heard about it from the old master once. I don't know much about this mirror space. Xianxia didn't ask any more. After all, what the Black King knew was also limited. At this time, they could only rely on themselves. Let's give it a try. Since we can come here, it wouldn't appear for no reason. We are now in the same boat. Xianxia shrugged and said. Different situations call for different actions. He could only take it one step at a time. This Great Snow Mountain is really cold. Tongling said in an aggrieved tone. The four had no choice but to move forward. At the very least, they had to go to a high vantage point to see what kind of place the Great Snow Mountain was. Perhaps they could find some clues. In any case, she had never heard of what kind of place it was. It was natural that she was afraid, but there was nothing she could do. Who asked them to get involved in this? Xianxia took the lead and walked across the snow. The wind was as cold as a knife. In this world of ice and snow, there was nothing but the wind, the mountains, and the snow. The storm was too strong and there was a lack of Genesis chi. It was impossible to fly here, and they could only leap across the void for a short period of time. In order to conserve the Genesis chi in their bodies, they could only walk forward step by step for fear of not being able to replenish it. Xianxia and the others walked for 3 days and 3 nights before they walked out of the mountains. Standing on the highest peak, they looked around and saw the endless Great Snow Mountain, which almost made them go blind. This place is like an incomparably huge egg, and we are in the middle of the egg. Looking around, it is very spacious, but where should we go? Xianxia was a little flustered. Although Balzaha had been comforting her along the way, she still couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. May I ask where the road is? Tongling muttered. Xianxia's words were the true portrayal of her heart. They wouldn't be trapped here forever, would they? Look. There's a blue shadow. Balzaha gazed into the distance. That's not a blue shadow, it's a person. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Looking into the distance, a glimmer of hope finally rose in her heart. That doesn't seem to be a person. It's much bigger than a person, has blue skin and is 2 feet tall. Could it be? Jiang Chen frowned and said with the flute. He immediately exchanged a glance with Tong Ling. Both of them took a deep breath, feeling nervous and numb on their scalps. In the next moment they said in unison, "Let's go." Chapter 47-37. There were no clouds for thousands of miles and it was a world of ice and snow. There were storms everywhere and snowflakes danced in the air, stirring up the world. Tong Ling and the others held their breaths and their faces were solemn. They did not dare to breathe and their faces became very gloomy. Facing the small group of blue shadows, everyone became very cautious. The 4 ancient demon beasts were all incomparably terrifying, and they had only seen the Snow Mountain great demons in ancient legends and books. They were completely unknown and no one knew where they were. No one knew what methods they had and no one knew what kind of creature they were. The unknown was always the scariest. Moreover, they were now in an unknown territory and they had no idea what kind of place this was. How could they not be anxious when they encountered the Snow Mountain great demons in such a place? Fear gradually grew in the hearts of Balzaha and the others. If it really is the Snow Mountain great demons, then we are in danger. There are so many of them and there are 7 of them. Xianxia said in a low voice. No one had the confidence to fight them and no one had the intention to do so. They had just been led astray and this was not the place they wanted to be. Different situations call for different actions. What are you afraid of? Since we are already here, why don't you take me out now? I still have to thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Tong Ling looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia's face turned red. He also knew that this was not the time to be timid. Since things had come to this, there was no other way. No one wanted to wait for death here, but everything in front of them seemed to be unavoidable. Let's go and take a look first. Let's try not to let them see us. Balzaha said in a low voice. Everyone slightly nodded, hoping that they hadn't seen them. They had to hide themselves first and escape this calamity. The Snow Mountain Great Demon was an ancient magical beast. Although it was the best thing for a beast fighter, they still needed to have the strength to fight against it. This time we, the great demons, have come from all directions to worship our ancestors. I hope there won't be any trouble. What trouble can there be? Isn't it just worshipping our ancestors? If worst comes to worst, we'll just not be enemies with them. Even if there are any mistakes, we'll just bear with it. If it weren't for my ancestors' inheritance, I wouldn't have come here. The giant demon clan has already fallen apart. If you want us to bow our heads and follow that Gang Yao, you must be dreaming. You can't say that. After all, we are part of the giant demon race and our lifespans are limited to begin with. If we continue to kill each other at this time, it's likely that our entire race will be exterminated. The ancestors' inheritance is an opportunity, and it's also an opportunity for us all to unite as one. It's understandable for the strong to lead the masses, but if Gang Yao wants to convince the masses with his strength, he can't do it yet. You're right. It's just that this curse, I wonder when it will disappear. The group of giant demons whispered. Then they braved the snowstorm and advanced 1 step at a time. He was huge and had a square face. His entire body was covered in blue ice crystals that looked like fur. He was bare-chested, but he was not afraid of the cold. Even Balzaha and the others were shivering from the cold. Great Snow Mountain Demon. The children of ice and snow. No wonder they could be so calm. It was as if they had become one with the ice and snow. Sacrifice? It seems that the giant demon race has quite a lot of people. They are actually divided into many factions. Their sacrifice should be for the ancestors' inheritance. Can we also take this opportunity to make a fortune? Balzaha said with a smile. Take care of your own lives first, Tong Ling said in a bad mood. At this time they couldn't even protect themselves and they still wanted to take a share from the Snow Mountain giant demons? Weren't they courting death? That's not necessarily impossible. It seems that they are also suffering from internal and external troubles. Moreover, there's a curse. I don't know what it is, but maybe we can really make a profit from it. Right now it's hard to say. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What do you think, Xianxia? Why aren't you saying anything? Balzaha looked at Xianxia. Xianxia lowered his head, his face red. Are you freezing? Tong Ling said with a frown. Pooh! Suddenly Xianxia farted. It was a very, very loud fart. Phew! So comfortable. Xianxia let out a long breath, his face full of embarrassment. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. The three of them looked at him with gloomy faces. Although the snowstorm was strong, the Snow Mountain giant demons knew this place like the back of their hand. The Great Snow Mountain was their home. This fart was really too loud. Stop. There's a noise. I felt it too. Among the Snow Mountain giant demons, everyone looked at each other with serious expressions. Oh no, they found us. It's all your fault, Xianxia. Why didn't you fart earlier or later? Why did you have to fart now? Are you trying to get us killed? Balza gave Xianxia's butt a slap. Pooh, another fart. Balza couldn't wait to kill Xianxia. He rubbed his hands in disgust. Oh no, it's an avalanche. The Snow Mountain giant demons shouted and started running. Zhou Xian and the others looked back. It was indeed an avalanche. Moreover, it was an avalanche caused by a fart. Zhou Xian laughed bitterly. Hurry up and run. The others couldn't be bothered with the Snow Mountain giant demons and ran down the mountain. Xianxia was the first. Tong Ling's eyes were filled with resentment. That bastard is a jinx. An avalanche was no joke. It was equivalent to the weight of a mountain pressing down on them. Even with their strength and cultivation, it was impossible for them to ignore it. Their bodies had already been flattened. No matter how powerful their methods were, it would be useless. Hence they could only run. The avalanche behind them was extremely fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. The Snow Mountain giant demons didn't fly in the air because they wanted to avoid an avalanche. After all, the area was covered in snow all year round and the storm was terrifying. Flying could easily cause an avalanche. Even the Snow Mountain giant demons hadn't expected this avalanche to be caused by a fart. Everyone ran with all their might and finally reached the top of another mountain. Seeing that they were gradually being buried by the avalanche, everyone broke out in cold sweat and fright. It's all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't have lost my shoes. Balza glared at Xianxia. Lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of another avalanche? Chapter 47:38. Who are you? Why are you here? A deep and heavy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Zhou Xian and the others turned their heads and saw the 7 Snow Mountain giant devils standing in front of them, looking down at them. *CK. Xianxia's face changed. This time he was in deep trouble. Are they the legendary humans? He's so short and he looks so weak. Should be. But why haven't we seen them before? Where did you come from? Humans are the most treacherous. We, the Snow Mountain great demons, cannot live under the same sky with humans. I heard that our ancestor died in the hands of humans. Yes, kill them and avenge our ancestor. Kill. The Snow Mountain great demons were full of hostility towards Zhou Qian's group. As soon as they saw each other, they started to fight. Before Zhou Qian's group could say anything, they had already given the order to kill them. We just trespassed by accident. We mean no harm. Xianxia said. Trespassed by accident? You have to die. Trespassers die. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain great demons. You will all die. The leader of the Snow Mountain great demons panted. His nostrils emitted cold air as he stared at Xianxia. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. The Snow Mountain great demon roared. He took a step forward and threw a heavy punch at Xianxia. Xianxia was pushed back dozens of meters. He rolled and crawled, his face pale. Boom. The Snow Mountain giant devil had a strong body. Its eyes were filled with anger as it charged forward. To Zhou Xian and the others, there wasn't much difference between these devils and humans. Their body shape was similar. The only difference was the blue crystal armor they wore and their strange facial features that humans couldn't accept. *CK. You think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Xianxia snorted. Run. What are you waiting for? Xianxia was the first one to run out. Zhou Xian and the other two were startled, but they quickly followed him. Even the Snow Mountain great devil thought that Xianxia was going to attack them. Who would have thought that Xianxia would run away without any hesitation? Chase them. We must kill these people. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain great demons. They must want to invade our territory. We must bring them to justice. The leader of the great Snow Mountain demons was enraged. They had been tricked by Xianxia. These humans had crossed his bottom line. Zhou Xian was in the lead. He ran faster than anyone else, but against the great Snow Mountain demon, they were still the younger brother. After all, this was its territory. After a while, the great Snow Mountain demon caught up. He couldn't outrun them. Jiang Chen saw that the three of them had already caught up to him. No matter how fast he ran, he would still be held back. Could he really let go of everything and leave by himself? Obviously he couldn't. Since they were companions, they had to live and die together. Even if Jiang Chen ran away alone, he might not be able to leave this place. Therefore he chose to face this with the others. The 7 snow mountain giant devils had surrounded them. An incomparably oppressive feeling arose. Each of them was at least at the 8th Heavenly Star Emperor realm. There was even a 9th Heavenly Star Emperor among them. They had nowhere to run. Why don't you run, Jiang Chen? Tong Ling frowned. Jiang Chen could have run away, but he didn't. With all of you here, wouldn't I be all alone if I ran away? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Balzaha and Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen again with gratitude. The tacit understanding between brothers was the real friendship of life and death. He was a man who could be trusted with his back. I acknowledge you as my brother. Whether you can get out or not, you are my brother, Balzaha said with a serious face. Me too. If I can get out, I will never fart again. Xianxia looked bitter, but his respect for Jiang Chen was obvious. At this critical moment, Jiang Chen didn't leave them alone. Living and dying together was a real team. Xianxia's face was filled with bitterness, but one could still see the respect he had for Jiang Chen. At such a critical moment, Jiang Chen did not leave them behind and leave by himself. Living and dying together was a true team. A bunch of reckless fellows. You still want to run? You can't escape from my palm. Kill them. The leader of the great snow mountain demons let out a low roar and charged forward. Jiang Chen and the others guarded the east, south, west and north respectively and began to fight to the death. Because they no longer had a way out. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. This great snow mountain demon will be our stepping stone to the beast fighting arena. Tong Ling said. He opened up the battlefield and prepared to fight to the death with these snow mountain great demons. This is their territory. Be careful. Jiang Chen, Tong Ling and the other two looked at each other and nodded silently. After saying that, Jiang Chen dashed forward and confronted the 2 great snow mountain demons in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. He was barehanded. As soon as they fought, Jiang Chen felt the coldness spread all over his body as if he was frozen. A layer of ice appeared on his body and covered his arms. Jiang Chen fought with great strength. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Tong Ling and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all when he fought against 2 great snow mountain demons alone. That was awesome. Was he still in the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm? Had they underestimated Jiang Chen before? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tong Ling shouted in a low voice. She also confronted the 2 great snow mountain demons in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Compared with Jiang Chen, she was not so lucky. The arms, hands and bodies of these great snow mountain demons were all covered with a chilling coldness. When Tong Ling's palms touched them, a layer of ice appeared on her arms immediately. She shivered all over. Not only her but Balzaha and Xianxia also felt the cold pain. Fortunately, they were only fighting against 1 great snow mountain demon. Otherwise, they might not be in a better situation than their peers. It's so cold. Tong Ling's entire body was curled up as he fought and retreated. There was almost no chance for him to counterattack. It was already not easy to stabilize the situation, let alone turn defeat into victory. They didn't know how powerful the great snow mountain demons were, but this time they had thoroughly experienced it. Chapter 4739. Time ticked by. After 20 moves, Tong Ling and the others felt that their strength had been greatly restricted. Even the flow of Genesis Qi in their bodies had become extremely sluggish. They couldn't display their true strength at all. Be careful, they have a very strong cold current that can affect our strength. We can only defeat them with our wits, not force, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment even he had to be cautious. Facing the incoming cold currents, Jiang Chen's expression was solemn and meticulous. After familiarizing himself with these 2 men's fighting style, he finally felt relieved. Because their skills and techniques weren't strong, what was strong was their strength and the cold air that came from their bodies. It was hard to defend against them. During the battle, if one was careless, one would be affected by the cold currents from their bodies. In the end, one's strength would be suppressed and killed before even 70% of one's strength could be unleashed. I see. Tong Ling's heart skipped a beat. He understood everything clearly. Although he knew that these fellows didn't have any extraordinary means, the pressure brought by this cold current was not something that could be easily dealt with. Right now even their blood seemed to have solidified. Tong Ling felt that her movements had become sluggish, and her body was gradually covered with a layer of ice crystals. She was now in a more and more dangerous situation. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The blade was sharp and the sword chi was threatening. The two experts at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were forced to retreat step by step. They were forced into a miserable state by Jiang Qin. His sword carried a blazing sword chi and the two great snow mountain demons couldn't compete with it at all. Jiang Qin, who seemed the weakest, was supporting their hope at this time. Balzaha and Xianxia were ashamed of their inferiority. It turned out that the hidden big shot was Jiang Qin. Previously they had mocked Jiang Qin, but now it seemed like it was a slap to their faces. Trash, you can't even handle two guys at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Get up, let me do it. The Snow Mountain Great Demon, who was the leader of the 9th heaven of Star Emperor realm, waved his hand and the other two instantly made way for him. At this time Balzaha and Sanjo were in a miserable situation. Now they were in the same situation as Tong Ling, fighting 1 against 2. Their faces were covered with layers of frost, and they were in a miserable state. Insignificant humans, you will all die here and accompany the Snow Mountain for thousands of years, the Great Snow Mountain Demon said indifferently. The Snow Mountain Great Devil said coldly. His thick arm collided with the heavenly dragon sword. The Snow Mountain Great Devil of the 9th heavens of Star Emperor was indeed very strong. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. This guy was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon Clan, Emo Xiaolong. Jiang Qin was lucky enough to kill Emo Xiaolong. Hence he did not dare to be careless while facing this Snow Mountain Great Devil. It's over. It's over. The Great Snow Mountain Demon murmured. He forced the two Great Snow Mountain Demons to retreat with one slash, and he was complaining in his heart. Jiang Qin was losing in the face of the Great Snow Mountain Demons of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He was in a more difficult situation than them. If this went on, they would never be able to make a comeback and Jiang Qin would probably be the first one to fall among them. Shut your mouth, Tong Ling said angrily. They were fighting and retreating at the same time. The three of them were struggling now and they could only pin their hopes on Jiang Qin. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Qin could save them, it was better than nothing. Hope was something brighter than a diamond. Their lives and futures were all tied to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin gave them great hope because it was proven that Jiang Qin was stronger than them. The Great Snow Mountain Demons were more like monsters left from ancient times. They couldn't save them and could only be beaten. On this vast snow mountain, it seemed that Jiang Qin couldn't give them much. But as long as they didn't fall, they wouldn't give up. Tong Ling knew that the chance of Jiang Qin defeating the Great Snow Mountain Demons of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was almost zero. But what could they do? No matter if they were dead or alive, there had to be a glimmer of hope. The sword chi of the Sky Dragon sword couldn't hurt the Great Snow Mountain Demon at all. The 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was extremely domineering. This vast snow mountain was its backbone. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill it, it wouldn't be as easy as he imagined. But Jiang Qin never regretted it. Only in this way could he stimulate his potential. Only in this way could he move forward fearlessly. No one knew how difficult it was for Jiang Qin. Sword after sword for the Great Snow Mountain Demon, it was like scratching an itch. From the hands of the Great Snow Mountain Demon, icicles formed by cold air shot out. Jiang Qin dashed left and right, slashing at the icicles and changing his position. But the icicles seemed to know where he was going. They were formed by the cold air in the air and they were extremely sharp. They created a lot of trouble for Jiang Qin. With the icicles in front of him, Jiang Qin swore to fight to the death. The thousands of icicles broke through layer after layer of his defense. But even so he still rushed towards the Great Snow Mountain Demon. Void icicles. The snowy mountain Great Devil struck out with his palm. Layers of ice spikes made Tong Ling and the others' scalp go numb. Their faces turned pale and ashen. Jiang Qin couldn't withstand the ice spikes from all directions. If it was them, they would have already died. Be careful, Jiang Qin. Isn't it too scary? I almost peed my pants. This time it's really over. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. At that moment they all thought that Jiang Qin would definitely die. 28 Blade. Jiang Qin pulled out his sword and looked around. He used the power of his sword to block countless icicles. The heavenly dragon sword continued to cut the icicles, and the great snow mountain demon's attack completely dissipated. Damn, he's too strong. Xianxia's body trembled. He didn't care if he was thrown away. Jiang Chen's sword made the three of them feel suffocated. They couldn't tell how Jiang Chen used it or how he changed it. They couldn't see through it, but it still managed to cut the great snow mountain demon's icicles. Damn it! The great snow mountain demon roared angrily. His eyes were filled with shock. This seemingly tiny human was actually struggling before his death. It was extremely shocking. You should be proud to die under my realm. Extreme Realm. Chapter 4740. There was no water here, only a cold current. Layers of cold currents gradually wrapped around Jiang Chen, from the initial layers of ice crystals to a 10-foot-tall snowman. Jiang Chen's figure had completely turned into a statue. It seems that we're really going to die here. Balza clenched his teeth and pushed away two snow mountain great demons, but he had nowhere to go. He couldn't run, he couldn't beat them, and he couldn't get out either. It was simply hopeless. Tong Ling and Xianxia also kept their mouths shut. After being repeatedly injured by the numerous snow mountain giant demons, their movements had become rather sluggish and hopeless. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of ice, and the extreme cold had made them lose control of their Genesis chi. There was nothing they could do in someone else's territory. You bunch of humans, you deserve to die. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Such a lowly race is not allowed to exist in the Snow Mountain Great Demon's territory. Never. The Snow Mountain Great Demon's berserk voice resounded between heaven and earth. Avalanches came from all directions, slamming into the high hills. The Snow Mountain Great Demon looked down on the world, while Tong Ling and the others felt unprecedented despair. Kacha! Kacha! At this moment Jiang Chen, who had been frozen by the extreme domain, began to break apart. With an earth-shaking roar, Jiang Chen broke through the cold current with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The extreme domain had not trapped him. He's still alive? Tong Ling and the others felt their hearts tremble. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in hand, looking straight at the Snow Mountain Great Demon. His battle-intent soared to the sky. Your extreme domain doesn't seem to be very good. Jiang Chen smiled. The confrontation between the two had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. Even the Snow Mountain Great Demons gasped. How could he escape from their boss extreme domain? Then I'll let you die again. The Great Snow Mountain Demon struck out with its palm. Countless icicles flew out once again, blocking Jiang Chen's path. The storm started again and the extreme domain once again suppressed Jiang Chen. This time not even God can save you. The Great Snow Mountain Demon roared like thunder and used its extreme territory again. This time Jiang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Array. Jiang Chen instantly set up an array: True Dragon God Fire, Thunder Divine Fire, Qilin Divine Fire, Divine Fire of the Sun, Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame. The divine fire of 5 Elemental Trigram Fire formation instantly gathered together. The entire void was illuminated by the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire formation. The surrounding ice and snow began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire formation enveloped Jiang Chen perfectly. The void icicles had already melted before they even appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The extreme domain was also restrained by Jiang Chen's divine fire of 5 Elemental Trigram Fire, instantly losing its power. This. How is this possible? The Great Snow Mountain Demon felt a wave of panic. Its eyes were filled with shock. Once the divine fire of the 5 elements appeared, Jiang Chen was enveloped in the 5 elements trigram fire formation. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In an instant, the ice and snow that had not changed for tens of thousands of years became flowing water that flowed down the mountain. The terror of the divine fire of the 5 elements could not be measured by common sense. Ever since entering the eternal world, Jiang Chen had almost never used the divine fire of the 5 elements. However, everything in the world had a natural counter to each other. The divine fire of the 5 elements was very effective in restraining the Great Snow Mountain Demon. A warm aura lingered around Tong Ling and the others. Their strength seemed to be constantly recovering and they became increasingly excited. Nothing is impossible. To deal with you I can only use my trump card. Let's see if your extreme domain is stronger or if my 5 elements trigram fire formation is stronger. The corners of Zhou Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The light in his eyes was also extremely dazzling. Bastard. The fear in the eyes of the great snow mountain demon came from the bottom of his heart. The fiery qi on Zhou Xian's body had already made them feel extreme pain. If this divine fire landed on their bodies, they would be instantly melted and turned into ashes. The great snow mountain demon subconsciously took a step back. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This fellow was too terrifying. He was like a huge furnace. If they continued fighting, he might not be able to gain any advantage. You are not worthy to kill me. True Dragon Palm. Zhou Xian roared furiously. The 5 elemental divine fire converged and fell from the sky along with an earth-shattering palm seal. It was like the seal of a fire dragon, splitting the wind and splitting the waves, crashing towards the snow mountain great demon. No, the great snow mountain demon screamed and was sent flying. The fire dragon circled around his body and his body made cracking sounds. He wanted to use the extreme domain but it was of no use. The fire dragon palm had almost completely injured him. The other great snow mountain demons also became hesitant. Tong Ling and the others had recovered their strength so they were not afraid of them at all. They even gradually gained the upper hand. If it was not for this world of ice and snow, Tong Ling and the others would not have been bullied like this. Now that they had Zhou Xian's flames to guide them forward, their strength had recovered, and they could finally wipe away their previous humiliation. Mother****. The little universe in my body is finally going to explode. Ah! Xianxia kept pounding his chest as he roared. He raised his saber and slashed across the sky, killing the 6 great snow mountain demons without leaving a single one of them alive. Zhou Xian walked towards the great snow mountain demon in the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm. The great snow mountain demon's eyes were full of fear, and his body had shrunk to the same size as Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was surrounded by the divine fire of the 5 elements, which made the great snow mountain demon keep retreating in fear. He was not even a match for one of the 5 divine fires, let alone 5. These were not ordinary flames. The great snow mountain demon felt like he was about to be melted. Don't kill me, please don't. The great snow mountain demon knelt on the ground begging for mercy, his face full of fear. The other 6 were already suppressed by Tong Ling and the others. I won't kill you, but tell me, where is this place? Zhou Xian said. Lung. You don't know where this place is? You don't know? This is the ancient snow region. Our ancestors brought us here. This is a pure land free from worldly disturbances and invasions from the outside world. This is the territory of the great snow mountain demons. The great snow mountain demon looked at Zhou Xian in shock and fear. Do you know how to leave here? Zhou Xian said. I don't know. For thousands of years, no great snow mountain demon has ever left this place. This is our home. Why should we leave? Chapter 47-41. Then who is your ancestor? We went astray and ended up here. If we can't find the way out, I will kill you. Zhou Xian's indifferent voice made the snow mountain demon shudder. Looking at the dancing flame in Zhou Xian's hand, he swallowed hard and hurriedly said, I really don't know. I really don't know. I beg you, please let me go. I really don't know how to leave. My giant demon race has never thought of leaving. Our ancestor. I don't know either. I only know that the ancestor we worship is the benefactor of our tribe. Without him, our tribe would have been extinct a long time ago. Moreover, our ancestor also left us a treasure. Every 100 years, endless Genesis Chi will gush out from the spirit spring where our ancestor passed away. Hence, every 100 years, we will spontaneously offer sacrifices to our ancestor. The Genesis Chi that gushes out from the spirit spring will allow our strength and cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds, as if we have been enlightened. Seeing his panic and fear, Zhou Xian knew that this guy might not be lying. He really didn't know how to get out of here. It seems that this so-called sacrifice is the day of your dragon ascension. Am I right? Zhou Xian said with a smile. What's with the curse? Zhou Qian's words made the snow mountain demon hold his breath. He looked grim and hesitated. If you don't tell me, you will die anyway. Zhou Xian said. Every snow mountain demon can't live past the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. For thousands of years, as long as our cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, our cultivation will continue to decline. Everyone wants to become stronger, but they are also afraid of becoming stronger. In the end, they will lose all their cultivation and die of depression, the Snow Mountain Demon said in horror. Decline from the peak? Zhou Xian was silent, his face dark. This curse was a little abnormal. Zhou Xian was also very curious about the ancestor they worshipped. This Snow Mountain Demon knew very little. If they wanted to find a way out, they might have to go to the place of worship. Where is the place of worship? Zhou Xian gazed at the Snow Mountain Troll. There are more than 10 mountains over there as well as a snowy tundra. It's a very spacious place. Up ahead is a valley of ice and snow, and that's the place of worship. The Snow Mountain Great Demon said in a low voice. I understand. Zhou Xian nodded. You're not going to kill me? The Snow Mountain Great Demon said happily. Pooh, this time Xianxia stabbed the Great Snow Mountain Demon in the back of its heart. The Great Snow Mountain Demon bled blue and fell into a pool of its own blood. Zhou Xian promised not to kill you, but I didn't. Xianxia sneered. He pulled out the long saber in his hand and wiped off the blue blood. The other 6 Snow Mountain Great Demons had also been killed by them. Looks like you guys aren't bad either. You're done so quickly. Zhou Xian said with a smile. When Tong Ling and the others looked at Zhou Xian, their gazes were filled with admiration. Without Zhou Xian they would have been buried in the snow long ago. You hid your strength too well, Balza said with a smile. He looked at Zhou Xian maliciously and said with a smile. I'm sure that if you go to the amphitheater we won't have a chance. Xianxia sighed. What should we do now? Tong Ling was most concerned about how to leave this place. They had acknowledged Zhou Qian's strength. At this time they should think about how to leave this place. If we want to find a way out we have to go to the sacrificial ground. This Snow Mountain Demon doesn't know much, but this is indeed a space of its own. They call it the ancient snowfield. It's their ideal territory. Fortunately there shouldn't be any stellar-level warriors here. They have a strange curse. When they reach the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, their cultivation will gradually decline. At the very most it will dissipate completely and they will die. Zhou Xian said. Looks like if we want to figure out the situation here, we have to take the risk and go to the place of worship. Tong Ling nodded. We can't stay here for long. It's very likely that the surrounding Snow Mountain Great Demons have been alarmed. Let's hurry to the place of worship. Zhou Xian was a little worried. Although there were no Star Realm experts here, which was good news for them, they still had no idea how many Snow Mountain Great Devils there were and how many experts there were. In this unknown territory they were in a very dangerous situation. Alright, the biggest reward this time is these 2 hearts of darkness, huh? Balza was somewhat excited. At least they saw a glimmer of hope. Zhou Qian's strength was equivalent to giving them a shot in the arm. If they wanted to leave this place they still had to rely on Zhou Qian. The 4 of them rested for a while and quickly left this place for the place of worship. Now Zhou Qian had a complete set of hearts of darkness. 2 hearts of darkness from ancient demonic beasts were enough. As long as they left this place they would be thankful. This is a chi-changing pill. Eat it and your aura will be completely hidden. Zhou Qian said as he gave each of the 3 a chi-changing pill. There's such a good pill in this world. Xianxia looked at Zhou Qian in disbelief. However, he still trusted Zhou Qian. After eating it, his cultivation and aura were indeed all hidden. The 3 of them were incomparably shocked. When they looked at Zhou Qian, it was as if he was a treasure. Why do you have so many good things on you? How rich is your hometown? Balza said with a look of envy. It's a beautiful place, a place that I will never forget. It's also my only home. Zhou Qian said faintly. He had left home at a young age and had no idea where Feng Er was. His mother, his brothers and sisters were all missing him. Zhou Qian had never stopped thinking about him. The eternal world was vast and boundless, but there was no place for him to stay. Zhou Qian's eyes revealed his true feelings, causing Tong Ling and the others to fall silent. They knew that Zhou Qian might have many secrets on him. However, they didn't have time to study Zhou Qian at this time. Their first task was to find a way to leave this place. Only by leaving this so-called ancient snow region could they be at ease. Otherwise, they didn't know when they would be able to relax. Chapter 47-42. These guys are so strong. Looks like we can't expose our operation. Otherwise, even if Brother Jiang fights 10 of us alone, we won't be able to escape. Balza said, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia glared at him, dissatisfied. Why are you looking at me? As long as you don't fart, it'll be fine. As long as there's no avalanche, we can still be friends. Balza said, trying not to laugh. You two are still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Shut up. Tong Ling frowned. This group of people is really strong. Even if I have supernatural abilities, I can't defeat them all. We must be careful. Jiang Qin nodded silently. The Snow Mountain giant devils had given him a tremendous pressure. These devils were stronger than any of the devils he had met before. It would be extremely difficult for them to get any information from these Snow Mountain giant devils. They could only hide and wait for an opportunity. More and more Snow Mountain great demons entered the kernel. A huge karst cave appeared in front of them. More than 100 Snow Mountain great demons entered the cave. Jiang Qin was extremely cautious. Finally, the four of them hid at the entrance of the karst cave. However, they saw a huge statue that was more than 30 meters tall. It was located in the deepest part of the karst cave. The statue was huge and it looked extremely lifelike. One of its hands was holding a jade scroll, and the other hand was holding a heavenly sword. It looked majestic and imposing. Although it was just a statue, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if the statue was a person, an overlord who held the world in his hands. Emperor of the Cosmos. It's the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Qin exclaimed in his mind. Jiang Qin frowned. The Black King knew him? What Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Qin asked. In the universe, there are not many who dare to call themselves emperors. Those who can be called emperors are universe-level experts. Even my old master has to bow down to them. The Black King said agitatedly. Are you sure that this person is the Emperor of the Cosmos just by looking at this statue? But why would he appear here? Jiang Qin was puzzled. It seemed that the so-called Emperor of the Cosmos was not an ordinary person. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the vanguard of the great emperors. Since ancient times, his name has resounded throughout the ages. My old master was a hardcore fan of his. The Emperor of the Cosmos was invincible throughout his life. In his era, those who could surpass him were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. However, the traces of the Cosmos Emperor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, as if he had evaporated into thin air. He had completely become history. Countless people wanted to find the traces of the Cosmos Emperor, but no one was able to find him. The people of the Eternal World and the 18 star domains all thought that he had fallen. If anyone could find the Cosmos Emperor, they would probably be able to obtain his endless inheritance. However, no one could imagine how vast the universe was. The Eternal World was even more boundless. Gradually, people began to forget about one of the most powerful emperors of the ancient times. However, when my old master was young, he once received guidance from the Cosmos Emperor. I once saw the glory of the Cosmos Emperor in his portrait collection. That portrait is still hanging on the top floor of the Buddha prison pagoda. The Black King's expression was solemn and dignified. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the most powerful emperor of the ancient era. Moreover, he had once guided his old master. This showed how powerful the Emperor of the Cosmos was. If this statue really is the Emperor of the Cosmos, could it be that he fell on the Apocalypse planet? Jiang Qin pondered. It's very likely. Not everyone knows the appearance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This Emperor of the ancient era is only a legend to many people. Only those old monsters who have lived long enough know the past of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Black King said. It seems that we might be able to find some unexpected surprises in the lair of the Snow Mountain Trolls. Does this mean that the mirror space was probably created by the Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Qin was slightly shocked. Being able to create a world on his own was enough to foresee that this legendary emperor must be extraordinary. It's hard to say, but this place is definitely related to the Emperor of the Cosmos. I'm sure that if we can find some of the Emperor of the Cosmos's remains, we will have a huge harvest. The Black King was also excited. The existence of the Emperor of the Cosmos was extremely important in the long history of the Eternal World. His identity had long been a mystery. Now that he had found traces of the Emperor of the Cosmos in the mirror space of the multiverse, how could the Black King not be happy? Looks like we'll have to do something big this time. When Jiang Qin heard the Black King's high evaluation of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he was also full of anticipation. If he could really find traces of the Emperor of the Cosmos here, perhaps his trip here would not be in vain. The premise was that he had to leave this place alive. Jiang Qin looked at the towering statue with a calm expression. as expected of the great ancient emperor. Even though it was just a statue, it still retained its prestige. Had the emperor of the cosmos really fallen? Zhou Xian did not know. It was also the first time he had heard of the identity of the emperor of the cosmos. It was likely that he could find traces of the emperor of the cosmos here, but he was more concerned about how to leave this place. My people of the Snow Mountain Trolls, today I will lead you to pray devoutly. I pray that our ancestors will bless us and that we will be able to break the curse one day. I pray that the Snow Mountain Trolls will be immortal. Please give me the jade token. An older Snow Mountain Troll took out a jade token about the size of a palm from his bosom. He held it with both hands, stood in front of the statue and slowly knelt down. Hundreds of Snow Mountain Trolls also knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Finally, the older Great Snow Mountain Demon inserted the jade tablet into the stone platform below the statue. Instantly, the statue began to rotate. It rotated 360 degrees to the left. On the stone platform, a spring began to spurt out water. The boiling hot water made many Great Snow Mountain Demons retreat subconsciously. As the spring water flowed past, it transformed into strands of Genesis Chi that filled the cave. The surging spring water continued to gush outwards, and the Genesis Chi became extremely majestic. Thank you for the blessing of the ancestors. Thank you for the blessing of the ancestors. Chapter 47-43. The endless Genesis Chi gushing out from the spirit spring was a blessing from their ancestors. No one dared to tarry and hurriedly sat down to cultivate and absorb the Genesis Chi. Looks like this statue is quite interesting. Balza narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I don't believe in the blessings of the ancestors. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders with a fearless expression. No matter what, we have to be careful. There's something strange about this statue, but we can't investigate it now. At the very least, we have to wait until they leave this place. Tongling said. I just don't know if I can wait until that moment. Zhou Xian murmured. He had already set his eyes on the elder Snow Mountain Great Devil. Once they were done with their ritual and cultivation, it would be the time for him to strike. Whether or not he could find a way to get rid of the Snow Mountain Great Devil would depend on the elder Snow Mountain Great Devil. As for the statue, Zhou Xian also felt that there was something strange about it. But right now he had to prioritize his priorities. Staying alive was more important than anything else. If he allowed them to stay in the ancient snow region forever, he would go crazy. Just as all the Great Snow Mountain Demons were devoutly cultivating, a skinny Great Snow Mountain Demon flew up and reached out to grab the jade token. In an instant, the jade token was in his hand. The Great Snow Mountain Demon immediately headed out of the cave. Catch him! The older Snow Mountain Giant Demon suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a violent aura. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Snow Mountain Giant Demons grabbed at the skinny Giant Demon. Damn it! Someone actually wants to snatch the sacrificial jade token? Are they courting death? You don't know what's good for you. That jade plate is the inheritance of our Snow Mountain Great Demons. It's not something that anyone can touch. That's right, capture him and kill him without mercy. To offer sacrifices to our ancestors. Only death can appease the anger of the masses for causing trouble in the ancestral worship grounds. Many Snow Mountain Great Demons started to gather at this moment and sealed off the cave. They wanted to stop the skinny Great Demon from escaping. Looks like this guy still wants to snatch his ancestors' things. What an unfilial person. Balza said with a laugh. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Do you think everyone is just? Even in the Snow Mountain Giant Demon clan there are scum. Tongling said. That's right. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. However, that jade tablet in his hand seems to be a treasure? Sancho said thoughtfully. Absolutely. Balza continued. That should be what he wants. That person's aura isn't that of a Snow Mountain Demon. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. This was because besides him, Zhou Xian could clearly sense everyone else's ice-cold aura. The only one he couldn't sense was the thin giant demon. So, he's not the Snow Mountain Demon? Tongling said in great surprise. You could say that, but he should have already discovered us. Zhou Xian looked at the hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored figure broke through the wind and headed straight for them. Here's your stuff. Let's go. The thin giant demon directly threw the jade tablet in his hand to Zhou Xian. Everyone was startled. Even Tongling and Balza were stunned. This person actually knew Zhou Xian. Could he be an accomplice of Zhou Xian? He's trying to lure the enemy to us because he's discovered us, said Yizichen. Zhou Xian coldly said. What the thin giant demon had thrown was nothing more than a stone, not a jade tablet. Countless Snow Mountain great demons thought that the jade tablet had fallen into Zhou Xian's hands. They all turned their spears towards Zhou Xian, as if they had discovered a new continent. Zhou Xian and the others were instantly exposed. First, take the broken jade tablet in the statue's hand. That is absolutely a treasure. The Black King's voice sounded in Zhou Xian's ears. Zhou Xian rapidly flew over, taking advantage of the chaos to take the jade tablet in the statue's hand. Looking around, he didn't find anything strange, so he put it away for later. You bastard, how did that fellow discover us? Xianxia angrily said. They had been thinking about how to leave this place, but they had been tricked by someone. Wasn't this the same as sitting at home and having a pot fall from the sky? If it were anyone else, who wouldn't be angry? Tong Ling and Balzaha were also gnashing their teeth in anger. Don't let this father catch you, otherwise I'll skin you alive. Balzaha savagely said. Don't be in such a hurry to spout nonsense. Let's deal with these Snow Mountain great demons first. Zhou Xian frowned. At this time it wasn't as simple as 5 or 7 Snow Mountain great demons, but 50 or 70. Although the cave was large with dozens of masters rushing in, they still felt suffocated, their scalps tingling. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, these people weren't elephants but powerful masters. Not a single one of them was mediocre. They were all outstanding members of the Snow Mountain Great Demon race. Zhou Xian could only blame it on his bad luck. How did that person discover them? There was no warning at all and they were trapped at the critical moment. This was definitely a trap. Moreover, Zhou Xian was sure that the person was not from the Snow Mountain Great Demon race. His goal was the Jade Pendant, and at the critical moment he wanted them to be his scapegoats. However, Zhou Xian and the others naturally couldn't just sit and wait for death. If they wanted to die, then they wouldn't have it easy either. Zhou Xian immediately set up the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Within a radius of 100 meters, it became their domain. If the Snow Mountain Great Demons dared to step into the 5 elemental trigram fire formation's domain, their strength would definitely decrease. At that time, even if they had to face so many Snow Mountain Great Demons, they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. You guys calm down first. Once they enter my 5 elemental trigram fire formation, their strength will decrease rapidly. As long as you guys don't leave the formation, they shouldn't be able to break your defense for a while. I'll go after that person, Zhou Xian said. He definitely wouldn't let the other party off for that one sword strike. Did they really think that he wouldn't retaliate by using them as bait? Moreover, Zhou Xian had heard from the Black King that the jade pendant in that person's hand wasn't simple. It must be something that belonged to the Emperor of the Cosmos. It would be best if they could get it. You be careful too. Chapter 47-44. The Great Snow Mountain Demons were also afraid. After all, in this snowy land the weather was always extremely cold. There was no warmth to speak of. However, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation had melted all the ice and snow within 100 meters. They still had lingering fears, so they didn't dare to rush forward. The closer they got to the formation, the hotter they became and the weaker they became. It seems that Zhou Xian's formation is really effective. Xianxia sneered and stared at the Great Snow Mountain Demons. He was very excited, but they didn't have the confidence to break through their defense. They could only hide here and hope that they could wait for Zhou Xian's return. What they could do now was to hold on to their last hope. Roar. It's a human formation. Damn it. There are humans among us. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The pure land of the snowy area is not allowed to be tarnished by humans. Kill them. Even if we have to sacrifice the blood of the warriors of our tribe, we have to kill them. Kill. Tong Ling and the others were sweating. After all, these guys were very powerful. They were getting closer and closer. The battle was about to start. Zhou Xian stepped on the sky-ascending stairway and used his shifting shadows. His speed soared as he rushed towards the skinny giant devil. At the same time, there were more than 48th and 9th Heavenly Layer Star Emperor experts chasing after him. Zhou Xian was the fastest. He caught up with that guy in a short while. You want to put the blame on me? Brother, you're really smart. Zhou Xian sneered. How could it be? You, the man in the blue robe, had taken off his disguise. He looked at Zhou Xian in shock. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be faster than him. The one who caught up with him first was not the Great Snow Mountain Demon but Jiang Qin. Why is it impossible? You can find us. Is it strange that I caught up with you? Jiang Qin said. What exactly do you want? The blue-robed man said in a deep voice. Shrouded in a black robe, even Jiang Qin couldn't see his face clearly. A layer of blue ice covered his face. Perhaps I should be the one asking you this. Who are you? What did he want to do? You even tried to steal the jade pendant from the Snow Mountain Great Demon. You should be the one with ulterior motives. Jiang Qin's words made the black-robed man fall into silence. If you want to live, hand over the jade token. Jiang Qin directly snatched the jade token from the blue-robed man's hand. The man exclaimed, but Jiang Qin's speed was too fast, even beyond their understanding. Jiang Qin directly took the jade token from his hand. Even a star-level expert might not be able to catch Jiang Qin with the stairway to heaven's teleportation, let alone the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man was strong, but he didn't guard against Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin was able to snatch the jade token from his hand in an instant. How much trouble could a guy at the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm cause? However, it turned out that he was wrong, very wrong. The moment he underestimated his enemy, he lost the fruits of his hard work over the past 20 years. Give it back to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The blue-robed man's voice was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. He was extremely aggrieved, but it was too late for regrets. That depends on what you're capable of. Besides, it's not up to you to decide whether you can kill me or not. Take care of your back first. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully. He retreated in order to advance. However, at that moment, dozens of Snow Mountain Great Demons arrived one after another. The blue-robed man gasped. Ice palms fell from the sky, forcing him to retreat. His eyes were burning with anger, but he couldn't touch Jiang Qin at all. The jade token is in his hands. What's the point of looking for me? The blue-robed man said angrily. He was extremely depressed, but it was obvious that his words didn't have much effect on these stubborn Snow Mountain Great Demons. All they saw was that he had snatched the jade token, so they would kill him no matter what. You guys have fun. I'm leaving first. Jiang Qin sneered. He turned around and fled, followed by a dozen Snow Mountain Great Demons. They split into two groups to fight. Give me back the jade token and I'll take you out of here. The blue-robed man's words made Jiang Qin stop in his tracks. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. This guy actually knew how to leave the ancient snow region. But could he really trust him? Was this person really trustworthy? Jiang Qin had no other choice. If he didn't know how to leave, why would he suddenly try to snatch the jade token? If he failed, or even if he managed to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Wouldn't that be the same as digging his own grave? Therefore, Jiang Qin deduced that this blue-robed man really did know how to leave the ancient snow region. There's no need. I have a way to escape. Jiang Qin knew that this was not the time to be led by the nose. He had to make the man suffer first. With so many Snow Mountain Great Demons, it would be extremely difficult for him to leave. However, he had the Sky Ascending Ladder. As long as he found the exit, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Moreover, the 5 elemental flames could restrain the extreme domain, which boosted Jiang Qin's confidence. As long as there weren't any half-step star-grade powerhouses present, he would be invincible. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these Snow Mountain Great Demons would try to fight him to the death. If that was the case, Jiang Qin wasn't confident. With the jade token in hand, Jiang Qin turned around gracefully and left the blue-robed man's line of sight. The blue-robed man cursed and stomped his feet in anger. You want me to be your scapegoat? That's exactly what you want. Jiang Qin turned around and headed straight for Tong Ling's group. Tong Ling's group was also in great pain as they faced dozens of Snow Mountain Great Demons. Even though the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was suppressing them, more and more Snow Mountain Great Demons rushed into the formation to resist the blazing fire formation. They were no longer as fearful of Tong Ling's group as before. Instead, they launched wave after wave of attacks, causing them serious injuries. Jiang Qin's return made everyone feel relieved. However, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was on the verge of collapsing. Icicles covered the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. It was going to be a tough battle. Interesting. Looks like your formation isn't simple. Chapter 47-45. Jiang Qin began to join forces with Tong Ling and the others to fend off the enemy, but as more and more Snow Mountain Demon experts joined in, the battle became very difficult. Jiang Chen's Genesis Qi surged, and he once again activated the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. This was their last hope. If the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was destroyed, they would not be far from death. There were so many 9th Heaven Star Emperor experts, more than 30 of them. Even 10 Jiang Chens would not be able to save them. Therefore, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was particularly important. Jiang Chen originally thought that these guys would be afraid of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, but he underestimated the intelligence of the Snow Mountain Demon. They recklessly rushed forward without any hesitation. Although they were at a loss at the beginning, they were ready to attack when they learned that Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation could not kill them directly, but could only weaken their strength. Compared to Jiang Chen, Tong Ling and the others, the blue-robed man was in a more aggrieved situation. He was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. More than 30 experts bombarded him, and he could only rely on his superior means of escape to quickly approach the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and seek Jiang Chen's protection. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation covered a radius of 100 meters. The blue-robed man's goal was to enter the formation. Even if he could not save the situation, it would not be as easy for these guys to kill him. Damn it! That guy has led everyone to us. Balza gnashed his teeth in anger. He had been tricked twice in a row. Who wouldn't be angry? Be careful of that guy. I have a feeling that we are his target, Xianxia cautiously said. We can't even protect ourselves. If he points the spear at us, it will be hard to say what will happen. Tong Ling's expression was very serious. Tong Ling looked extremely solemn. Even with the support of Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation, they couldn't hold on any longer. This kind of deadly charge was the scariest. They didn't care about their own deaths, they just wanted to kill you. They were no different from death soldiers. Let's stabilize first. I'm thinking of a way. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The more they panicked, the more they needed to calm themselves down. Their goal was to escape, not to kill as many great Snow Mountain demons as that would be meaningless. Jiang Chen had to be careful. The blue-robed man was already close behind him, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. He landed next to the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and the great Snow Mountain demon in front of him. This was definitely a battle full of conspiracies and smoke. Whether he could get out of here alive depended on this. Jiang Chen pretended to be weak. This was his plan. He would deliberately delay the great Snow Mountain devils, but he would not counterattack. Instead he would retreat. Since the blue-robed man had said that he knew how to leave this place, when their lives were in danger, no one could stay out of it. At that time, even if he didn't want to help them, he had to help them. Saving others was equivalent to saving himself. Get ready, I'm going to withdraw the formation. Follow me. Jiang Chen quickly withdrew the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and ran back. This time Jiang Chen had shrunk the range of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, making it stronger. The heat was even more intense. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was burned. The great Snow Mountain demons became cautious again. Within the shrunken range, the fire formation was even hotter. Once they got close, the great Snow Mountain demons' cultivation would be suppressed again. They didn't dare to act rashly. However, the young man in the blue robe was not so lucky. Although his strength was at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, without the protection of the 5 elements trigram fire formation, he became the target of everyone again. Even if he was a god descending to the mortal world, he would not be able to face 30 experts alone. The blue-robed man's face was full of bitterness. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Even though Jiang Chen couldn't escape from the great Snow Mountain demons for a while, he could at least remain undefeated in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. However, the blue-robed man might have to face death. Jiang Chen wanted to force the blue-robed man into a corner. Only then would he be able to tell them how to leave the ancient snow region. Tong Ling and the others were very serious. They stood back to back with Jiang Chen, attacking the great Snow Mountain demons from all directions. However, the situation was still very dangerous. If this continues, we won't be able to escape either, Jiang Chen. Balsaha said worriedly. Yeah, even though they don't dare to attack us all at once, our range of movement is very limited. Once they attack us, we won't be able to resist, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Their current strength had been greatly suppressed and they had consumed a lot of energy. They couldn't hold on for much longer. You still have to endure. Let's see if you can outlast that guy over there. Jiang Chen said, pointing at the blue-robed man. Tong Ling's eyes brightened. Did Jiang Chen have a card up his sleeve? If we outlast him, will we be able to survive? Xianxia was suddenly motivated. However, it seemed that the blue-robed man couldn't hold on for much longer. So many great snow mountain demons were shooting icicles at him, worsening his injuries. Xianxia was confident that he could outlast that guy. After all, they had the protection of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. If he dies, he won't be able to survive. We have to push him to the edge of death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. They were fighting against the great snow mountain demons from all directions. After being weakened by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, their strength was only at the peak of the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm or even the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Moreover, there were so many great snow mountain demons. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he could survive. However, he had to gamble. If the blue-robed man wanted to live, he had to cooperate with him. Bastard. As long as you give us the jade pendant, we will take you out of here. The blue-robed man shouted in a deep voice. He moved cautiously. His body was already covered with wounds. Facing so many great snow mountain demons, even an immortal couldn't save him. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Even if I give you the jade pendant, will you be able to leave here alive? Without my protection, you won't be able to move an inch. Therefore, your life can only be exchanged for my protection. Jiang Chen said calmly. In your dreams. Wishful thinking. You want to swallow my jade token as well? I'd rather die than submit. The blue-robed man roared and roared as he tumbled away. His blood splattered all over the cavern as he ran and tumbled away. Seeing the blue-robed man's wretched state, Xianxia could not help but say emotionally, "You're so pitiful. Such a tough guy. I give up. You win." Chapter 47-46. Big brother, at least hold on. I don't want to lose face. Xianxia didn't expect that before he finished his sentence, this guy would actually beg for mercy. Just now he was praising him for being a tough guy. Now he gave in. He really didn't have any willpower. Okay, then I will fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Now the blue-robed young man was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He wasn't a threat to them at all. However, he wanted to live. He wanted to leave this place. His desire for life finally made him yield to Jiang Chen. If he didn't depend on Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Jiang Chen was right. Without him, even if he got the jade pendant, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone had the right to live. Everyone wanted to live because once they died, they would have no value anymore. Death was like a lamp going out. Even if it was an old monster who had lived for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, they didn't want to die. To anyone, death was extremely terrifying. The blue-robed young man thought that he could be unwavering, but he still failed. He was defeated by his own heart. He was afraid of death, but it wasn't his fault. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Even though he had stayed in this world of ice and snow for 20 years, in order to find the so-called jade pendant, he still wanted to live. Only by staying alive would there be hope. In the end, the jade pendant was just a worldly possession. If he wanted to live, he had to pay the price. Jiang Chen understood it. The blue-robed young man understood it even more. If he died here, it wouldn't be worth it. If he was alive, there would be hope. After leaving this place, he could still get the jade pendant in his hand. As long as there's life, there's hope. He knows how to get out. Tong Ling was also very surprised. Otherwise, why do you think I wanted him to die? With the protection of my 5 elemental trigram fire formation, it shouldn't be a problem for us to leave this place. They won't dare to attack us so easily. Even 10,000-year-old ice will be completely melted by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. So most of them will retreat after one attack. As long as we can block them, we can leave alive. Jiang Chen kept expanding the range of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation until it covered the blue-robed man. At this time, the man's pain was alleviated. The great snow mountain demons didn't dare to act recklessly. They were on the verge of collapse. Where's the exit? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Under the statue of the great sovereign. The blue-robed man was constantly gasping for breath, his complexion extremely gloomy. It was impossible to see his face in this blue shadow, but the blood on his body was completely different from that of the Snow Mountain Great Demon. He really wasn't someone from the giant demon race. Are you sure? Balzac asked. I'm about to die. Why would I lie to you? Even if we die together. Do you think these Snow Mountain Great Demons will let you go, or will they let me go? The blue-robed man said simply. That's right. The words of a dying man are always kind. I'll believe you this time. Xianxia said. Go under the statue. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. He controlled the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to retreat, approaching the statue of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Push down the statue. The exit is below. But those guys won't let us leave so easily. The blue-robed man said. I'll leave the statue to you. Leave them to me. Zhou Qian's face was gloomy. He held his blade horizontally, his fighting spirit soaring. Kill them. We can't let these lowly, shameless humans leave this place. Take back the jade plate. Take back the dignity of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. Kill them. The roar of the Snow Mountain Great Devil was deafening and resounded in the cave. They knew that Zhou Qian and the others were going to run away. How could they not stop them? If they didn't stop them, they would lose their face. There were hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. How could they let a few puny humans escape from under their eyes? We can't let them push down the statue. We can't let them leave this place. Tong Ling and the blue-robed man rushed towards the statue, ready to push it down. At this moment, Zhou Qian was facing hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. It was a matter of life and death. He had to stop them. Under the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Zhou Qian held the heavenly dragon sword and was ready to face the enemies from all directions. Can you do it, Brother Jiang? Xianxia asked. A man can't say that he can't do it. Even if he can't do it, he can. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Xianxia laughed and nodded. He admired Zhou Qian from the bottom of his heart. Facing so many Snow Mountain Great Demons, even with the protection of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, it would not be easy for them to escape. Zhou Qian didn't look around. He didn't need to kill all the Snow Mountain Great Devils here, he just needed to stop them from advancing. Come on. Let me see how strong you are. Zhou Qian used his dragon transformation and charged forward. The heavenly dragon sword flew in and out. With the help of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Zhou Qian's strength was in stark contrast to the Snow Mountain Great Demons. In this battle, Zhou Qian fought against hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. Even though the opponent's strength was suppressed, it was still not something to be underestimated. At that moment, even the blue-robed man was shocked. Zhou Qian's skills were too strong. The limitless sword made him invincible. More and more people rushed towards Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's tyrannical body gave everyone a surprise. With the dragon transformation, he was not afraid of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. He grabbed the Snow Mountain Great Demons with one hand and slashed them into pieces with the other. His invincible appearance made countless Snow Mountain Great Demons tremble in fear. One after another, the Snow Mountain Giant Devils rushed towards Zhou Qian. They were either slashed by the heavenly dragon sword or injured by Zhou Qian's sword qi. Zhou Qian's body of flesh and blood was not in a disadvantageous position against the Snow Mountain Giant Devils. Reverse Dragon Scale. Zhou Qian used his Reverse Dragon Scale. His body was strengthened again. Like a divine soldier descending from the sky, he killed more than 20 Star Emperor Realm experts in a few moves. The ground was covered with blue blood, which was shocking. More and more Snow Mountain Great Demons started to fear Zhou Qian. However, they were under the orders of their elders and they were proud Snow Mountain Great Demons. How could they back off? Zhou Qian was like a flag in the middle of the crowd, ignoring everyone's existence as he slashed through the void. Waves of flame swept across the area. It was a fatal threat to the Snow Mountain Great Devil. Zhou Qian was like a flag, ignoring everyone's existence. 5 Elemental Divine Fire. Real Dragon Handprint. Chapter 47-47. The Snow Mountain Great Demons were all terrified. Zhou Qian is here. Who dares to fight me? Zhou Qian held his sword, his eyes blazing like torches. In less than 15 minutes he had killed nearly half of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. Tong Ling and the others were completely dumbfounded. Zhou Qian was simply a god of war. They were no match for such a super genius. Zhou Qian had hidden his strength too well. Even they had been deceived. What a strong power. What a domineering aura. The blue-robed man murmured. The fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. Unfortunately, they had no other thoughts. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Rumble. With a loud bang, the Tenjiang tall statue was finally pushed down. Jiangchen, let's go. Tong Ling let out a low roar and called out to Jiangchen. The few of them then jumped into the dense fog. Jiangchen looked back and quickly retreated. He followed closely behind, jumping into the fog pit under the statue. Damn it. They got away. Don't chase them. That's the humans' territory. If we go there, we'll be in even more danger. Today, we've already suffered heavy losses. The older Snow Mountain Great Demon said with a gloomy expression. He looked at the dozens of corpses around him, his heart in agony. Could it be that the end of my giant demon clan has arrived? Jiang Qin and the others fell directly into a cave. Everyone sat on the ground, their faces pale. They had survived the disaster. Although they had been in constant danger, fortunately it was more daunting than dangerous. Damn, I'm so tired. I almost died. Xianxia was panting heavily. I don't want to come here anymore. Balza muttered. He was sweating profusely. He had many injuries on his body. When they fought against the Snow Mountain Great Demons, they had used up a lot of energy and sustained many injuries. Where's Jiangchen? Tong Ling asked. In an instant, Jiangchen also fell, crashing into the cave. Are you all right, Brother Jiang? Xianxia hurriedly took a step forward and looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen was really too mighty just now, it was unbelievable. I'm fine, cough cough. Jiangchen waved his hand, but the blue-robed man had already disappeared from the cave. No one knew where he had gone. Where is that person? Jiangchen asked. When we landed, he had already disappeared. Balza spread his hands. Jiangchen directly rushed out of the cave. At this moment he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The cave in front of him was actually the cave he had rested in back in the dark forest. However, the blue-robed man had already disappeared. Jiangchen had originally wanted to kill him, but that fellow was rather smart. He knew that he was in danger and immediately ran away. That person knew their secret as well as the Snow Mountain Great Demon's secret. He had also hidden in the ancient snow domain for so long, so he was definitely not simple. Jiangchen knew nothing about that fellow, but because of this he was constantly feeling uneasy. We're out. We're finally out. Yeah, damn it, I thought we would never come back. Wasn't easy, Sai. The three of them said in unison, their faces full of relief. They had never felt that the air here was so fresh and the dark forest was so familiar. We might have to be more careful of that blue-robed man in the future. We don't even know who he is, but they know us very well. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. He was always prepared for danger in times of peace. He would never assume the worst. Let's go back first. We can't stay here for long. Balza looked around and said worriedly. We've all gathered the Heart of Darkness except for you, Brother Jiang. I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid we'll have to go back and rest for a while. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. I've also gathered it. Jiangchen flipped his palm, and the Heart of Darkness of the Thundercloud Leopard and the Snow Mountain Great Demon appeared in his hands. How is this possible? Balza's face was full of disbelief. Even so many Snow Mountain Great Demons couldn't do anything to Jiangchen. What's impossible? Can the Thundercloud Leopard be stronger than the Snow Mountain Great Demons? Tong Ling pursed her lips and looked at Balza. Previously they had all thought that Jiangchen had used all his strength to escape from the Thundercloud Leopard. Now it seemed that the Thundercloud Leopard had been killed by Jiangchen. However, they had thought that Jiangchen was the weakest one. Not to mention killing the Thundercloud Leopard, it would be a miracle if the Thundercloud Leopard didn't eat him. After returning to Norton City, Jiangchen, Tong Ling, and the others went their separate ways. Jiangchen was no exception. In the courtyard, the first thing Jiangchen did when he returned was to study the treasures in his hands. The jade pendant and the jade scroll. The jade pendant was precious to the blue-robed man, so it was definitely not an ordinary item. As for the tattered jade scroll, it was in the hands of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Couldn't be trash, right? The Black King was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew more than Luo Yunyang. A treasure that even the Black King recognized would definitely surprise Luo Yunyang. Jiangchen rubbed his hands and eagerly picked up the jade pendant. The cold jade pendant gave off a chilling feeling. There were 3 runes on the jade pendant which puzzled Jiangchen. What does this mean? Jiang Qin asked. The words on this jade pendant are very old, so I don't recognize them. However, I can deduce that this is only one of the jade pendants. There are a total of 3, so this item must be the treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The main thing is that the words on this jade pendant don't describe many things. If we can find 3 jade pendants, perhaps I can deduce something. The Black King said. In other words, this jade pendant is trash to us now. Jiang Qin said with a wry smile. He felt a little aggrieved that the item he had risked his life to get was useless. You can't say that. At least this jade pendant is definitely valuable, and the blue-robed man must know what it's used for. The Black King pondered. That's right. I'm afraid that even if I don't go to him, he'll come to me soon. Jiang Qin said with a smile. However, he still had to be careful of that expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. As long as I find the blue-robed man, all the problems will be solved. What about this jade slip? Jiang Qin took out the jade slip. There were also some words written on it that he didn't recognize. The jade slip was more than a meter long. Although it was called a jade slip, it was actually almost as big as a table. It was made up of dozens of pieces of jade, simple and mysterious. Half of it had been cut off and only a part was left. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary letter of the great emperor, but it's only a part. If we can find the whole thing, we might be able to obtain the cultivation experience of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's too precious. The Black King was extremely excited, but Jiang Qin was very calm. At the end of the day, this part is incomplete. It's useless. Chapter 47-48. Although the Emperor's letter was priceless, and even experts above the star level would scramble for it, it was incomplete and undecipherable. Only the complete one would be more valuable. Although Jiang Qin was full of hope, the Emperor Cosmos's letter was not as easy to find as cabbages. It was already a great fortune to find this broken jade slip and jade token. Let's make a breakthrough first. Jiang Qin was full of confidence. This time he had already touched the threshold of the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He had more than 1 billion 5th-grade source stones, so he didn't need to worry at all. Jiang Qin continued to restore his cultivation and physical strength. He began to devour source stones. The source qi in his body surged and impacted Jiang Qin's sea of qi in his dantian again and again. The 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was just around the corner. 3 days later, Jiang Qin completely stabilized his cultivation at the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. This time, without the slightest external influence, Jiang Qin's cultivation became more stable. After the breakthrough, there was one more thing he needed to do, which was to enchant a weapon with magic. Jiang Qin had 4 hearts of darkness, 1 from the thundercloud leopard and 3 from the snow mountain demon. He could use 2 hearts of darkness of the snow mountain demon to experiment. Jiang Qin took out the heavenly dragon sword, refined the heart of darkness with the divine fire of the sun, and began to use the heart of darkness of the snow mountain demon as a weapon to quench the sword. Jiang Qin poured all the energy of the heart of darkness into the heavenly dragon sword and engraved it with the power of his bloodline. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to reject Jiang Qin. The heavenly dragon sword absorbed very little of the energy, but it was better than nothing. At that moment, the sky dragon sword emitted a faint blue light. It was very faint, but Jiang Qin could feel that it was an extremely weak cold air. In the courtyard, 100-year-old wutong was split by Jiang Qin's sword. On the cut of the wutong there were layers of ice crystals. Jiang Qin was delighted. On the sky dragon sword, there was indeed a glimmer of cold light. The body of the sword was cold and it gave him a very comfortable feeling. That's it. Jiang Qin was a little stunned. He stroked the sky dragon sword and muttered to himself. Looks like enchanting isn't that difficult. However, Jiang Qin knew that the great snow mountain demon's heart of darkness had almost no effect on the sky dragon sword, but at least he had succeeded. As for the heart of darkness, Jiang Qin took out a 5th-grade weapon and tried again. He didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. The sword had already turned into a faint blue color, which was completely different from the previous ones. Furthermore, the great snow mountain demon's heart of darkness had been completely infused into the sword without any damage. I understand now. Jiang Qin was slightly moved. It wasn't that he couldn't enchant the sky dragon sword, it was just that the sky dragon sword was too powerful. The great snow mountain demon's heart of darkness couldn't affect it at all. However, it was perfect to enchant this 5th-grade battle weapon. Jiang Qin raised the sword. On top of the 5th grade battle weapon there was a flicker of ice. Every ray of sword chi emitted a terrifying cold light. Wherever it passed, everything would be turned into ice. The 5th grade battle weapon had directly reached the peak of the 5th grade. Although it was still not a 6th grade battle weapon, it was still a great improvement compared to before. No wonder enchanting masters were so popular. They were able to make divine weapons reach a higher level and reach the true peak. This kind of ability was indeed incomparable. Even the weapon craftsmen couldn't perfect it, but in the hands of enchanting masters, they could reawaken its power. Not simple at all. Looks like I'm also an enchanting master. Zhou Xian had a calm expression on his face. Wasn't this too easy? What he didn't know was that his divine fire of 5 elements was the key. It was almost the same as weapon crafting, but enchanting was to change the form of the heart of darkness to enhance the weapon and achieve the effect of remodeling it. A divine weapon that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times had already reached its peak. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would need an enchanting master. Enchanting masters are unique to the Heavenly Awakening planet. I've never heard of them before, but it seems like enchanting masters are indeed unique. Master, you've taught yourself. The divine fire of 5 elements is blessed by the heavens. Aside from you, it would be impossible to find another person who could enchant divine weapons so easily. The Black King said with a smile. Perhaps this is talent. Zhou Xian slightly nodded and said with a calm expression. The next day, outside the Colosseum there was a sea of people. Zhang Qian, Tong Ling and the others were already standing outside the gate. There were close to 500,000 people in the square, but the entire street was empty. The Colosseum was hollowed out from a mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was a 300-meter-tall bull's head carved. It looked ferocious and full of fighting spirit. Everyone's face was brimming with excitement and smiles. Everyone was full of passion. Outside the Colosseum there were many experts. Zhang Qian finally realized that Norton City was indeed much bigger than he had imagined. So many experts, all at the 8th sky of Star Emperor Realm. There are more than 1,000, and there are also dozens of 9th sky Star Emperor Realm experts. No wonder it's one of the 9 cities of wind and cloud. Zhang Qian exclaimed. This is nothing. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is the true terror. I was fortunate enough to go there once with my father. I will never forget how big and majestic the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was. It was a place that people yearned for. There are 1 billion people in Norton City. These experts are just a drop in the ocean. Tong Ling said proudly. A drop in the ocean? Hee, that's terrifying. Looks like the battle in the Colosseum this time won't be that simple. Zhang Qian silently nodded, full of shock. Today is the Battle of the Colosseum. This year's 3 arena lords have been defending the arena for more than 10 rounds. Every month there will be a battle, and the one who succeeds this month can challenge the 3 arena lords. The final 3 arena lords will have the qualifications to go to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. However, it's only the qualifications. If you want to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, I'm afraid you won't be able to have the last laugh. Balza beamed with joy and said with a smile. Don't discourage Jiang brother, okay? I think Jiang brother can definitely do it. Sang Zhuo patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, full of confidence in Jiang Chen. The challenge of thousands of experts will eventually eliminate many people. Those people's first battle in the Colosseum is a battle of cornered beasts. Against the demons, it's already good to have 1/10 of them left. The second battle is against the experts who have passed. No matter how many people there are, they will be divided into 3 groups, and each group will only have 1 person left. If there are 100 people, then each group will have 33 people. In the second battle, only 1 person can advance. The most important person is the last one standing. The second round is also the cruelest. The third round is against the previous arena lords. If they can successfully defend the arena, they will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The second stage is the bloodiest. But in the third stage, although you only have to face 1 person, that person also crawled out from a pile of corpses. In the end, he remained unshakable for 10 rounds. This is a true expert among experts. Chapter 47-49. Zhang Qian was speechless after listening to the story. Seemed like the beast battle was too cruel. It was even crueler than what he had imagined. In other words, if we want to stand on the final stage, all of these people are likely to be our opponents. Zhou Xian said solemnly. Waves of cheers rang out incessantly, and the entire square was filled with roars. The place where the strong gathered, the beast battle arena. This place would also be a place of blood and slaughter. Only the final victor would be able to stand on the highest stage, and only the one who completed the counterattack could become the legend of this beast battle arena. The scene of the beast battle arena was extremely grand. There would be such a grand event every month, and it was really enviable. However, there was only battle intent in Zhou Xian's eyes. He had to put in the most effort to look effortless. You're right. However, there aren't as many people who can gather 100 hearts of darkness as you think. The brave are fearless, that's naturally true. Challengers from all over will appear here, and it's not certain who will be the one laughing in the end. Gathering 100 hearts of darkness will give you an exclusive nameplate. This exclusive nameplate will accompany you for a year. If you can't complete the challenge in a year, then sorry, you'll have to start all over again with the 100 hearts of darkness. This is also to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation. Zhou Xian nodded, and the four of them directly went to register for the beast battle. Eldest miss? It's you? A skinny old man's eyes lit up at the registration area. Tong Ling had followed the city lord here many times before, but it wasn't to participate in the beast battle. This time she was here to participate in the beast battle. Yes, Uncle Su, this time I'm here to participate in the beast battle. This is my friend. Tong Ling handed over 100 hearts of darkness and said with a smile. Eldest Miss is indeed a dragon among men. Old Su, am looking forward to Eldest Miss taking first place today. Uncle Su said with a smile. When he saw Zhou Xian, his eyes were much calmer and there was no warmth from before. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord. Uncle Su, I'm here too. Balzaha took out a Snow Mountain Troll Heart of Darkness and 50 Flop Hearts of Darkness. Could this be the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness? Su Bosheng's pupils constricted and his face darkened. I've never seen the Heart of Darkness of the Snow Mountain Demon before. It's true. Uncle Su sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Balzaha in disbelief. Many people around also raised their heads in anticipation. They had never seen the Snow Mountain Great Demon's Heart of Darkness before, and some people had never even heard of it. Are you serious? What the hell? I've never heard of it in my life. I haven't seen it either. How would I know? Ancient magical beasts? Could it be that he had gone to the depths of the dark forest? I can't believe you managed to kill the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. It's like a fantasy story. I can't believe it. Not to mention you guys, even Uncle Su hasn't seen it before. Look at his shocked expression. Even his beard is standing up. Awesome. Is this the young master of the Bar family? I've heard of him before. He's really a young hero. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness lit up the registration area. Thousands of people raised their heads in anticipation, wanting to see what the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness looked like. Uncle Su said excitedly, I've seen it in the Beast Fighting Coliseum's treasure vault. This is the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. Young Master Bar, you're really amazing. Uncle Su gave Balza a thumbs up, his face stern. The young man had a bright future ahead of him. Balzaha was already very famous among the younger generation. He was also the descendant of a famous family. Balzaha's killing of the Snow Mountain Great Demon had made countless people envious. Men admired him and women worshipped him. Ancient magical beasts had always been legends. Today was the first time they had seen a legendary magical beast being killed, and the person who killed it was even more legendary. Balzaha enjoyed the gazes from all directions, his heart filled with joy. Everyone had their own vanity and he was no exception. The countless girls chasing after him made him even more excited. And me, I have one too. Xianxia also revealed his Heart of Darkness. It was also the Snow Mountain Demon's Heart of Darkness. The crowd was once again in an uproar. Another ancient magical beast's Heart of Darkness? Wasn't this too awesome? The appearance of the Sang family's young master Xianxia once again caused the entire plaza to boil. Xianxia didn't want to be left behind as he looked at Balza. The two of them practically attracted the attention of the entire plaza. Even the young miss of the city lord's mansion paled in comparison to these two heroic figures. Tong Ling looked at the two of them silently showing off. She smiled without saying anything, enjoying the attention of everyone. The two of them were very at ease. Indeed, each generation has its own talents and they've been outstanding for hundreds of years. In our time there had never been such experts. Hunting ancient magical beasts is indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. This time Sancho and Balzaha have really broadened our horizons. That's right. I think the two of them are the hot favorites to win the championship this time around. Both of them have hunted down ancient demonic beasts. It's really hard to say who's better and who's worse. That's not necessarily true. Although hunting ancient magical beasts is powerful, luck may also play a part. However, no one can rely on luck in the beast fighting arena. Let's wait and see. I can't wait anymore. Just as everyone was about to leave, Zhou Xian also took out 2 hearts of darkness. At the moment, everyone around the registration area was stunned. Are these 2 hearts of darkness from ancient magical beasts? Uncle Su stared blankly at the hearts of darkness in Zhou Qian's hand, completely dumbfounded. If he had been shocked when Xianxia and Balzaha had taken out the Snow Mountain Demon's heart of darkness, then this young man who was only at the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm had taken out 2 hearts of darkness from ancient magical beasts. This was completely unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He had seen too many hearts of darkness over the years, but this was the first time he had seen an ancient magical beast. Even he had to be careful, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Uncle Su was experienced and knowledgeable. He had been the registrant of the beast fighting arena for many years, but he had only seen these 2 hearts of darkness in the treasure vault. The other heart of darkness was the Thundercloud Leopard's heart of darkness. Did you really hunt it yourself? Chapter 4750. It's impossible. How could he be so strong? The dark heart of 2 ancient demon beasts? Isn't this too ridiculous? I bet he must have cheated. I don't know where he got the dark heart of the ancient demon beasts, but now he came here to swindle people. We can't let such a person go. That's right. For the sake of fairness, I suggest we investigate this guy. Give me fairness. We don't accept cheaters. Mr. Su, please look into the details. For a moment, everyone's face was full of shock and astonishment. In the end, there were even many angry voices because they didn't believe that Zhou Xian, a guy with soaring Star Emperor Qi, could hunt 2 ancient demon beasts at the same time. This could no longer be described as good luck, okay? Their first impression was that it was fake. It was impossible. It was understandable for experts to hunt ancient demon beasts, but the key was Zhou Xian, an unknown guy. They had never heard of him before. In addition, there was no sign at all this time. So many ancient demon beasts suddenly appeared, which made people's hearts beat fast. And the voices of suspicion about Zhou Xian were also in an uproar. Tong Ling frowned and shouted sternly, "All of you shut up. Zhou Xian led us to kill the Snow Mountain Great Demon. If you doubt it, you can come at me in the Colosseum. Why are you talking nonsense and blaming others here? If it's fake, then Zhou Xian may die in the hands of the fighting beasts in the first round. Since you want the answer, I'll give it to you." Tong Ling turned her palm, and 2 dark hearts of the Snow Mountain Great Demon appeared in her hand, causing another uproar. Tong Ling didn't choose to be the focus of everyone's attention at this time. If that was the case, she would also become the target of public criticism. But Zhou Xian was different. He only had 2 dark hearts in his hand. That's right. Zhou Xian followed us to the dark forest, and if his heart of darkness was obtained through trickery, then how do you explain our heart of darkness? If you can't do it yourself, don't laugh at others. Xianxia snorted coldly. No one knew Zhou Qian's strength better than him. If it weren't for Zhou Qian, they would have been long gone. Zhou Qian had saved them more than once. Xianxia naturally didn't want to hear others bad-mouthing Zhou Qian. Tong Ling and Xianxia's righteous words made the crowd's doubts fade away. The testimony of Norton City's Missy was quite weighty. Although they didn't believe in Zhou Qian's methods, they couldn't not believe in Tong Ling, Xianxia, and Balzaha. You're right. It's useless for us to be suspicious at this time. We're about to enter the Colosseum. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we can just lead it out and see, right? That's right. However, this kid who came out of nowhere does have some ability. He's actually able to get the eldest miss of the City Lord Mansions, Xianxia, and the others to back him up. Looks like he's not simple. Isn't that obvious? It doesn't matter if he was the one who killed the 2 hearts of darkness. Just the fact that he was able to get those 2 hearts of darkness is something that you and I can't compare to. Don't just blindly follow the crowd. We still have to see the truth. This guy should bring us some surprises. Everyone agreed. There were many opinions. Some said that Xianxia was extraordinary, some said that Xianxia was a snob, and some even said that Xianxia was a pretty boy. In short, a large number of people were suspicious of Xianxia. They thought that he wasn't a real expert and that all of this was just a self-directed performance. Experts didn't need to hide or explain. Xianxia smiled indifferently. He didn't care about these things. At this moment, whether it was true or false, whether it was a conspiracy or not, he had already passed the verification. In the Colosseum he would soon be able to prove himself. Whether he was a dragon or a worm, it would be revealed soon. Don't lower yourself to their level. Balzac patted Xianxia's shoulder. He was afraid that Xianxia would be affected by these people. If that happened, he would lose more than he gained. If I could be affected by them, I wouldn't be standing here. I only have one goal, and that is to become the champion. Only then can I shut everyone's mouths. Xianxia said meticulously. Since he had come here, he wouldn't come in vain. Plus, he didn't want to stay here for the rest of his life. His target was the heavenly awakening Silver River City, the heart of the Nine-Wind Cloud City. Norton City was only temporary. If he wanted to obtain the qualifications to enter the heavenly awakening Galaxy City, he must take one step at a time. No way. So awesome. Do you really want to become the champion? Xianxia said with a smile. Although Xianxia's strength wasn't bad and he had experienced it before, it wasn't that easy to win in the Colosseum. This wasn't the ancient snow region. Xianxia's 5-elemental trigram fire formation might not be effective here. It seems like your ambition isn't small. Many people are participating in the Colosseum battle for the first time, and they're just here to broaden their horizons. You, on the other hand, want to become the champion. You've exceeded my expectations. Tongling looked straight at Xianxia. This battle was ready to start and Xianxia was already prepared for it. What about you? Your goal? Xianxia looked at Tongling. This little girl seemed to have been hiding her true strength. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had never seen her fight with her life on the line. If she wanted to gain something in this battle, she would surely spare no effort. Xianxia looked at Tongling. Tongling smiled sweetly. Naturally, I'm also the champion. Are the two of you flattering each other? Both of you want to be the champion. Do you have me, Balzac, in your eyes? Balzac said proudly. These two guys didn't put him in their eyes at all. You're all trash, but I also want to be the champion. Xianxia also had a serious face. This battle was very important to them, especially Xianxia and Balzac. They had already put in all their effort and were determined to achieve good results in this Colosseum battle. This way Tongling would have a whole new level of respect for them. If they couldn't even beat Tongling, it would be too shameful for them. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Do your best. The crowd burst into laughter. Xianxia wasn't affected by the crowd's laughter at all. Although they were full of doubts towards him, it wouldn't make him dispirited. Instead, it would motivate him even more. Only by winning first place in this battle would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. Only then would he be able to make everyone shut up. After the registration, the Colosseum began to become lively. In the middle of the mountain, there was a square that could accommodate millions of people. This was the power of Norton City. This was the true tyranny. Xianxia was shocked when he saw the huge square. Norton City was much more powerful than he had imagined. It was such a huge square, and it was able to control the movement and retreat of hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. This was not an easy task. Such a huge venue, it's really unbelievable. Chapter 4751. There should be over 1,000 people signing up this time. Each of them will be assigned to a beast cage. These magical beasts were all captured from the dark forest. Every one of them has extraordinary combat strength. Some of them are in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. They can easily tear apart experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Tongling said in a deep voice. Tongling said in a deep voice. He looked at the surrounding thousands of warbeast cages and his eyes lit up. The warbeast battle was finally about to begin. And she was determined to win. Xianxia and the others were ready. After over 1,000 people signed up, they all swarmed into the beast fighting arena. Over 1,000 warriors carried their hopes for the future and yearned for the awakening Galaxy City. Only by becoming a beast fighting warrior could they be respected and enter the awakening Galaxy City. There was an endless stream of people signing up. At this time the huge square was gradually filled with spectators. It could accommodate millions of spectators. It was quite a shocking scene. Zhou Xian gazed into the distance. There was a layer of pale golden light barrier between the Colosseum and the outside. Zhou Xian found out that it was a formation with an extremely strong defensive power. He was afraid that no one below the peak of the 9th-level Star Emperor realm would be able to break this formation. In order to ensure the safety of the spectators were all extremely terrifying experts. If they didn't have any defensive measures, they might be caught in the crossfire. Not all of the spectators were supreme experts with peerless strength. Wow, that's too big, isn't it? It's the first time I've seen such a huge beast fighting arena in my life. Me too. It's time for the sword to move people's hearts. Hundreds of beasts fighting at the same time. I don't think I've seen that many times in my life. I'm excited just thinking about it. Guys, look. These are the true heroes. Every single one of them has a majestic aura and extraordinary strength. Do I need you to tell me that? Can you kill hundreds of magical beasts if you're not strong enough? Can you gather hundreds of Heart of Darkness? It's not the time when the atmosphere was foul like before. If you're not strong enough, you'll be killed. You'll be killed by the magical beasts in the first round. Who's tired of living? More and more people were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Although they couldn't go up and fight as a man who didn't want to fight 1 against 100. Who didn't want to make a name for themselves and bring glory to their ancestors. The arena was a place where passion and hot blood surged. No one could resist that kind of terrifying passion. Beast blood and hot blood interweaved and boiled unceasingly. There were also the roars of hundreds of thousands of people rising and falling. Even though Zhou Xian had participated in countless battles and challenges, he still felt very excited at this moment. This kind of passion was something that no one could resist. Isn't it very exciting? Brother Zhang, you better watch carefully this time. This beast battle is different from the past. It's even more dangerous than what we encountered in the dark forest. Hehehe. Balzaha said with a laugh. That's right. I'm waiting for you to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Xianxia's eyebrows danced as he said excitedly. Looking at the cheers around him and the beasts that were waiting for the battle, his enthusiasm was like fire from the inside out. My father is here. Tong Ling's eyes lit up as he looked up into the void. Silence. A deep voice reverberated in the sky. Everyone's mind seemed to be gently knocked on. No one dared to be the slightest bit negligent or disrespectful. They all held their breath and raised their heads to look at the person in the sky. Tong Wudi was an illustrious powerhouse of the 9 cities, the city lord of Norton City. At this moment Tong Wudi was wearing a suit of silver armor. He was dazzling and eye-catching. He stood there like a god, proudly hovering in the sky. He didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Tong Wudi's appearance brought unprecedented solemnity to the people present. The arrival of the city lord was different from the past. I am Tong Wudi. I believe that everyone knows who I am. This time I will be the host of the beast battle. Only true warriors will be able to fight till the end. Only true experts will be worthy of going to a grander stage. Only true overlords will be able to make everyone bow down to them. I believe that among you there will definitely be such existences. Today I, Tong Wudi, am looking forward to it. Don't let me down. You are the pride of Norton City. Let me see your hands. Tong Wudi had a faint smile on his face. His majesty was gone and he gave people an amiable feeling. However, his oppressive aura had never disappeared. Then countless people shouted and waved their hands. The sound waves once again swept through the entire beast battle plaza. This person is so strong. Zhou Xian knew that even if he went all out and used all his skills, he wouldn't be a match for Tong Wudi. If there were no accidents, Tong Wudi would definitely be a stellar-level powerhouse. Stellar-level powerhouse. Only by becoming a true stellar-level expert could one surpass the existence of a star emperor and travel between the various astral realms. Once one reached the stellar level, he would be considered a true expert. Stellar-level experts were the threshold for interstellar wanderers. Every interstellar wanderer was an existence that no one could take lightly. One day I will break through to the Star Emperor realm. That day won't be too far away. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. His face gradually became serious. That pressure made it impossible for him to hide. This was the majesty of a powerhouse. Now I announce that the drawing of lots will begin. Everyone will draw a corresponding number which corresponds to the magical beast you are about to fight. Whoever can defeat the magical beast will be qualified to enter the second round. From 1 to 100, 1 to 200 and so on. There will be 10 battles and each battle will have 100 people fighting against the magical beast. Only those who survive from the war beast stage are the true warriors. Let's start now. After Tong Wudi finished speaking, he waved his hand and thousands of nameplates appeared in the void. Everyone grabbed the nameplate and drew their own number. Xianxia was no exception. He drew number 523. I am number 647. I am number 122. Balzaha and Xianxia looked at each other, then at Tong Ling. I am number 49. Tong Ling shrugged and said with a smile. They had already finished their preparations. The beast battle was imminent. Tong Wudi left and the host of the beast battle took the stage. The host was a calm man in his 40s, dressed in white. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Now I announce that the beast battle begins. Number 1 to 100, get ready and enter the beast battle arena. Number 1 to 100, get ready and enter the beast battle arena. The winner will advance." After the host made the announcement, over 100 magical beasts slowly rose from the stone platform under the war beast stage. There were all kinds of magical beasts, some of them had huge bodies, some of them had earth-shaking roars. In an instant, over 100 magical beasts brought an incomparably huge shock to everyone on the scene. They were like a never-ending flood that had opened the floodgates. With the momentum of 1,000 li, everyone's breathing became sluggish. Their faces were flushed red, they were filled with anticipation. "Come on," Xianxia said to Tong Ling. "I will." Chapter 4752. In front of her was a barbaric bull. It had 2 enormous bull horns that were spiral-shaped. They were 6 zhang in length and it was extremely terrifying. The bull's eyes were perfectly round and it continuously gasped for breath. On its body, there were 2 enormous iron chains that bound its legs, but it did not stop it from charging towards Tong Ling. It's an iron thread bull. This kind of magical beast has a body like steel. In the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm, it's the best among so many magical beasts. I didn't expect Ling to draw it. Xianxia frowned, his expression solemn. In that case, this iron thread bull is very difficult to deal with. Xianxia said. That's not necessarily true. I think Ling strength must have improved a lot. This trip to the dark forest must have helped her grow a lot. Balzaha stared at the battle between Tong Ling and the iron thread bull. This battle might be far more difficult than he had imagined, but he was still very clear about Tong Ling's strength. It wouldn't be that easy for her to admit defeat. Xianxia muttered to himself as he looked at Tong Ling. Although she was the city lord's daughter, Tong Ling had an unyielding spirit. She didn't receive any preferential treatment because of her status. Only when the battle reached the last moment would they see who was the real winner. Like father, like son. The city lord's daughter was even more exciting. Tong Ling held the long sword in her hand, and the 3-foot-long blade slashed down on the iron thread bull's body again and again. However, the iron thread bull was extremely ferocious and fearless. Its thick skin and flesh were not weak at all, and it could only leave shallow marks on its body. But because of this, its rampaging counterattack was even more unbridled. If it couldn't even break through Tong Ling's defense, then what did it have to fear? A magical beast like the iron thread bull wasn't any weaker than a human being in terms of strength and intelligence. In this battle, Tong Ling didn't have the slightest advantage. However, Tong Ling's skills were very strong. Xianxia didn't expect that this girl's skills were so good that she could fight back and forth with the iron thread bull. Although the iron thread bull's charging momentum was fearless, Tong Ling also catered to its front and back. She was as steady as a mountain and almost became the focus of the audience. Over 100 war beasts battles, over 100 experts fought against magical beasts. The scene could be said to be quite intense. Some people fell at the hands of magical beasts, some magical beasts fell at the hands of humans, some were dripping with blood, some were hoarse and exhausted. Fresh blood, sweat and death filled the arena. In the arena the cheers were endless. This was a place where blood and bones were buried, but it was also a place where brave warriors were reborn. Here no one would pity the weak, only the strong. Xianxia was deeply touched by the scenes that happened in the beast battle arena. This world was cruel. There was no need for a reason for people to eat each other. When a strong warrior reached the peak, he would need countless bones to build a high wall for him. This was an unchangeable truth. It was an everlasting truth. Apart from Tongling, there were countless experts who shed their blood and fought fiercely against magical beasts. If they wanted to become a hero, they had to put in more effort than others, even with their lives. Tongling's face was dripping with sweat. Her battle was definitely not easy, and her luck wasn't very good either. She had drawn the Iron Thread Bull, a powerful wild bull with amazing defense and amazing attack. It was simply a fighter among magical beasts. Tongling fought and retreated, but she never admitted defeat. Her sword technique and spiritual power were irresistible. Time and time again the two clashed and she narrowly escaped death. Magical beasts also had to fight with their lives on the line. This was because if they won, they would have more food to eat and more training resources. Even if they were captured by Norton City as fighting beasts, they would still have a strong fighting spirit. Failure would only make them struggle on the edge of death. Only by defeating these humans would they have more chances to survive. The strength of magical beasts had never been weaker than that of humans. Therefore, there were countless people who were beaten off the arena by magical beasts. The cruelty of reality would make them understand who was the real brave one. At this time, Tongling's attack finally began to change. Her strength had already reached the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. There was no doubt about it. Jade Spring Sword Technique. Tongling brandished his sword and a cold light surged out. Compared to before, his aura was even stronger. He was not weaker than the Iron Thread Bull at all. In fact, he was even stronger. A berserk chi wave surged out continuously. The sword was like frost, freezing the 9 heavens. The Iron Thread Bull had no choice but to use his full strength. His movements also slowed down. It's a magical weapon with enchantment. However, the enchantment of the cold attribute is a little weak. It's not even 30% stronger. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. In his eyes, this was a trash weapon, but in the eyes of many people, it was a rare treasure. Enchanted magical weapons could only be called enchantment when they were integrated with the original weapon. The enchantment could only increase the power of the magical weapon by 30%, which was not even a low-quality weapon. The enhancement to the original weapon was negligible, but it was undeniable that there was an improvement in quality. Isn't that the first miss of the City Lord's mansion? She's so powerful. That's right. Like father, like daughter. This kind of skill is really rare. A treasured sword matches a hero. This magical weapon is also extremely sharp. It has an ice enchantment. It seems that the first miss will win this battle. He was born good, huh? We can't compare to her at all. Look. First Miss Tong is going to win. Many people's attention was focused on Tongling. At this moment, their battle was becoming more and more intense and had entered a white-hot stage. Tongling used the Jade Rinse Sword technique to suppress the Iron Wire Bull. The bull didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. The moment she displayed her full strength, the outcome was already determined. Tongling's 3 swords forced the Iron Thread Bull to retreat, leaving a deep wound on his body. Blood spurted out and he staggered back with a trace of fear in his eyes. He did not dare to take another step forward, because he knew that if he rushed forward again he would probably be obliterated. Living, even if it was a lowly life, was better than death. Victory would make his life more comfortable, but if he died there would be nothing left. Tongling's eyes were cold, intertwined with the sword light, and the cold air was oppressive. The moment she withdrew her sword, the Iron Thread Bull lowered his arrogant head, because he did not lose unjustly. 111. Balzaha's eyes were bright, and he was even happier than if he had won the competition. I told you our Lingher will definitely not lose. Xianxia said proudly. Next it's my turn. Balzaha said seriously. Number 122 was about to go on stage. He was also full of confidence. If he could not even pass the first round, the second and third rounds would be like hell. He did not even need to think about it. Next it's up to you. Chapter 4753. Don't worry. I won't be any worse than you. Balzaha was ready to step onto the stage at any time. I hereby announce that there are 14 winners in the first round. The host's voice caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. Out of 100 people, only 14 passed. Wasn't this elimination rate a little too high? Numbers 101 to 200, please step onto the stage. Be careful. Xianxia patted Balzaha's shoulder. The latter nodded and stepped onto the stage. The fights were extremely fierce, but Balza's strength had increased to the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm, just like Tong Ling. The trip to the Dark Forest had been a big boost for all of them. Balza didn't disappoint and returned victorious. There were fewer people in the second round than in the first round. Only 11 people passed. However, the beast battle arena, which was brimming with passion, never lacked hot-bloodedness. Even if countless people fell, there would still be countless people advancing wave after wave. Some people succeeded, some people failed. Those who were disappointed left the stage, and those who succeeded enjoyed the attention of everyone, flowers and worship. Women's desire and men's envy had always been what the strong wanted to see the most. Impressive, Balza. Xianxia chuckled. Not bad. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Balzac laughed. He looked much more spirited and confident. They had waited more than 3 to 5 years for this day. They had fought for this day and made their names known throughout the world. Their journey had just begun. The fights ended one after another. Only 8 or 10 people were left in each round. It was quite fierce. Or rather, the beasts were all extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. It's finally your turn, Brother Jiang. Don't disappoint us. I believe you are definitely stronger than me. Balza was confident in Jiang Qin. The latter was definitely stronger than him. Even though Jiang Qin was only at the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm, his methods couldn't be measured by common sense. Let's see what beasts you've drawn first. There are also many invincible beasts such as the 3-eyed green dragon and the 9-headed thunderbird. These beasts are no weaker than the thundercloud leopard and the snow mountain great demon. Tong Ling said solemnly to Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang won't be that unlucky. I heard that no one has ever defeated the 9-headed thunderbird before. It's a ruthless character. How high is the probability? Xianxia said disapprovingly. Jiang Qin faintly smiled and stepped onto the war beast stage. When the magical beast appeared on the platform, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. It's all your fault, Ling. Did you jinx it? Balza laughed bitterly. What they saw was the 9-headed thunderbird that no one had ever defeated before. This. What should we do? Xianxia also panicked. Jiang Qin's luck was too bad. Although the 9-headed thunderbird wasn't a stellar-level beast in the entire Colosseum, it was definitely one of the top 3 beasts. Moreover, no one had ever defeated it. Different situations call for different measures. I'm afraid it's useless. Tong Ling said without batting an eyelid. In his heart he was cursing incessantly. His mouth had really opened. What he was afraid of had come true. Jiang Qin had actually encountered the 9-headed thunderbird that had not been seen in 100 years. This fellow was an existence that made them tremble in fear. Wasn't this too hopeless? Even if Jiang Qin was strong compared to the 9-headed thunderbird, it still made Tong Ling and the rest tremble in fear. It's over. This time it's completely over. Balza's face was full of bitterness. Jiang Qin's hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. This 9-headed thunderbird would definitely make Jiang Qin suffer a complete defeat. No one would have thought that their nonsense joke would actually become reality. This time Jiang Qin would be facing an unknown existence. The 9-headed thunderbird had never been defeated. Isn't this Jiang Qin? It was said that he had killed 2 ancient demonic beasts. Was that true? Looks like he's met a tough opponent this time. That's right. Whether he's a mule or a horse we'll know once we bring him out for a walk. If he doesn't have the ability, he'll have to admit defeat. Isn't this fellow's strength too weak? The 7th level of the Star Emperor realm? He'll probably be easily defeated by the 9-headed thunderbird. That might not be the case. Didn't he defeat 2 ancient magical beasts? He might even be able to defy the heavens. Tisk. Aren't you blatantly mocking him? How could you believe such words? I reckon that this fellow's 2 hearts of darkness were picked up from somewhere. Otherwise there's something fishy going on. But if there's something fishy going on, he'll definitely die if he encounters the 9-headed thunderbird. Do you guys know? The 9-headed thunderbird has never been defeated. 100 years ago, no one had defeated the 9-headed thunderbird. I even feel that this fellow might be approaching the stellar level. The crowd was discussing fervently. The commotion caused by Jiang Qin at the registration had also extended to the arena. Whether he could make a comeback or not would depend on this battle. However, the spectators outside the arena were full of mockery. No one thought that Zhou Xian could defeat the nine-headed thunderbird because his strength was too weak. So weak that it was unbelievable. Even the experts of the ninth heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm had lost to the nine-headed thunderbird time and time again. In the arena he was a taboo existence. No one had been able to defeat him in 100 years. Even injuring him was extremely difficult. Zhou Qian's arena had also become the focal point of the arena. Of course, the focal point was not him but the nine-headed thunderbird. Another reckless fellow. In their eyes, the nine-headed thunderbird was invincible. Many people even chose to give up when they drew the nine-headed thunderbird. Knowing that they couldn't win, why would they seek their own death? If they were careless, they might be obliterated. At that time they could only blame it on their bad luck. The moment Zhou Qian stepped onto the arena, he already felt a trace of surprise. The elevator appeared and the nine-headed thunderbird stood proudly. Cheers rang out, completely boiling. To be able to see the nine-headed thunderbird kill someone, the spectators didn't come for nothing. The nine-headed thunderbird, as the name suggested, had 9 heads. It was huge, about 15 meters tall. It stood tall and straight with a well-built body. Its 2 claws were like blades, extremely sharp. "You have a familiar scent on you," the nine-headed thunderbird said indifferently. However, the nine-headed thunderbird was full of disdain for those who entered through connections. A 7th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm dared to challenge its authority? Wasn't that courting death? "I have a principle. Once you enter the arena, I will never let anyone leave. No matter who it is, I will drink their blood." Chapter 4754. Since you've bumped into me, your principles won't work anymore. Zhou Qian shrugged his shoulders. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. This fellow was indeed more terrifying than the thundercloud leopard and the snow mountain great demon. All 9 of its heads were very strong. They weren't just his heads, they were his weapons. He couldn't let his guard down in this battle. "You don't know what's good for you. Go to hell." The nine-headed thunderbird sneered and suddenly rushed towards Zhou Qian. Its huge body couldn't even be described as a bird. It was even bigger than an elephant. If it crushed him, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Zhou Qian immediately raised his blade and punched out. However, the nine-headed thunderbird was too strong. He was directly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. The scene was incomparably intense. Mountains and seas roared, one after another. Zhou Qian patted the dust off his body. His face was cold. He had to win this battle because he couldn't afford to lose. Although the nine-headed thunderbird was terrifying, it wasn't enough to make him cower in fear. Zhou Qian's physique was undoubtedly strong. Even after being hit by the nine-headed thunderbird, it didn't affect him much. He stood up and his aura became even more ferocious. It was as if he had taken root in the arena. This time, Zhou Qian didn't look down on the nine-headed thunderbird anymore. He chose to face it head-on. Under the dragon transformation, the physique of a human and a dragon became stronger. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Zhou Qian to have a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. This time, Zhou Qian is going to go all out. Xianxia nodded silently. Zhou Qian's eyes also became more and more passionate. With a low roar, the 2 of them clashed again. Boom! The terrifying collision caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Zhou Qian's body of flesh and blood collided with the nine-headed thunderbird. No one had expected that Zhou Qian would actually be able to withstand it. The 2 were evenly matched and no one had the upper hand. Even after Zhou Qian had used the dragon transformation, his body did not grow much. Compared to the nine-headed thunderbird, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, the fact that Zhou Qian could withstand the nine-headed thunderbird's attack caused a series of boos and disbelief. Although there were over 100 battles going on, due to the commotion caused by Zhou Qian at the registration area, as well as the nine-headed thunderbird he had faced, 80% of the spectators were paying attention to him. "Very good. You've made me angry." The nine-headed thunderbird raised its head and its body flashed. Its seemingly cumbersome body suddenly shot towards Zhou Qian like a bolt of lightning. Their speed was so fast that it left people speechless. The battle between the 2 tigers was extremely intense. "Oh no, I'm afraid Zhou Qian is already at a disadvantage," Balzaha said in a low voice. Balzaha said in a deep voice. Because Zhou Qian's footsteps were very messy, it would be difficult for him to move at this rate. The 9 heads of the nine-headed thunderbird had a sharp beak that was as sharp as a knife, inching towards Zhou Qian inch by inch. Get lost. Zhang Qian bellowed. His movements seemed messy, but they were actually steady and orderly. The nine-headed thunderbird was fast, but Zhang Qian was not at a disadvantage. It was just that this was the first time he had fought the nine-headed thunderbird, so Zhang Qian did not know his opponent's strength. Zhang Qian retreated as he fought, but he was becoming more and more stable. Although the nine-headed thunderbird had been suppressing him, it had not made any substantial progress. Instead, he was a little anxious. This human at the seventh heaven of the Star Royal Realm had actually been able to withstand several waves of his attacks. This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Looks like this guy won't be able to last much longer. Of course, the nine-headed thunderbird. Do you think you can fight just anyone? I remember an expert at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Star Royal Realm died in his hands. He was swallowed alive. It was a miserable sight. I've also heard about this matter. Seems like it happened more than 10 years ago. At that time it startled many people. However, once you step onto the war beast stage, then life and death will be determined by fate. Even if you turn into ashes and die without a burial ground, you can't blame anyone. Look, the nine-headed thunderbird is moving again. The nine-headed thunderbird's combat strength was extremely shocking. Zhang Qian's dragon body did not gain any advantage against it. An ordinary ninth heaven of the Star Royal Realm would have been beaten up by Zhang Qian. However, the nine-headed thunderbird was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Qian was surprised, but the nine-headed thunderbird was even more surprised. It even wanted to kill Zhang Qian quickly to restore its reputation. Crow's head curse. The nine-headed thunderbird let out a series of buzzing sounds. 9 heads, 9 different sounds. It was like a deafening cry, but also like the roar of a powerful army. In short, the 9 heads burst out a curse, causing Zhang Qian's complexion to slightly change. This guy was really powerful. Moreover, his soul power was very terrifying, even more powerful than a human's. This kind of curse, when 9 kinds were combined together, could disturb the mind of others, causing them to be distracted and finally die from a splitting headache. This is the 9-headed thunderbird's crow's head curse. It's his innate talent. God knows how many human experts he has hunted. Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were solemn. He was worried for Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you must hold on. Tong Ling murmured. His eyes were full of hope. Zhang Qian should not have fallen like this. His luck was too bad. He actually drew the top 3 magical beasts in the entire beast fighting coliseum. The possibility of defeating the 9-headed thunderbird was very small. As long as he could survive, it would be good enough. Zhang Qian's expression was as usual. His eyes were looking straight ahead. He had no distractions. He was completely unmoved. Even if it was a curse that made one's scalp tingle in his eyes, it was just the noise of a headless fly. It was impossible for it to hurt him. You want to play mental suppression with me? Then have a taste of my methods. Zhang Qian sneered. His eyes gradually narrowed into a line. Soul-snatching divine art, soul-killing soul. Zhang Qian's mental strength was constantly released. His soul was like a sky full of clouds sweeping over. The 9-headed thunderbird's heart trembled. Zhang Qian's soul-killing soul caused him to be defeated in an instant. His mental strength suffered heavy damage. He spurted out blood and fell back. That scene shocked everyone. The entire beast fighting stage was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that Zhang Qian could actually force the 9-headed thunderbird to retreat. Damn it! How dare you injure me? You're courting death. The 9-headed thunderbird was furious. A little human could actually break his crow's head curse. Moreover, he almost suffered a backlash. It seems like your methods are only SOSO. Zhang Qian said coldly. It made the 9-headed thunderbird even more indignant. He even flew into a rage. I'm going to tear you into pieces. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Thunderbolt. Chapter 4755. The Eye of Thunder. That was the 9-headed thunderbird's trump card. 9 bolts of thunder shot out of his eyes and pierced through the void. The thunder flickered continuously, locking Zhang Qian inside like a prison, making it difficult for him to advance or retreat. The eye of the thunder and lightning had an overwhelming momentum, causing the sky to spin and the earth to spin. The entire beast battle arena was extremely nervous. Countless demonic beasts were shocked and countless spectators were terrified. If not for the formations supporting the beast battle stage, the entire beast battle arena might have already been razed to the ground. That's too terrifying. The power of the thunder can turn people into ashes. The nine-headed thunderbird lives up to its reputation. Who can be a match for such a magical beast? Although the nine-headed thunderbird isn't an ancient magical beast, it's stronger than one. That's right. It seems that only a stellar realm expert can subdue this magical beast. It's impossible for anyone at the Star Emperor realm to defeat it. I can only say that Xianxia is too full of himself. Does he think everyone is a fool with the dark heart of two ancient magical beasts? Now that a real ancient magical beast has appeared in front of him, he must be completely dumbfounded. Exactly. He's shooting himself in the foot. Perhaps even he didn't expect that fate would be so wonderful. He actually drew the nine-headed thunderbird. Who would the heavens spare? Disdainful voices rose and fell in the crowd. Compared to the nine-headed thunderbird, Xianxia was too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Anyone would be turned into ashes under the nine-headed thunderbird's eye of thunder. It wasn't that Xianxia wasn't strong enough, but that there was always someone stronger than him. He was strong, but the nine-headed thunderbird was stronger. Tong Ling, Balzaha and the others were already breathing heavily. They also felt threatened by Xianxia's crisis. The nine-headed thunderbird was probably Xianxia's fate. They didn't even dare to imagine how Xianxia would win. They just wanted him to survive. After all, not everyone could survive the nine-headed thunderbird. Xianxia, you must be all right. Xianxia sighed with mixed feelings. Although they had not known Xianxia for a long time, they admired Xianxia's character. Xianxia had saved them several times. Even though it was filled with difficulties and obstacles, he had never left them behind. In the snow region he had saved them from danger. Xianxia's kindness would never be mentioned. They would always remember Xianxia's kindness and gratitude in their hearts. This was the most basic principle of a human being. Xianxia, come out. You must come out. Tong Ling prayed silently. When the 9 lightning pillars fell, the audience burst into cheers and roars. Their hearts were filled with passion and passion. They didn't know Xianxia, so they hoped that the human experts would fall one by one. It was like the mentality of hating the rich. They didn't have the ability to rush into the war beast stage, so they naturally didn't want someone to be stronger than them. However, whoever could laugh until the end would naturally receive the attention and respect of the crowd. The dazzling multicolored lightning was like a colorful cloud. The war beast stage had completely turned into a lightning purgatory. Layer after layer of lightning radiated in all directions and layer after layer of lightning burst forth. Outside of the war beast stage's restriction array, it seemed calm and tranquil, but in reality, it was like the end of the world. The plasma surged and the thunder was ear-piercing. Xianxia's human dragon body was gradually engulfed in the lightning pool. The 9-headed thunderbird had already occupied the absolute initiative. Xianxia's death seemed to have become inevitable. Gradually, Xianxia's figure was completely submerged within. Under the lightning he turned into ashes. You dare to fight with me? Only death awaits you. Die. Let's see. Eye of lightning, desolate annihilation. The 9-headed thunderbird's cry resounded between heaven and earth. The people in the war beast stage surged and their passion was completely ignited. The entire war beast stage was a boiling cauldron of voices. This time Brother Jiang has completely fallen. Balzaha staggered and almost fell to the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul. After all, the 9-headed thunderbird couldn't be defeated. The lightning didn't extinguish and it multiplied endlessly. The war beast stage had already become the focus of the audience. Even Tong Wudi, who was on the high platform, was no exception. It seems like this guy was defeated by the 9-headed thunderbird in the end. Tong Wudi sighed and said with a chuckle. Originally he thought that Xianxia could be considered a true expert since he could overcome so many obstacles. However, he didn't expect that this young genius who had killed 2 ancient demonic beasts would ultimately fall in the war beast arena. He couldn't blame anyone for his fate. It could only be said that he was unlucky to have drawn the most troublesome 9-headed thunderbird. The result would have been incomparably tragic. The eye of lightning drowned Xianxia. Regardless of whether he lived or died, there were very few people who could survive the 9-headed thunderbird's attack. However, only Tong Wudi knew how terrifying the eye of lightning was. It was because he had captured the 9-headed thunderbird from the dark forest. Although it couldn't resist him, It was an absolute nightmare in the hands of a star emperor. Brother Jiang sighed. Xianxia was inconsolable. He looked at the flashing lightning. Jiang Qin had a deep bond with them and they had gone through life and death together. Was this friendship going to end just like that? Tong Ling was even more despondent. Although Jiang Qin was a little arrogant, he was their best friend. The bond that was formed when they went through life and death together was something that no one could understand. The nine-headed thunderbird was too terrifying. How could Jiang Qin resist it? He was completely drowned by the thunderbird. Sigh, another fallen person has been born. It seems like it won't be easy to go to the Tianqi Milky Way city. Without experiencing life and death, without going through hardships and obstacles, who can casually succeed? This is fate. You can't win against fate. How can the nine-headed thunderbird be defeated so easily? Even the current arena lord might not dare to say that he can defeat the nine-headed thunderbird. I already said that this kid can't do it. Another wandering soul. Everyone look. It was unknown who cried out in surprise. Amidst the lightning and fire, a vague figure floated above the arena. Exclamations after exclamations resounded throughout heaven and earth. You're not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen's voice was ice-cold, bloodthirsty, and filled with a murderous aura. Tong Ling suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. At that moment the entire arena became quiet. The other hundreds of battles had already ended. Only the battle between Jiang Qin and the nine-headed thunderbird was still ongoing. How is this possible? This is impossible. Isn't this too strong? He can actually survive under the eye of lightning? Chapter 4756. You're still alive? The nine-headed thunderbird was shocked. Other than Tong Wudi, who had brought him back from the dark forest, no one else had survived his eye of thunder. This was the first time it had happened. Since you're so confident in your eye of thunder, I'll show you what the true power of thunder is. Jiang Chen's body was surrounded by circles of lightning, but he was still safe and sound. How could anyone not be shocked by this scene? If he was an ordinary person, he would have been struck to death by the lightning or even turned into ashes. You want to compete with me in the power of thunder? You're overestimating yourself. My eye of thunder is peerless. How could you? Before the nine-headed thunderbird could finish his sentence, lightning flashed in Jiang Chen's hand. The first lightning appeared, the dawn sky golden lightning. Then the second lightning appeared, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The third lightning, the severing drought lightning. The fourth lightning, the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. The 4 lightning bolts surged in his hand, forming a series of lightning bolts. The nine-headed thunderbird's expression became more and more solemn. The 4 lightning bolts fell at the same time. At that moment he was in complete despair. The eye of thunder that he was most proud of didn't have the slightest bit of pride to speak of. The 4 lightning bolts continued to stack. The domineering power that could destroy heaven and earth made the nine-headed thunderbird panic. Every head was filled with horror. Even Tong Wudi, who was standing on the high platform, gradually narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of Jiang Chen's 4 lightning bolts. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the lightning source of 4 lightning bolts. How could Tong Wudi not know? But how did he do it? To be able to fuse 4 different lightning bolts into one's body without interfering with one another was simply unimaginable. The world was big and nothing was too strange. Tong Wudi was shocked, but he didn't panic. After all, he was a stellar-level powerhouse. Jiang Chen's ability wasn't enough to shock him. However, this kid's foundation surprised Tong Wudi even more. It was much stronger than his own daughter's. 4 different colored heavenly lightnings struck down from the sky and spread around Jiang Chen. The power of the lightning instantly devoured the 9 thunderbirds. Everyone on the scene was stunned and dumbfounded. They didn't know what to do, they didn't know how to express the fear and pressure in their hearts. It was too strong. The 9-headed thunderbird was completely charred by the 4 lightning bolts. Although he didn't turn into ashes, he was completely dead. There was no hope for him to survive. The 9-headed thunderbird didn't know whether he should rejoice or die a worthy death at the hands of the lightning that he was most proud of. However, at that moment the bestial battle arena became quiet. When the lightning gradually dissipated, Jiang Chen stood on the arena. In front of him was the 9-headed thunderbird that couldn't be more dead. Its 9 heads were all smashed by the lightning bolts. Its body was badly mutilated. At this moment hundreds of thousands of people were in awe of Jiang Chen. The strong would always be respected. Regardless of the result, even if they had mercilessly ridiculed Zhou Xian at this moment, no one could deny Zhou Qian's existence. Killing the nine-headed Thunderbird would set off a huge uproar in the arena. The nine-headed Thunderbird, which had never been defeated in the past 100 years, was completely annihilated this time. Who wouldn't be shocked? Who wouldn't be afraid? It's dead. It's really dead? Tong Ling's face was filled with shock. A smile gradually blossomed on his face. Zhou Qian didn't disappoint them. Even the pinnacle magical beasts in the arena fell at his hands. This guy's trump card was too strong. Even in the snowy region he didn't display all of it. This thunderous attack had caused the nine-headed Thunderbird to fall at the hands of its strongest attack. In the next moment the entire arena cheered. Zhou Qian was the last to finish the battle. However, he didn't disappoint them. That was because the excitement of this battle was definitely the most shocking in the entire beast battle. This trip was really worth it. It's too satisfying. The origin stones were well spent. Back then none of us thought highly of this Zhou Qian. Now it seems like he has taught all of us a lesson. You can't judge a book by its cover and you can't measure the sea with a pail. The words of the ancients still make some sense. This time I really believe that he killed two ancient magical beasts. Such a technique is truly amazing. Anyway, I'm impressed. Under so many lightning bolts he could still rise from the ashes and kill his opponent. This Zhou Qian is truly a dark horse. That's right. That's right. Everyone was in awe. From the initial disregard to the final victory, Zhou Qian could be said to have overcome all the difficulties and won the hearts of the crowd. Amazing Zhou brother. This time you've completely become my idol. Xianxia pulled on Zhou Qian's shoulder and said with a stern face. That's right. From now on I'll follow you. Balzaha was also full of excitement as he said with a smile. He had finally put down a huge stone in his heart. Tong Ling looked at Zhou Qian, nodded slightly and let out a long sigh of relief. This guy always made people so worried, but he would always give them a different surprise every time. Zhou Qian had completely completed the first round of the beast battle. This battle had also set off an uproar. In the next few decades, no one would be able to surpass him. After all, the nine-headed Thunderbird could be said to have been arrogant for 100 years before falling in the hands of Zhou Qian. You really scared us to death just now. Tong Ling rolled his eyes at Zhou Qian, but he couldn't hide his joy. After all, this could be said to be the best battle in the entire battle. Moreover, the nine-headed Thunderbird was directly obliterated by Zhou Qian, which completely established his position. In the Colosseum at this time, Zhou Qian had undoubtedly become the real focus. I know what I'm doing. Zhou Qian's face was calm. Tong Ling rolled his eyes and was speechless. They were here in fear for Zhou Qian, but he didn't even take it to heart. How infuriating. But you can't let your guard down. Your battle just now must have attracted everyone's attention. In the second round of the battle, you are likely to become the target of everyone. When that time comes, everyone will gang up on you. For you, it is very likely that it will be your doom. Balzaha retracted his smile because Zhou Qian was currently in the limelight. This wasn't a good thing as it would draw more attention to him. Then he would have nowhere to hide and he would have to be extra careful when being targeted by others. Bar is right. Zhou Qian, you really have to be careful. If you show off too much, you will expose yourself to the eyes of these people. At that time you will be the first target they will suppress. Xianxia was also deeply worried. Zhou Qian had indeed received the cheers of the entire audience. But before the beast battle was completely over, no one could determine who was the real expert. Anyone could fall from the altar and Zhou Qian was no exception. Chapter 4757. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Zhou Qian, you have to be careful. The next battle is very important for you. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Now, only Xianxia had not participated in the beast battle. As for the second round, it would continue on the second day and they were allowed 1 day of rest. Xianxia did not disappoint. The four of them all entered the second round. Could be said that everyone was happy. However, only 96 people were left in the battle of 1,000 people. The degree of cruelty could be seen. Even if there were less than 1/10 of the people left, the difficulty of the second round would increase infinitely. Especially for Zhou Qian, he attracted the attention of the audience and also attracted the firepower of the audience. No matter which group he was in, he would become the target of everyone's joint attack. At dawn the next day after they rested, The entire Colosseum was already packed with people since a long time ago. A few tens of thousands of people were gathered together, and it was truly terrifying. The clamor of the crowd caused one to sigh with pity, and the blood in one's entire body boiled. Start drawing lots. Get ready. Balsas. More than 90 people who entered the second round had finished drawing lots. In the end, Zhou Xian was in one group, Tong Ling was in another, and Balzaha and Xianxia were actually in the same group. I didn't think that the two of us were fated. Xianxia sighed. Get lost. Who wants to be in the same group as you? Balzaha said without any trace of politeness, directly stabbing Xianxia's heart. You have no conscience. See how I will deal with you later. Xianxia scolded with a smile. Be careful. Zhou Xian glanced at the three of them. The second round of group battles would have 32 people in a group. This was the real test of strength and endurance. As the saying goes, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. It will be harder for you than us. This time you will definitely be the first to be attacked. Be careful. After Tong Ling finished warning them, they also finally entered the War Beast stage. These three battles were completed at the same time. 3 War Beast stages, more than 100 people's battles, will be presented in the War Beast arena at the same time, giving everyone the strongest and most exciting battle experience. Over 100 people entered the arena one after another. Zhou Xian felt quite a few gazes directed at him. It seemed that Tong Ling and the others were right. At this moment he had already become the target of everyone's attention. It was all because he had killed the 9-headed Thunderbird in the first stage that everyone recognized him. Moreover, his threat level was the highest. In this kind of group attack, the first person to be killed would definitely be him. Zhou Xian, Zhou Xian, Zhou Xian. Roars resounded throughout the beast battle arena. Zhou Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. It's all your fault. You guys are just here to watch the show. If it weren't for you guys, would I have been pushed to the heart of the struggle? Right now he was already standing at the peak. While he was enjoying the attention of everyone present, the impact he would receive next would be the greatest. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Zhou Xian had become the target of everyone's envy and jealousy. It also made him stand in the wind. The bird that sticks out will be shot, if not him then who else? Zhou Xian naturally didn't want to become the target of everyone's attention, but he had no other choice. He could only brace himself. I'm afraid Zhou Xian is finished this time. Right now everyone is staring at him. What can he do? Who asked him to not know how to restrain himself? Now that he is being targeted, he deserves it. Humph. It's easy for you to say. Yesterday you encountered the 9-headed Thunderbird, an existence comparable to an ancient demonic beast. Do you think you can keep a low profile even if you want to? I'm afraid that Zhou Xian was also forced to be killed. If he could endure it, he would definitely amaze everyone. However, it's a pity that the 9-headed Thunderbird forced him to use his full strength. It also let everyone see this potential threat. If he doesn't come out, how can he pass the second round? You're right. I reckon that Zhou Xian has no other choice. This is no longer something he can decide. Facing so many experts who are eyeing him covetously, which one of them wouldn't want to take charge? It can only be said that he's unlucky. I, on the other hand, hope that Zhou Xian can once again show off his brilliance. Since he's a dark horse, he'll be a dark horse to the end. That's a fantasy. If everyone didn't know his strength, maybe he would hide it and act weak before finally erupting. It wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the second round. But now it's too late to regret. On the high platform there were many different opinions. Zhou Xian's battle had undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. However, whether he could laugh until the end was not certain. After all, those who could participate in the beast battle were not cowards. Those who could defeat the demonic beasts and enter the second round were the elites among the elites. Although Zhou Xian had a brilliant reputation and yesterday's battle had become the focus of everyone's attention, he was also a thorn in the flesh of these beast-fighting warriors. If he wanted to obtain the title of beast-fighting warrior and wanted to go to Tianqi Galaxy City, then he must sweep away all obstacles and defeat all opponents. The moment Zhou Xian stepped onto the beast-fighting stage, he could feel the other 31 pairs of cold eyes staring at him. They were filled with battle intent. What should come couldn't be avoided. Zhou Xian could only give it his all and fight. Looks like there's no way to escape. Zhou Xian sighed in his heart. Soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earth weir. Only by fighting could he resolve his worries. In the face of so many ninth heavenly layer star emperors, Jiang Qin simply wanted to curse. The other two beast fighting stages didn't have such a stiff atmosphere. It was like a life and death calamity. Jiang Qin, if you choose to withdraw now, maybe you still have a chance to live. But if you're stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. If you want to die, we can help you. Right? If you withdraw now, we can let you go. Otherwise, Humph will gang up on you. No matter how ruthless you are, you'll have to obediently bow down. If you want to live for a few more years, I advise you to withdraw. Jiang Qin, even if you're strong, can you beat so many of us? That's right. Haha, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. More than 30 people all looked at Jiang Qin with a cold smile. If they could subdue him without a fight, that would naturally be the best. They were completely on the same side, sharing a common hatred against the common enemy. Only by defeating Jiang Qin would they have a chance. Although they weren't really afraid of Jiang Qin, this guy defeated the nine-headed Thunderbird. In order to be absolutely safe, they had to do this. They had to kill Jiang Qin in the cradle. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Although there was no agreement, these people completely excluded Jiang Qin. Only by doing this could they ensure their chances of advancing. Isn't this too unfair? So many people are attacking Jiang Qin, wanting to kick him out first. It's really despicable. I originally wanted to see them fight to the death. Now that Jiang Qin is directly kicked out, I've been looking forward to it for nothing. Chapter 4758. Then there's nothing we can do. This is the path he chose. It's not against the rules. Jiang Qin is so strong. If they want to stand out, they have to fight with Jiang Qin to the death. However, these people are smart. They eliminate the biggest threat first. Then they will have a better chance. Someone sighed secretly. This is too difficult for Jiang Qin. It seems that there's no chance for me to see a group of heroes fighting for supremacy. Many people sighed in their hearts. However, the reality was cruel. Even if Jiang Qin was a deity descending to the mortal world, it would be useless in the face of so many experts. Just when everyone was mourning for Jiang Qin and was sure that he would choose to retreat, he actually did the opposite and took a step forward resolutely. It went without saying what this step meant. If he retreated, Jiang Qin's life could be saved. However, if he took a step forward, swords and spears had no eyes. More than 30 experts in the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm would definitely kill Jiang Qin without a burial place. You're courting death. On the fighting beast stage, someone snorted coldly and stared at Jiang Qin angrily. Since he is so stubborn, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Yes, kill Jiang Qin first. It's not too late for us to fight later. Otherwise, with Jiang Qin here, it will be difficult for us to move an inch. Kill. Endless roars resounded in the fighting beast stage. Jiang Qin looked steadily forward. He had already made up his mind. In this battle, he must kill one to warn the others. He must let everyone know that he was not a pushover. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you are prepared to lose your life. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and shouted. His expression was stern. The battle was imminent. This guy is quite courageous. There are 30 people here. If he can break through the encirclement, then the last stage should be easy. Tong Wudi looked at Jiang Qin, who was as still as a mountain. Jiang Qin's courage was indeed commendable. Facing more than 30 fighters at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm, he could still walk leisurely and remain so calm. Ordinary people couldn't do that. His courage alone was worthy of praise. Even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to walk towards the tiger's mountain. Taking a step back would open up the sea and the sky, but he still chose to brave the wind and the waves. Jiang Qin held his sword and stood there fearlessly. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Naturally, he wouldn't be chased away by these people. Sword 22. Jiang Qin drew his sword and rushed into the crowd like a tidal wave. All of a sudden, many fighters went all out and fought fiercely with Jiang Qin. Although they didn't have any agreement, Jiang Qin's strength made them afraid. They had to practice to eliminate him so that they could have a foothold. 31 people were all at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. None of them was a master who could take charge alone. Moreover, they had all advanced by defeating demonic beasts. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. As for whether he could defeat them or not, it would depend on his actions. Jiang Qin, where are you going? Catch him and kill him. We can't let him escape. Jiang Qin was even more cautious. He fought and retreated at the same time. Although the limitless sword cooperated perfectly with him, he only cared about the front and not the back. There were too many people. Even a real half-step star-level expert might not be able to take them lightly. Even ants could kill an elephant when there were too many of them. Moreover, they were not ants but bloodthirsty bats. It didn't take too many of them. 3 to 5 of them would make it difficult for him to move. As soon as Zhou Xian started the fight, he was forced into a very difficult situation. He kept wandering on the edge of the fighting beast ring. The scene was extremely fierce. Zhou Xian only had one choice, which was to run away like a rat. Although he also wanted to fight back, after all, if he could defeat them head-on, his prestige would definitely rise to a higher level, which would make them admire him more. However, his strength was limited. The 5 ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm who were charging at him had already made Zhou Xian miserable. The only thing he could do was to run away blindly and weaken their power. In the end, he tried to survive in the cracks, but he was in a very difficult situation. It wasn't that Zhou Xian didn't want to fight to the death with them, but he was very clear about his own strength. At the end of the fight, Zhou Xian was confident that he could kill 20 people, but the rest of them might let him die without a burial place. Without absolute confidence, Zhou Xian didn't want to die here, so he could only choose to run away. But it wasn't admitting defeat, it was just a strategy. Otherwise, if he was afraid of death, Zhou Xian would have already admitted defeat. But how could he be willing? Gradually, Zhou Xian was besieged by many experts. It was difficult for him to move forward, but his speed was unparalleled. These people couldn't help but admit defeat. But blindly running away didn't mean victory, on the contrary, it attracted even more disdain. You're truly too disappointing. I had originally thought that you were some sort of hero. But now it seems that you're nothing more than a coward. Tiske. Isn't that so? We can only run away since we can't beat them? Pa, what is this? Only a lackey would do this, right? You are also worthy of being called a beast-fighting warrior? You are also worthy of entering the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City? You're simply a joke. Like a rabbit, you run quite fast, but it's a pity that you are like a wax spearhead made of silver, good to look at but useless. Don't hide, little bastard. You only have this much ability. Everyone sneered and said, but they didn't give up on chasing Zhou Xian. Each of them spoke eloquently and didn't put Zhou Xian in their eyes. You are a group of shameless things, you still dare to talk about heroes in front of me? If you are a group of heroes, then you have more than 30 people ganging up on me? I'm not afraid of you even if it's a one-on-one battle. Are your faces made out of stone? You are still boasting shamelessly. This is the first time in my life. Zhou Xian said with a cold smile. These guys were undoubtedly trying to provoke Zhou Xian into submission. At the very least, it would be a life-and-death battle. Zhou Xian would definitely die if he accepted the challenge. However, Zhou Xian was running around, not giving them a chance at all. That was the most disgusting thing. They were furious to see that Zhou Xian didn't move at all. Although Zhou Xian didn't dare to fight them head-on, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill Zhou Xian. The crowd was also infuriated by Zhou Qian's scolding, but they could only vent their anger on Zhou Xian. They were determined to kill him. All of a sudden, everyone rushed forward. Zhou Qian's situation became even more difficult. More than 30 people at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had made up their minds. Zhou Xian would definitely be in a more difficult situation. Chapter 4759. Compared to Zhou Xian, Balzaha and the others, Tong Ling's situation was the best. Most people knew that Tong Ling was Tong Wudi's daughter, the daughter of the city lord. Who would dare to kill her? If they really killed her, she would disappear from Norton City at any time. Moreover, if Tong Ling's life was really in danger, Tong Wudi would not stand by and watch, even if it was against the rules of the beast battle. Everyone knew how terrifying Tong Wudi was, so Tong Ling was not destined to be the first target in this battle. However, when it came to a life-and-death battle, as long as it was not a life-threatening situation, they would not be soft-hearted. Defeating Tong Ling did not mean that they had to kill her. Furthermore, Tong Ling's identity had played a very big role in the second stage where all the heroes were vying for supremacy. No one would be so blind as to specifically target the daughter of the city lord. Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, Tong Ling did not have many opponents and she was not in a hurry to make a move. She conserved her strength and hid her cultivation. The last battle was the time for her to explode. Identity was also a part of one's strength. The person Tong Ling was most worried about was Zhou Xian. Balzaha and Xianxia could protect themselves no matter how bad they were, but Zhou Xian was different. He was facing more than 39th sky of the Star Royal Realm. This was a desperate battle. Zhou Xian could not defeat them at all. Back in the snowy field, the great snow mountain demons had been suppressed by Zhou Qian's 5 elemental trigram fire formation, and their cultivation had been damaged. That was why they had been forced to retreat by Zhou Qian. These people were all top-notch experts. Since they could stand out in the first round, their combat strength was bound to be real. On the other hand, Zhou Qian's situation was getting more and more difficult. He had no choice but to run for his life, relying on his speed to move around the edge of the arena. This was the final battle. It was impossible for Zhou Qian to fight against more than 30 warriors. However, he still refused to admit defeat, and it was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. "You fool, don't you know that taking a step back will make all the difference?" Tong Ling could not help but sigh in his heart. But Zhou Qian was hanging on to his last breath, being surrounded and intercepted by dozens of people. In such a small arena, where could he run to? Zhou Qian's sword was indeed ferocious, but could he defeat all of them? Defeat 1, defeat 2, defeat 3? There is a limit to one's strength. He was facing more than 30 experts who were much stronger than him. The battle had become extremely brutal and had entered the climax. Zhou Qian was severely injured. More than 30 people were attacking him one after another. He had nowhere to hide. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for him to be completely eliminated. Zhou Qian had no choice but to face 30 experts who were chasing after him one after another. He had no way to escape. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was killed. He's really overestimating himself. He clearly had the chance to leave at the beginning, but he didn't take it seriously. Now he can't even leave even if he wanted to. These people will definitely not let him go. This is called asking for it. Did he really think he could defy the heavens and change his fate to fight 1 against 30? I'm just joking. Sigh, this is fate. Zhou Qian is unwilling to admit defeat, but he has harmed himself. He doesn't know that where there's life, there's hope. Once he's dead, everything will be over. He can't blame anyone. Can only be said that he was too careless. Who does he think he is? In the first round, he showed off his abilities too much, causing him to become the target of everyone. Now it's difficult. Everything is too much, fate is bound to end early. Zhou Qian is perhaps the most dazzling star in this beast battle, but also the shortest one. On the spectator stand, sighs and sneers filled the arena. Zhou Qian had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention, but even more people were watching him as a joke. 1 against 30, wasn't this nonsense? Overestimating yourself, now you know the pain? But there's no medicine for regret in this world. Even if Zhou Qian knew that he would die, it was too late for regrets. I'll see where you can escape to. Even if you want to escape to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from this arena. Zhou Qian was being targeted. He could only choose to retreat. If it wasn't for the might of the heavenly dragon sword, he would have already been defeated. Even so, Zhou Qian was suffering as he retreated. His strength had been greatly reduced. Facing the 30 jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards who were all targeting him, Zhou Qian could not call for help even if he called for help. Death was approaching Zhou Qian step by step. A trace of despair flashed in Tong Ling's eyes. "Zhou Qian, why are you always so stubborn?" But at this moment she couldn't afford to be distracted anymore, because the next few experts she had to face had all arrived. 30 people had fallen. Only she and another expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm were left in the arena. She couldn't afford to be careless. "Miss, I'm afraid you're going to lose to me in this battle." The red-haired man in a green robe looked very arrogant and unsociable. He even felt sorry for the audience, but his strength was unquestionable. He had defeated his opponents one after another. In the last battle he faced Tong Ling, which was a show of respect for the city lord's mansion and Tong Wudi. However, Tong Ling didn't think so. She had to go to the Tianqi Galaxy City. She had to defeat her opponent. "Not necessarily. Make your move. I won't show any mercy." Tong Ling's momentum was vigorous. She was about to charge. When the two of them fought, the red-haired man finally realized how powerful Tong Ling was. She had been hiding her strength. Coupled with her identity, no one dared to fight her to the death. Therefore she had kept her strength very well. "It seems that I really can't underestimate you. Miss, watch my sword." The red-haired man sneered, but the long sword in his hand didn't slow down at all. The blade was sharp and its momentum was like a dragon, making Tong Ling quite nervous. Tong Ling's mind was as one. She had to go all out in the last battle. Childish shadowless sword. Tong Ling's figure was like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely shocking. His sword skill was invisible and he was as fast as a swan. This time Tong Ling's sword skill made the red-haired man realize that something was wrong. He didn't expect Tong Ling's attack to be so terrifying. Moreover, he didn't take Tong Ling seriously at first. But now it seemed that he was completely defeated. The shadowless sword's momentum could swallow mountains and rivers. Its overbearing momentum was unstoppable. No, the red-haired man's face was pale. However, Tong Ling's shadowless sword had already cut his long hair and stabbed his shoulder. It was quite close to his throat. She didn't kill him not because she didn't dare, but because she didn't like to kill people. She was strong but she couldn't bully the weak. Thank you, miss, for not killing me. Although the red-haired man was defeated, he was still proud. His face was full of surprise. Tears flowed down his face as he hurriedly rolled away. As expected of the daughter of the city lord. That sword is really too powerful. Like father, like daughter. Back then, I heard that City Lord Tong used this childish shadowless sword to defeat countless opponents. Step by step, he reached the peak and became the City Lord of Norton City. Chapter 4760. Many people sighed endlessly. They admired Tong Ling very much. In addition, her identity was different from others, so she attracted the gazes of countless people. More people understood how terrifying she was. Balzaha and Xianxia were also defeated. Although their lives weren't in danger, they were in great pain and their injuries were severe. Sigh, I didn't expect that golden-haired girl to be so strong. We both lost. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It's good enough that we survived. Anyway, we still have a chance. Let's fight next year. I don't believe I can't enter the Awakening Galaxy City. Balzaha didn't feel any pressure and said with a serious expression. What about Jiangchen? Jiang brother looks a bit strained. Xianxia stared at the arena where Jiangchen and the others were. 30 against 1, wasn't this a bit too unfair? However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. Fists were the hard truth. He really might not be able to hold on. Tong Ling's voice was extremely low. Although they had won this battle, Jiang Chen's crisis was still affecting her heart. There was no way out. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. 30 people. This wasn't a fair battle at all. It was a one-sided suppression. He kept retreating, hiding, struggling at death's door, but he was never willing to give up. Even though he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, Jiang Chen still wanted to forge ahead without fear. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that he couldn't lose. De Huang was waiting for him, Long Shisan was calling him, and Feng was suffering somewhere in the everlasting world. What he had to do was sweep away all obstacles and charge out of this cage-like place. He had to stand at the peak of the Awakening Galaxy City and let the entire Heaven Awakening planet see him, as well as those who wanted to see him. Jiang Chen died. Still want to run? Dream on. After killing you, we can compete for the final victor. You tumor should have died long ago. Everyone work together. If we delay, something unexpected might happen. Change? Gagaga, that's impossible. Even if it's the Heavenly King himself, he won't be able to escape from our palms. How can a single person defy the heavens? Everyone sneered and ridiculed Jiang Chen again and again, pushing his situation to the brink of collapse. He could lose at any time. As long as he fell, they would all be happy and the real battle had just begun. At this time, Tong Ling and the other yellow-haired girl had already finished their battle and became the final victors. They directly advanced to the third stage and waited to challenge the previous arena masters tomorrow. Now only Jiang Chen's arena was left. Jiang Chen was resisting everyone. To be exact, no one wanted to see Jiang Chen live. That was because they had felt an immense pressure when they had been fighting the nine-headed Thunderbird. This threat had to be nipped in the bud. Moonlight Slash. Heavenly Lake Sword Technique. Tornado Shadowless Kick. Jiang Chen's mind was as one. His expression was gloomy. He had endured endless pressure. From the beginning of the battle until now, there were more than 10 wounds on his body. Blood was dripping and the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. However, for Jiang Chen, as long as he did not fall, he could still fight. groveling, struggling at death's door, advancing step by step and being battered and exhausted. Now Zhou Xian was really like an old dog, cowering at the edge of the arena and brushing shoulders with death again and again. *CKU, I've had enough. Zhou Xian roared angrily. At this moment, the formation he had set up at the edge of the arena was finally completed. He was not running, but he was constantly setting up the formation. As long as the formation was completed, so what if there were 39th Heaven Star Emperors? The Ashura Sword Formation, 18 5th grade swords, and Source Stones were completely activated. This time Zhou Xian did not use himself to drive the formation. Instead he used 100 million 5th grade Source Stones. The Sky Dragon Sword was the eye of the formation, the 18 5th grade swords were the foundation, and 100 million Source Stones were the source of the formation. Not only did Zhou Xian set up the formation, but he also set up an endless death formation. In other words, this formation could not be broken unless it was broken by force. 18 rays of light were emitted, sealing off the entire arena. More than 30 people felt a sense of suffocation. It was impossible for the source strength in Zhou Xian's body to be endless, but the 100 million Source Stones were an endless source of power. Moreover, this time was completely different from the past. Zhou Xian was already prepared. If you do this once, I will do it 15 times. If you want to kill me, there is no need for me to keep you here. Zhou Xian's goal was not only to defeat them but to kill them all. To kill one must be swift and decisive. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he could not be indecisive. If you want to kill me, then I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. The moment Zhou Xian activated the formation, more than 30 people felt that something was wrong. What's going on? I don't know. Why do I feel like we are surrounded? This is a formation? What a powerful formation. What can a mere formation do to me? Break it. Someone was unwilling to give up. He slashed out with his sword, wanting to break the formation. However, he was immediately pushed back by the Ashura Sword Formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. At that moment, many people's expressions changed. What kind of formation is this? Isn't it too strange? Don't tell me this was done by Zhou Xian. It's hard to say. Where's Zhou Xian? There. He's up there. Zhou Xian stood proudly on the Ashura Sword Formation and shouted in a low voice. Kill without mercy. The formation was activated quickly. Everyone exclaimed. 18 beams of sword light were as dazzling as the sun. They dashed around and shuttled back and forth in the formation on the arena. What a terrifying sword energy. Retreat. Retreat. After an exclamation, the expressions of the 30-plus people changed abruptly and they were shocked. This sword formation was really too strong. They tried repeatedly, but they were unable to break the formation at all. Moreover, the backlash from the formation heavily injured them. Subsequently, the numerous sword lights were like piercingly cold frost that enveloped everyone's hearts. I can't go on. Help me. I can't go on. I don't want to die. Zhou Xian, I was wrong. Please let me go. I really don't want to die. Slut. I'm going out. What should I do? What should I do? Hold on, everyone. I don't believe that there's no way to crack this formation. Can a star emperor at the 7th heaven go against the natural order? Terrified shouts reverberated in the formation and resounded in the arena. Puff, puff, puff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The continuous sword shadows caused many people to be pierced by the sword chi. They were severely injured and some even died on the spot. In less than 10 seconds, 9 people had fallen to the ground. Fear continued to spread. Chapter 4761. What a frightening formation. Even I can feel a chill down my spine from here. Seems like the people within this formation aren't going to make it out alive. That's right. How could Zhou Xian create such a powerful formation? It's terrifying. 1 against 30. This Zhou Xian is a freak. No, it should be said that he is an existence comparable to the gods. More and more people on the spectators' seats exclaimed in shock. 18 light pillars and 18 sword shadows had sealed off everyone on the arena. Zhou Xian stood proudly like a god of war who was fighting for his life. Who would have thought that an expert at the 7th heaven of the Star Royal Realm would have such a powerful technique? It was against the natural order. More than 30 people were trapped in the formation and 10 of them had already died. Tong Wudi was silent. He wanted to attack, but in the end he restrained himself. That was because he could sense how abnormal this formation was. If he forcibly broke it, he might be able to, but he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The entire arena would be razed to the ground. The energy of 100 million fifth-grade source stones would explode in an instant. Coupled with the backlash of the formation, the colossal beast fighting arena might turn into a sinkhole. There might even be countless casualties. Even he wasn't confident that he could survive. This formation was too vicious and too perverse. This formation is terrifying, but it doesn't seem to be irreversible. How many source stones would it take to defeat more than 30 people at the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm just by relying on the formation itself? Based on my estimates, this array formation would probably require hundreds of millions of grade 5 source stones to completely stabilize it. Moreover, it would need an endless supply of source stones. Even a stellar-level powerhouse would not be able to destroy this array formation. Are you serious? Isn't that too much? 100 million fifth-grade source stones? Oh my god. Is he still human? This Zhou Xian is too terrifying. Many people who knew about formations couldn't help but gasp. 100 million fifth-grade source stones was an astronomical figure for them. A person in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm would be considered extremely wealthy if he had 3 or 5 million source stones. However, this formation had cost more than 100 million grade 5 source stones, which was enough to prove that its power was not without reason. Wouldn't it be better to use 100 million fifth-grade source stones to cultivate? If he had to stake everything in this battle, 100 million fifth-grade source stones would be enough for an ordinary person to break through to the star level. Of course, that was just an ideal situation. Many people wouldn't have a chance to break through in their entire lives. Zhou Xian had used hundreds of millions of dawn stones to create this formation. Its tyrannical power shocked everyone. This formation had turned into a peerless killing formation, one that couldn't be broken. None of the people who were trapped in this formation could come out alive. Zhou Xian looked straight ahead, his eyes were cold. They only had themselves to blame for everything that had happened to them. They didn't have to fight to the death, but they didn't dare to let Zhou Xian live because he would become an obstacle in their path. Their path to becoming a true expert would be filled with thorns and bumps. Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Xian and said, "Don't worry. They wouldn't be at ease if they didn't kill Zhou Xian." Therefore, Zhou Xian killed them without any guilt or hesitation. He was invincible. Anyone who stood in his way would die. Zhou Xian's eyes were as cold as ice. No one could stop him. Motherf asterisk Ker Zhang brother is going against the heavens. There are so many people. Oh my god. Balzaha's body trembled. His face was extremely ugly and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for those people in the formation. However, they had brought this upon themselves. They had teamed up to surround Zhou Xian and wanted to kill him. Only now did they realize that they had kicked an iron plate. This iron plate made all of their expressions change. Each of them wailed in pain. The aura of death permeated the entire arena. That's the right thing to do. Those people didn't know what was good for them and wanted to kill Zhang brother. Do they regret it now? Help. Even the Heavenly King can't save your life. Xianxia sneered. He felt gratified for Zhou Xian and was very excited. Killing and drinking blood was a matter of course. Only those who survived would be strong. Those who failed would never be remembered. However, Zhou Xian has already angered everyone. He is too cruel. He didn't give these people a chance to live. Tong Ling said worriedly. Why? Did they deserve to kill Zhou Xian? Isn't it reasonable for Zhou Xian to kill them? Xianxia didn't agree. 30 people killed you. The law doesn't punish the masses. You killed 30 people, which makes you an executioner who kills people like flies. Balza glanced at Tong Ling and said in a low voice. However, no matter what, Zhou Xian didn't do anything wrong. He was forced to do this, Tong Ling said. At the moment of life and death, Zhou Xian had struggled on the edge of death countless times. If he could turn defeat into victory, why couldn't he kill everyone? Although this battle didn't advocate life and death, Zhou Xian's method wasn't wrong when facing enemies who wanted to kill him. Zhou Xian's formation was a killing formation of death. Even Tong Wudi couldn't do anything about it. Save me. City Lord, save me, I beg you. Zhou Xian, I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. I still have a wife and children. I can't die, I give up. I quit. I don't want to play anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Why are you so cruel? Why did you kill all of us? Zhou Xian, you devil. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Roars and screams reverberated in the arena. This battle seemed to have become a massacre. Xianxia let them go. Tong Wudi's majestic voice appeared in the sky. The atmosphere in the arena became extremely oppressive. Nearly 20 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had died in Xianxia's formation. The whole arena was in an uproar, but some people were also full of doubts. Xianxia was an executioner. The formation is complete. Can't be broken. Xianxia looked up and met Tong Wudi's eyes. This is a massacre. It's against the original intention of our battle. A real warrior shouldn't be full of killing intent. He shouldn't be a devil, right? Tong Wudi frowned and said, Lung Lung. That's right. This guy is too evil. He kills people like flies, but he's still so arrogant. City Lord, you can't let him go. Such a good competition was actually turned into a slaughterhouse by him. Such a vicious person, even if he becomes a beast fighter, I reckon that he will still be a person who has committed countless crimes. Chapter 4762. Sighs and sighs could be heard everywhere. Everyone knew that Xianxia's formation was too terrifying. Only a few of the 30 or so people were left. Why should I wait to be executed just because they want to kill me? The law doesn't punish the masses? 30 people killing one, is this the original intention of the beast battle? Isn't it because they're afraid that I'll suddenly appear and kill everyone, making them lose the chance to compete? Isn't it because they want to strangle the danger in the cradle? And I killed 30 people, so I'm the executioner, the great demon? What a joke. Others want to kill me with ulterior motives. Do I have to welcome them with a smile? Even if I could, I wouldn't do it. Since they want to kill me, I will kill all of them without any hesitation. I, Xianxia, will only kill those who deserve to be killed. All of them deserve to die. Xianxia roared. Xianxia's words were sonorous, making people's blood boil. However, Tong Wudi's expression wasn't good. Xianxia's words were equivalent to disobeying him, but they were reasonable. No one could say anything about it. Only some people who were unwilling to accept it splashed dirty water on Xianxia. In their eyes, Xianxia kills people like flies. But in my eyes, he only wants to protect himself. Is that wrong? Tong Ling sighed. Whether it was right or wrong, at this moment Xianxia's Azure Sword formation had completely stopped, because the 30 people had already fallen. There was no longer a chance for them to live. Corpses were lying on the stage, dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Although many people were dissatisfied with Xianxia, they couldn't deny that Xianxia's strength had shocked them all. 1 against 30, all killed. Although it was cruel, it made people's blood boil. The cheers and shouts of celebration made people tremble. Xianxia, 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 Xianxia. In the end, he was the victor. He killed everyone, but he also won the attention of countless people. This was not a game but a battle of life and death. Xianxia never showed mercy, because a kind person would only become a kind person's epitaph. There was no doubt about Xianxia's strength. Killing people was just an appetizer. If he didn't kill others, others would kill him. This was the reality of a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong were respected. Only the living had the right to speak. Xianxia withdrew all of his swords. Everyone in the arena was shocked. This battle was even more terrifying than the one that killed the 9-headed Thunderbird. Xianxia's name had finally resounded throughout the beast battle arena. It had even become a taboo existence. This is also a skill. If it was someone else, wouldn't they be dead? That's right. Could it be that he's still waiting for death? I support you, Xianxia. Man is born good. No one wants to kill people and become a great demon, but when they are forced to do so, who can wait for death? Damn, that was fun. That group of bastards wanted to gang up on him, but in the end they reaped what they sowed. The eyes of the crowd were bright. Some people sighed, and naturally there were people who supported Xianxia. He was not wrong. He could only survive by killing everyone. The title of the Beast Battle Warrior was not for nothing. Without the courage to fight the world, how could one be called a warrior? Balzaha and Sange were rushed to the edge of the arena and received Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was already on the verge of death. He had suffered many injuries. In this battle he had become a killing god. Even the city lord could not do anything to him. It was really amazing. You won. Tong Ling smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with gratification and emotion. Xianxia's journey to where he was today was really not easy. This guy had almost died and was targeted by everyone, but he still stood his ground and stood on the peak. This battle had given him a lot of fame, and made him a popular figure in Norton City. A young genius was only as if the beast battle had made him famous. It's all because the people of Norton City were too enthusiastic. There were so many people and I almost couldn't handle it. Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. It was already a miracle that he could survive. Have a good rest. Tomorrow is the last battle. As long as you can win against the arena master, you can enter Tianqi Milky Way City. Tong Ling said. You guys, how about it? Jiang Qin asked. Except for me, the two of them are done for. Tong Ling shrugged and said indifferently. Ling Heir, can you not be so harsh? No matter what, we are friends of life and death. Xianxia pretended to be dissatisfied. He had already extinguished the fire, but Tong Ling still poured cold water on him. It was really too depressing. That's right. Miss Temper has been spoiled by you. I curse you to be beaten tomorrow. Balza laughed. Bastard, you're courting death. Tong Ling glared and slapped Balza's neck. The latter was not angry. They were childhood sweethearts, and Balzaha and Xianxia had deep feelings for Tong Ling. They had both friendship and love. Even Jiang Qin was very envious of them. After returning to the house, Jiang Qin began to quickly heal his injuries and recover his strength. The battle tomorrow could not be underestimated. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. He had now become the wind vane of the beast battle. The battle tomorrow would affect the hearts of countless people. Moreover, he had already taken half a step into Tianqi Milky Way City. Jiang Qin had to be more careful. If he failed at this time, he would probably be too sullen. Today he had almost failed. Fortunately, he had lost half his life to survive. Your injuries are too serious. Master, let me protect you. I always feel that this house is not safe. The Black King appeared beside Jiang Qin and said sternly. He was constantly observing the movements in the surroundings. Okay, you be careful too. Jiang Qin said. His injuries were too severe today, so he had to focus on healing himself, and he couldn't afford any disturbances. Norton City wasn't an iron fortress, and he had almost been ambushed by the arrogant Great Master Lu, so he had to be extra vigilant. Those who did not attract jealousy were mediocre. Jiang Qin was never afraid of others finding fault with him. He wanted to let everyone see his strength. After tomorrow's battle, he would leave Norton City. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City had always been a place that he longed for. Only there would he have a bigger stage to show his strength. Jiang Qin looked up at the bright stars in the Milky Way City. It was said that only by standing in Tianqi Milky Way City would one be able to touch it. Only by looking up at the Milky Way City would one have the feeling of being shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky. The night wind was slightly cold and the sky was gradually changing. The quiet old house was filled with cicadas from time to time. Chapter 4763. The Black King looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The flowers and trees around seemed to be suffocating. The trees longed for peace, but the wind never stopped. Someone is here. The Black King said in a low voice, but he didn't dare to disturb his master. Who is it? Anyone who dares to step into the house will be killed without mercy. The Black King roared angrily. His eyes were filled with disdain as he observed the surroundings. He felt that this pressure was extremely terrifying, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, his master was in the middle of cultivation. He would rather die to stop this man. You didn't expect this, did you? We meet again so soon. A cold laugh resounded in the yard. The man was shrouded in a blue robe. Only his eyes could be seen staring at Jiang Qin fiercely. Jiang Qin opened his eyes slowly without any distractions. At that moment he also felt a great sense of crisis. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't fight at all if he didn't break through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if he did, he would need a large number of source stones to recover. Apparently this man had come prepared. It seemed that he had been watching Jiang Qin for a long time. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be you, a homeless dog. How dare you come here? Do you want to die? Jiang Qin said coldly. This man was the blue-robed man who had taken them out of the ancient snow region. At this moment he was no longer struggling at death's door. He had become extremely fierce. Compared with the man in the ancient snow region, he was a totally different person. The domineering aura covered the yard. He was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and he was even stronger than the Black King. You're just a dead dog struggling at death's door. Even if someone protects you, they can't save your life, the blue-robed man said with a smile. The blue-robed man said with a smile. In his point of view, Zhou Xian was like a turtle in a jar. There was no way for him to escape. Back when his strength had been damaged, he hadn't dared to directly clash with Zhou Xian. After leaving the ancient snow region, he had hurriedly hidden himself. He had schemed for 20 years just for that jade tablet. He hadn't expected that it would be snatched away by an uninvited guest from the ancient snow region like Zhou Xian. How could he not be angry? He wanted to dig out his heart and tear out his lungs, to grind Zhou Xian's bones to dust. He had thought that it would not be easy to find him. If this guy went into hiding, it would be very troublesome for the blue-robed man. However, he did not expect that he would dare to participate in the beast battle with great fanfare, which saved him the effort of looking for him. Perhaps it was because he didn't know the use of the jade token. Otherwise, he would have found a place to hide it. But this was also good. He was finally relieved. How arrogant of you. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. I let you escape last time, but this time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Zhou Xian said lightly. Is that so? Just based on what you have now? Do you think this is the ancient snow region? Do you think I'm a fool? Ah. The blue-robed man laughed wildly. His eyes were like torches and his killing intent was overwhelming. Don't be so arrogant. You'll have to defeat me first. The Black King snorted coldly, facing the blue-robed man. The two of them were at daggers drawn. The battle was imminent. Zhou Xian didn't dare to stop for a second. He kept swallowing source stones to recover his strength at a faster rate. The blue-robed man brought him too much pressure. This man was the strongest person below the star level that Zhou Xian had met so far. Back in the ancient snow region, the blue-robed man couldn't exert all his strength. Now it seemed that the seal had been lifted completely. Zhou Xian could not defeat him without breaking through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The higher one was at the peak of the Star Emperor realm, the more difficult it would be. Every step forward was like reaching the sky. And the truly stable experts at the peak of the Star Emperor realm would be even stronger. This blue-robed man was one of those experts. The Black King didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and fought with the blue-robed man at close range. Horrible collisions and intertwined with each other again and again. The Black King was also very strong, but he was a bit overwhelmed when facing this blue-robed man who had recovered his strength and returned. Even the Black King didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the blue-robed man with one blow. It seemed that it would not be as easy as he had imagined. However, even if he died, he would protect his master. From the moment he surrendered to Zhou Xian, his life didn't belong to Zhou Xian anymore. Even if he had to face a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, the Black King would make a way for Zhou Xian. Boom! Earth-shattering roars resounded through the earth. The world was spinning. The Black King's sharp claws tore the air. His momentum didn't diminish at all. Like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, he kept clashing with the blue-robed man. The feeling of fists hitting flesh was very exciting. However, the Black King's situation became more and more difficult. The blue-robed man also punched hard. His roar was like thunder. He suddenly rushed forward and knocked the Black King over. Zhou Xian saw everything, but he had no way to deal with it at the moment. He could only finish his recovery and breakthrough as soon as possible. You can't stop me. The blue-robed man said disapprovingly as he approached the Black King with a sinister smile. His robe was fluttering in the wind. Even if you die, don't even think about taking a step forward. The Black King stood in front of the blue-robed man fearlessly, looking death in the eye. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blue-robed man's attacks were ruthless, and his fists were swift and fierce. Every punch landed on Black King's sharp claws, causing Black King's hands to tremble uncontrollably. It was the simplest and most direct confrontation between the two. Crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out, and Black King's injuries became more and more severe. The blue-robed man became more and more ruthless. The Black King didn't care about anything. The blue-robed man wanted to kill this guy to crush his arrogance. As long as he didn't kill the Black King, he couldn't touch Zhou Xian. This guy was like a dog skin plaster sticking to him. The blue-robed man became more and more furious. Get lost. The Black King blocked with his arms and rushed forward without hesitation. Once again he exchanged blows with the blue-robed man. His whole body was sent flying. His injuries were very serious. The blue-robed man patted the dust off his body and frowned. This guy was really hateful. Die. Devil God Fist. Layers of demonic shadows came one after another. Fist shadows intertwined, making it impossible for the Black King to hide. The Black King was already seriously injured. Now it was even worse. The Black King's body was sent flying. He kept gasping for breath and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Overconfident dog. Humph. The blue-robed man approached again. The Black King's body was still unmoved. He stood in front of Xianxia, protecting him with his life. If you want me to die, don't think you'll have it easy too. Chapter 4764. Master, I'm sorry, Black King murmured. His eyes were filled with guilt. He had tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat the blue-robed man. His strength was infinitely close to the half-step star level. The blue-robed man moved faster, fiercer and more ferocious, trying to kill the Black King. Qin Wentian clenched his fist, and it was as if a huge rock had descended from the heavens. It smashed into the Black King's shoulder, directly penetrating his shoulder blade. He was on his last breath. The second punch came, but it was blocked by Xianxia. He grabbed the blue-robed man's fist with both of his hands and protected the Black King. He was knocked back a few dozen meters and there were 2 deep trenches under his feet. Don't blame yourself. Leave the rest to me. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He looked at the Black King behind him. He was in a very dangerous situation now and his life could be in danger at any time. Although Xianxia hadn't broken through yet, he had recovered more than half of his strength. Your formation might be useful in the ancient snow region, but it won't be useful now. The blue-robed man sneered. Don't think about running away. I've already sealed this place. No one will know. Hand over the jade card and I can leave you with a complete corpse. Okay, tell me what's the use of the jade card? I'll give it to you. Xianxia said faintly. You don't deserve to know. Because that thing should belong to me. I've been hiding in the ancient snow region for 20 years, but you stole it. So you must die. The blue-robed man said furiously. Xianxia had ruined all of his plans and even took away the jade card he yearned for. He couldn't wait to eat Xianxia's flesh and bones. Is that so? Then I'm sorry. After leaving the ancient snow region you still dare to come back. You're really not afraid of death. It's still not certain who will win today. Xianxia restrained his aura. That punch just now had already made him feel the terror and irritation of the blue-robed man. I have to admit that your strength is indeed very strong. I have also seen the battle in the arena. Your attainments and formations are indeed very strong. However, it's a pity that I will absolutely not give you such a chance. So many people have been killed by you. Even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to escape from the formation. But now, if I were to kill you, it would be as easy as taking something from my pocket. The blue-robed man's eyes were cold and incomparably confident. Xianxia was very strong, but he was built on top of a formation. Without the formation's support, his strength would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, this guy was able to use hundreds of millions of origin stones to build a formation base, so he definitely had a lot of treasures on him. However, everything else was secondary. The most important thing was the jade plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 20 years in the ancient snow domain, waiting patiently for the opportunity to become a wedding dress for Xianxia. But today everything would be erased by him. You're quite arrogant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? My life is right here. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it. Xianxia held his blade in front of him and stood still like a mountain. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I'll send you to hell. The blue-robed man waved his fist, his footsteps were steady. Every step he took was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The impact on Xianxia was quite great. Xianxia directly used the dragon transformation and the dragon soaring technique. His strength increased again, even reaching the 9th heavenly layer Star Emperor realm. The fierce dragon body collided with the blue-robed man. Both Xianxia and the blue-robed man didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. They were not only fighting but also consuming their life force. Bang! 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 Xianxia's body was thrown back again and again. Many bones in his body were broken and blood kept flowing out, but he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The blue-robed man's condition was much better than his. After all, his strength had not recovered to its peak. Moreover, the gap between the two was very big. You're not my opponent. Accept your fate. The blue-robed man leaped, descending from the sky with an astonishing momentum. His fist smashed down as if it was splitting the sky and earth, destroying everything in its path. Sword 22. Sword 23. Sword 24. Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword, waving the heavenly dragon sword and dealing with the blue-robed man again and again. The blue-robed man was even more ferocious. His iron fist met with Jiang Chen's, which made Jiang Chen even more shocked. Demonic divine fist, no one can stop me. The blue-robed man punched again, like an iron chain crossing the river. Jiang Chen couldn't escape at all. Sword 28. Sword stance. The wind of the fist collided with the sword chi. Jiang Chen's strength and imposing manner were intertwined. The sword 28 had unleashed Jiang Chen's imposing manner to the peak. Relying on the momentum of the sword rain filled the sky. The blue-robed man didn't waver. Only one punch, the wind caused by the fist, shook the sky. Jiang Chen was once again forced back dozens of steps, spurting blood. It wasn't that sword 28 wasn't strong enough, but the difference in strength between the two was too great. In addition, Jiang Chen was injured. This battle was too unfair for him, but there was no such thing as fairness in this world. The blue-robed man's body was also slashed with more than 10 sword wounds, but the residual force was not enough, and was deterred by the fist wind, so it didn't completely kill him. Really tenacious and unyielding, but now you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How are you going to explain? Even the heavens can't save you. Die for me. The blue-robed man's attack arrived. Jiang Chen was like facing a great enemy, quickly retreating, but just at the moment when he couldn't retreat, another light shadow descended from the sky, directly injuring him. Jiang Chen's chest, all of his ribs were caved in, blood spurting out. Jiang Chen leaned on the heavenly dragon sword, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly. Another person wanted to take his life. This person's strength was not weaker than the blue-robed man. Another expert appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? The blue-robed man looked at the black-robed man in front of him, frowning. This guy could actually ignore the seal that he had set up and even ignored him. Although the seal was not strong to be able to do this quietly, it was enough to say that this person in front of him was not simple. Kill his people. I only kill people. The black-robed man said in a low voice. Only kill people? Humph, it seems that there are quite a few people who have their eyes on me. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't know who this black-robed man in front of him was, but at this time he was completely in a dead end. There was no way to escape. I don't care who you are. If you want to kill and rob, then don't blame me for not being polite. The blue-robed man looked at the black-robed man. Jiang Chen was very sullen. I'm about to die, but I don't even know who these two bastards are. It's really depressing. All right. The black-robed man's low voice revealed a trace of age and hoarseness, slightly nodding his head. You're Lu Dishui's man? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 4765. He was silent, cold, and murderous. He didn't even show his eyes. His whole body was shrouded in black. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Did he know this guy? Or was there something wrong with his identity? Otherwise, why would he be so secretive? The blue-robed man was the same. Apart from his eyes, Jiang Chen hadn't seen his face yet. He was hiding. He was either guilty or a ghost. Jiang Chen knew he didn't stand a chance in this fight. He had to leave as soon as possible. If he kept fighting against these two, he would only be exhausted to death. There were strong and weak cultivators in the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm. Some of them could even fight against 10 of them alone. If he had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Jiang Chen would still have a chance to escape. But he didn't have the time now. To break through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, he would have to consume at least 200 million source stones, and he couldn't consume them in a short time. Let's do it. The blue-robed man said in a low voice. 2 at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm bullying 1 at the 7th heaven. You two are too shameless. A lazy and disdainful voice rang out above Jiang Chen and the others. An old man in ragged clothes with a stooped back reclined on the eaves. He smacked his lips and drained the wine in his gourd in one gulp as if he hadn't had enough. Old man, do you want to die? The blue-robed man Lung Lung said. This old beggar who had appeared out of nowhere annoyed him. It's you. You old liar. *CK. Jiang Chen also cursed the old man inwardly. This was the guy who had cheated him of his source stones. Yang Guilao. Hey, we meet again, young man. It's fate. Yang Guilao took a look at Jiang Chen. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding. Is this old fart courting death? If these two people wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be an easy thing to do? Fate my ass. Jiang Chen was a little annoyed. This old thing was too disgusting. Stop trying to mystify me. Old thing, are you courting death? The blue-robed man said. Yang Guilao waved his hand and said impatiently, do the youngsters nowadays not know how to respect the old and cherish the young? You keep calling me old thing, why do you call me that too? Kiske. Unfortunately, you're not my father. The blue-robed man was enraged. If you're not, then so be it. I didn't recognize you as my son. Yang Guilao curled his lips. You're an old man who doesn't die and you regard me as a thief. I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the blue-robed man struck out, the wind from his fists came one after another. Yang Guilao took to his heels and ran. He looked flustered, but in fact the blue-robed man didn't even manage to touch the hem of Yang Guilao's clothes. The blue-robed man's eyes gradually narrowed. It seemed that this guy had hidden his strength well. He really couldn't underestimate him. Faster thief. Jiang Chen was shocked. This old thing was not bad. Senior's kung fu is indeed amazing. I admire you, I admire you. Jiang Chen said solemnly. What? The old swindler has become a senior? He. Yang Guilao glanced at Jiang Chen and laughed strangely. This amount, I'll guarantee your safety. Yang Guilao raised his index finger at Jiang Chen. 10 million origin stones? Fine. It's decided then. Jiang Chen nodded excitedly. This old swindler seemed to have some skills. Now that he was facing a mortal enemy, he couldn't care less. You're wrong. It's 100 million. Yang Guilao laughed. Why don't you go rob someone? Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Stealing and robbing are all despicable people. Yang Guilao earn money with a conscience. You invested 100 million in the Beast Battle Arena's formation. You're a rich man, so it's impossible that you don't have money. I've been protecting you for a long time. I've always been a very reasonable person. I'm fair and just and I don't cheat anyone. I didn't ask you for 200 million origin stones. I'm really too kind. Yang Guilao laughed as if he were a smiling tiger. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed like he had been too high profile. It seemed like everyone knew that he had used 100 million grade 5 origin stones to set up the formation. This old bastard had smelled the scent of money on him, so it was reasonable for him to appear here. Fine. 100 million it is. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. This old swindler had saved his life at a critical moment. 100 million origin stones wasn't much. After all, it was just a worldly possession. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Ace bodyguard requesting to go hee. Yang Guilao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Naturally, he wasn't worried that Jiang Chen wouldn't pay up. Jiang Chen's life was in his hands. Would he dare not pay up? But at the end of the day, he wasn't one of those petty thieves. He earned money with a conscience. Old bastard, don't be so shameless. If you don't scram, I'll kill you as well. The blue-robed man's gaze was sharp, but he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Even though they hadn't exchanged blows, this old bastard's speed had shocked him. He actually dared to say that he would save Jiang Chen. Did he think this was a market? Haggling over the price? Then you can try. I, Yang Guilao, have always been a man of my word. Since I've accepted 100 million origin stones, I'll definitely keep my word. Yang Guilao said confidently, then turned towards Jiang Chen. Give me the money. Okay, Jiang Chen said helplessly. He directly threw 100 million origin stones ring at Yang Guilao. Yang Guilao accepted it with satisfaction, his eyes squinting into a line. Kill them all. The items are yours, but the people must die. The black-robed man glanced at the blue-robed man and said in a low voice. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They quickly rushed forward. Yang Guilao wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and rushed forward. His whole body became sharp like a sharp blade, rushing left and right. The two of them combined were actually unable to do anything to Yang Guilao. They even advanced cautiously at every step. This old bastard has some ability. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Although this old swindler wasn't a good person, he really came forward at the critical moment. He was an ace bodyguard. This money was not wasted. The black-clothed man and the blue-clothed man tried their best, but they still couldn't break through Yang Guolao's defense. Jiang Chen seriously suspected that Yang Guolao's strength had already reached the half-step star realm. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to defend against the two of them so easily. But now it seemed like Yang Guolao didn't have to put in any effort at all. The black-clothed man and the blue-clothed man who were charging at him in a menacing manner were having a hard time. If this continued, they would probably be exhausted by Yang Guolao in the long run. There was no need for this old swindler to act. This old guy's strength is too strong. The blue-robed man complained in his heart. If it weren't for the jade tablet that he wanted so much, he would have run away a long time ago. This guy was indeed a wily old fox. Whether it was strength or battle experience, he was far above the two of them. As he moved, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. "Senior, hurry up and kill them. This will prevent future trouble," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. "You asked me to protect you, but you didn't ask me to help you kill people. Killing people is different. 100 million origin stones per person," Yang Guolao said calmly. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This made the two of them even more anxious. F***CK. Chapter 4766. I didn't say anything. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to part with 200 million origin stones. He didn't have many origin stones left to begin with, and these 2 lives would cost him hundreds of millions of origin stones. That would be a huge loss. The 2 black-clothed men tried to break through Yang Guolao's defense again and again, but they were mercilessly forced back. They panted heavily, their hearts filled with shock. "You old thing. Do you think that no one in Norton City can deal with you?" The black-clothed man said in a low voice. "You can try. Are you threatening me? Do you think that I begged for food in Norton City all these years for nothing?" Yang Guolao looked at him disdainfully. "These 2 guys are too annoying. I plan to do a promotion. Buy 1 get 1 free. 100 million origin stones. I'll help you kill them all. What do you think?" Yang Guolao frowned. His face darkened as he glared at the 2 black-clothed men. "Buy 1 get 1 free." Jiang Chen laughed bitterly in his heart. "You old thing, you see that I'm not willing to spend money, so you're playing tricks on me?" At this moment, it was the 2 of them who pricked up their ears and became much more cautious. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas, Yang Guolao moved his palms. Wind and thunder rumbled and crushed downwards. The entire sky darkened as if the mountains and rivers were about to shatter and the earth was shaking. "The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. Just you wait, Jiang Chen, I won't let you off." The blue-clothed man howled angrily, full of unwillingness. However, Yang Guolao was too strong and he had no chance at all. If Jiang Chen really took out another 100 million, then the 2 of them might be killed by Yang Guolao. The black-clothed man didn't hesitate either. After the blue-clothed man retreated, he also disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. This old liar wasn't completely useless after all. "Those 2 guys aren't simple. It seems like you've offended quite a few people. What jade tablet did that blue-clothed man want from you?" Yang Guolao said with a sinister smile. "What does that have to do with you?" "Don't ask blindly," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. "I saved you just now. Is this how you treat your savior? Young people nowadays are really too rude, Sai." "It's not like I didn't give you money. You've been paid." Jiang Chen laughed. Although this old liar was somewhat eccentric, he was a very principled person. Since he had saved him, he would definitely not make things difficult for him. "That's true. You have to be careful in tomorrow's battle. The arena masters of the beast battle are people who have experienced life and death battles time and time again. Those who are able to successfully defend the arena are not easy to deal with. Looking at your miserable state, you will be in danger," Yang Guolao said with a chuckle. He took the wine gourd and staggered away. Jiang Chen's heart became extremely serious. Although this Yang Guolao was a friend and not an enemy, he was greedy for money. However, what was the background of this mysterious old liar? Jiang Chen had to be on guard. There was also the blue-clothed man and the black-clothed man. Although the blue-clothed man's identity was unknown, Jiang Chen at least knew his purpose. As for this black-clothed man who appeared out of nowhere, not even a trace was left behind. Jiang Chen didn't even know who he had offended. That Master Lu didn't seem to have the ability to invite such a powerful expert. He invited a group of mobs. Then what was the background of this person? The most important thing was that they didn't show their true faces. Their identity must be the key. Forget it. Don't think about it. I'll deal with it when it comes. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He had escaped from death. Tomorrow's battle was even more serious for him. Yang Guilao was right. How could a master who could successfully defend the arena be easy to deal with? Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. It was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now his enemies were in the dark and Jiang Chen was in the light. It was useless to think too much. The only way was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Jiang Chen calmed down and began to cultivate wholeheartedly. He had seriously realized that his strength and cultivation were not enough. He had to improve it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen kept swallowing source stones at an extremely fast speed. He had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The breakthrough was imminent. It was a matter of course. This time Jiang Chen almost used up all the source stones. There were only tens of millions of them left. However, he was quite satisfied because his strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Although it was only one heaven, it was like an improvement of a large realm. Otherwise, why would people always say that it was more and more difficult to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm? There were thousands of Star Emperors, but geniuses who could really break through and reach the star level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This time Jiang Chen had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. At this moment, if he ran into that blue-robed man again, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid. The night passed quietly. The night wind left no trace. Early in the morning the sun shone brightly on the ground. The pines and cypresses in the courtyard were emerald green, setting off the morning light. Accompanied by the sounds of birds and insects, a new chapter of the day had begun. After a night of recovery, the Black King had recovered most of his strength. However, his injuries were too serious. It would not be easy for him to recover in a short time. His body was not as strong as Jiang Chen's. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has improved again. The Black King was also happy for Jiang Chen. After all, the situation last night was too dangerous. The Black King was also very relieved that they had escaped. He was even happier that his master had become stronger. It seems that I can open the Buddha prison pagoda again. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't opened the Buddha prison pagoda for a long time. This time his strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He finally felt an unusual call. It seemed that the Buddha prison pagoda was responding to him. Then let's open it quickly and have a look. The Black King was more excited than Jiang Chen. If it was a treasure left by the previous master, it would probably be of great help to the current master. If there was really a peerless divine item as a backing, they wouldn't have been bullied miserably like last night. They had almost said goodbye to the eternal world. Okay, I'll open it right now. Jiang Chen was full of anticipation. He hoped that this time it wouldn't be like before. After opening the pagoda, it would only be filled with Dao laws, which would be of little help to him. Jiang Chen held his breath and concentrated. Carefully, he mobilized the qi in his body and opened the 6th level of the Buddha prison pagoda. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if a different door had been opened in front of him. It was like a brand new world, filled with brilliance and a dreamy feeling. What is this? Jiang Chen looked at the ark floating in front of him, his brows furrowed. This is the sea-tide divine ark? Chapter 4767. What do you mean? Is this thing very powerful? Jiang Chen was surprised. The ark was about 3 meters long and it was exquisitely crafted. It was very beautiful and there were many pavilions. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was an immortal palace, but it was a smaller version. The deep-sea divine ark is a secret treasure of the starry sky. It is a high-grade secret treasure of the starry sky. Even the overlord of the Tianqi star does not have such a treasure. Black King said with envy. Jiang Chen was stunned. Was this thing so mysterious? A secret treasure of the starry sky? Even the overlord of the Tianqi star did not have such a treasure? The so-called secret treasure of the starry sky is a treasure that can complete a jump between the star boundary and the star field. If you want to go from the Tianqi star to the ancient dragon star, you will arrive there in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. It is more stable than a transmission array. If a transmission array is used between star fields, it is very likely to collapse. However, this secret treasure of the starry sky is the pinnacle of speed. It can travel through the eternal world's starry sky like walking on flat ground. The secret treasure of the starry sky is made of meteoric iron. It is more precious than any divine weapon. Moreover, the secret treasure of the starry sky is something that every interstellar wanderer dreams of obtaining. However, this thing is too rare and too extravagant. Moreover, it is priceless. Even if you have the money, you may not be able to buy it. Black King's expression was very serious. His eyes were fixed on the deep-sea divine Arkansas. One could imagine how shocked he was about this secret treasure of the starry sky. Xianxia was also a little excited by Black King's words. This thing was so awesome. Wouldn't it be easy to run around in the future? It was even more powerful than the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven could only perform short-distance space-time teleportation, and it consumed a lot of energy. This secret treasure of the starry sky was simply a peerless treasure. No wonder the Black King said that any interstellar wanderer would want to have a secret treasure of the starry sky. Listening to him, even his blood started to boil. He couldn't help but want to explore the starry skies and become an unrestrained interstellar wanderer. Xianxia stretched out his hand and took the deep-sea divine boat into his hand. He realized that the deep-sea divine boat could expand to 108,000 feet and shrink to the size of a walnut. The 108,000 feet deep-sea divine boat was like a moving city. Xianxia was shocked and amazed. Although it had been through the baptism of countless years, the deep-sea divine boat still gave him a mighty and domineering feeling. Even the Black King was so excited. One could imagine that with the deep-sea divine boat in the future, Xianxia would have one more life-saving means. When the Tsanglan godly boat was attacked by universe masters, it was already in tatters. I didn't expect it to be repaired by Master. Congratulations. I wonder when the Nine Heavens Pagoda Palace will regain its former glory. Black King said emotionally. That day will come. Senior Pagoda Dragon is also a hero of his generation. I will definitely not bury his glory. Xianxia said with a smile. The Black King didn't mean anything else. Master, please don't take offense. The Black King was afraid that Xianxia would think too much, so he didn't mean to disrespect him in the slightest. I'm not that petty. Xianxia said with a warm smile. Master, this deep-sea divine boat is really too precious. You must never let anyone know about it. A gentleman's treasure will arouse the envy of others. Even the overlords of the apocalypse planet will be tempted if they see the deep-sea divine boat. The Black King said solemnly. This item was too precious and anyone would have bad thoughts about it. Especially those who had bad intentions, they had to be extra careful. The current Norton City was still a foreign place to them. Xianxia nodded and carefully put away the deep-sea divine boat. He made some preparations before heading to the bestial arena. The battle for the bestial warrior title was just around the corner. Whether he could pass or not would depend on today's battle. If he won, his name would go down in history and resound throughout Norton City. He would then head to Tianqi Silver River City and reach the pinnacle of life. If he lost, he would become a nobody. There was no such thing as a genius. There were only 3 arenas left in the bestial arena because there were only 3 battles today. They were Jiangqin, Tongling, and the Lady in Yellow who had defeated Balzaha and Xianxia. The bestial arena was filled with hundreds of thousands of people. Xianxia and Balzaha had arrived earlier than Jiangqin. As soon as they saw Jiangqin, they waved at him. Why are you only here now? The battle is about to start. Why are you still taking your time? Xianxia said with a smile. The loss of yesterday's battle was hard for him. However, he had to live his life one day at a time. He was very happy that Jiangqin and Tongling had advanced to the next round. Not being able to advance to the next round meant that they were not as good as the others. It was not scary to admit defeat. What was scary was not being able to face defeat. Tongling has already entered. You have to do your best today, Jiang brother. Don't let those people look down on us. Balza patted Jiangqin's shoulder heavily. He had high hopes in his eyes. After all, he and Xianxia had already been eliminated. However, they still hoped that Jiangqin could help them achieve their dream of entering Tianqi Silver River City. Don't worry. I will win this battle. Jiangqin was full of confidence. He looked at the two of them and walked straight into the bestial arena. It's starting. I haven't slept the whole night. I've been waiting for this moment. Who isn't? There were many dark horses in yesterday's battle. Zhou Xian and that yellow-robed girl Luo Ying were unexpected. Especially Zhou Xian, he stole the limelight and killed more than 39th Heaven Star Emperors. Oh my god, I still feel a little scared when I think about it. Luckily, I wasn't in the same group as him yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to watch the show today. It's coming, it's coming. The main event is coming. I wonder if the Yin will prevail today and if Zhou Xian will be able to defeat the arena champion. It's hard to say. Although Zhou Xian stunned many people in yesterday's battle, he didn't rely on his own strength to defeat his opponent. He used a formation which is equivalent to a trick. However, today's battle is not a tag team battle. The champions who can stay in the arena for many rounds are the best of the best in the Star Emperors. They are the real fierce ones. Zhou Qian's formation won't work. More and more people in the audience started to discuss with each other. There were 3 main characters today. Whoever could win would naturally become the focus of everyone's attention. The dark horse Zhou Qian, the unknown yellow-robed girl Luo Ying and Tong Wudi, the daughter of City Lord Tong, were all interesting to watch. Chapter 4768. Silence. Suddenly the Colosseum quieted down. It was rare for the City Lord to be in charge of the competition. The reason was that he was there to support his daughter. Tong Wudi didn't have any misgivings. After all, this was a place where one could only stand out with one's own ability. Relying on connections wasn't the right way. Even though Tong Wudi was the City Lord, he couldn't control everyone's mind. Money and power were the most worthless things in this world. Only strength, a strong enough strength, was the hard truth. Today's battle will determine who is the real genius and who is qualified to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The winner is king. There's no need to say more. I know you have been impatient for a long time, my dearest people. Let me see your hands, your cheers, your shouts. I declare that the ultimate battle begins now. The first battle, challenger Tong Ling, and the arena defender Anjadelu. After Tong Wudi finished speaking, Tong Ling was already in position on the arena, waiting for the arena defender to appear. In the distance, a black shadow broke through the air and smashed into the arena like a mountain. Boom! A loud noise stirred up a lot of dust. A 9-foot-tall man appeared, looking down on Tong Ling. In front of him, Tong Ling was like a doll. Tong Ling's heart sank. He held his sword tightly, facing the giant in front of him. He didn't look away. If he defeated him, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would be right in front of him. Anjiadru, this guy is not simple. I heard that he has overcome many obstacles and killed many experts. He practices external martial arts and is invulnerable. Ordinary Star Emperor in the 9th heaven can't withstand a single blow from him. Looks like Miss Tong has met her match. Anjadelu isn't the strongest, but Miss Tong can't be underestimated either. The two of them looked at each other, ready to fight at any time. Everyone in the audience broke out in a cold sweat. The ultimate battle that everyone was looking forward to was going to be very exciting. It's not too late to admit defeat now, Anjadelu said faintly in a deep, low voice. He was the champion of the arena several times in a row. Whether it was strength or cultivation, he was infinitely close to a stellar-level powerhouse. He was not afraid to deal with this little girl in front of him at all. However, Tong Ling was the daughter of the City Lord after all. At least Anjadelu did not dare to kill her. It was fine as long as he defeated her. How would I know if I haven't fought you? You're indeed very strong, I have to admit, but I'm no pushover either. Come on, let me see if you're really as strong as the rumors say. Tong Ling had made all the preparations. She had been waiting for this battle for a long time, so she would not easily admit defeat. Although his silhouette was small, he was like a snake coming out of its hole. He took the initiative to attack with his sword. Roar! With Anjad's roar, the battle between the two began. Tong Ling had been taking the initiative because she was faster and more ferocious. The sharp sword Chi leaped up and approached Anjadelu again and again. The confrontation between the two became more and more intense, arousing the cheers of the audience. However, Anjadelu also caught up. After all, he was the champion of the previous arena. His strength was evident. Although Tong Ling's sword was light and fast, her strength was far from being able to hurt Anjadelu. She could only advance step by step. In the face of Anjadelu's heavy punches, Tong Ling's sword Chi was not even enough to shock the opponent. Anjadelu's cross-training was indeed worthy of his reputation. In less than 20 moves, Tong Ling had already fallen into a great passive position. Tong Ling's situation is not very good. Jiang Chen said with a frown. From his point of view, if Tong Ling didn't try to be flexible, he would always be suppressed by Angie Aid. In the end, no one knew when he would be able to make a comeback, and he might never be able to make a comeback. Ling Er is too careless. She knows that this guy's overbearing strength is very fierce, but she is still fighting with him. Isn't this asking for trouble? Barzaha said anxiously. Ling Er's skill is agility type. If she meets a power type like Angiadelu, she will lose more than she wins if she can't make the enemy advance. Xianxia analyzed seriously. Her Tong family's sword technique is very good. Jiang Chen murmured. He hoped that she could perform better than usual. The shadowless sword technique had shocked him a lot. If she could go one step further, she might be able to match him. Although Angiadelu was overbearing and fierce, as long as Tong Ling pulled the formation, the two would have their own strengths and weaknesses, and it would be difficult to predict the outcome. Ling Er, I hope you won't let me down. Tong Wudi's eyes were dignified. As the city lord, he had high hopes for his daughter. If Tong Ling could win this competition and successfully fight in the arena, then his face would be full of glory. Tong Ling advanced step by step, and Angiadelu was even more unforgiving. One heavy blow after another gave people the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on them. Even the spectators felt suffocated. It could be seen that Angiadelu's level was not ordinary. Sky-soaring wave. Genesis Chi rose from Angiadelu's hands and fist winds raged. Monstrous waves blasted downwards, leaving Tong Ling with nowhere to retreat or hide. Ace. Tong Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and tumbled away. At the edge of the arena, she looked very embarrassed. Although this blow could not defeat her, it made Tong Ling incomparably shocked and frightened. Then Angiadelu's murderous weapon was even more threatening. His blade cut through the Gordian knot, and the wind from his fists caused every move to be fatal. The first spurt of energy would weaken and the third would be exhausted. Angiadelu was the most obvious example. His momentum could not be stopped and his attacks could not be stopped. Only by doing so could he be full of vigor and invincible. However, Tong Ling could only evade the most ferocious attack. She had been waiting for an opportunity all this time. Tong Ling held a pill in her hand and swallowed it directly. Her speed and strength were multiplied and she was able to erupt at once. Tong Ling's face was drenched in sweat. She naturally could not let go of any opportunity. The Tong-style shadowless sword reappeared and light and shadow overlapped. Shadowless was like a bolt of lightning, destroying everything in its path. Even Angiadelu's expression changed abruptly. He did not expect her strength to become so terrifying. Her strength had risen by at least 2 levels, catching Angiadelu off guard. The Tong-style shadowless sword was a 2-pronged attack, giving him a fatal blow. Angiadelu was incomparably depressed, but Tong Ling's momentum was stronger than his. Her shadowless sword shot towards the sky in a shocking manner. At this moment Tong Ling's strength had greatly erupted, and even Jiang Chen was extremely surprised. This is the effect of a pill? Jiang Chen's heart shook. He was well aware of Tong Ling's strength. Without the support of a pill or a secret technique, it was impossible for Tong Ling's strength to soar to the peak. Even Angiadelu could only flee in a sorry state. Under the Tong-style shadowless sword he was like a stray dog, completely losing his former glory. He tumbled off the arena and handed over the position of arena master to someone else. Chapter 4769. She won. Balzaha said in disbelief. Tong Ling's final killing move had been well prepared, and it had caught Anjud off guard, making them extremely excited. She is indeed the daughter of the city lord. We can't catch up. Xianxia sighed, but he could not hide the joy in his eyes. At the same time he and Balzaha looked at each other. Both of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. Their disappointment was indescribable. From this moment on, it was impossible for the two of them to be with Tong Ling. Entering Tianqi Galaxy City meant that Tong Ling had ascended to the heavens in a single step. There was a huge gap between them and ordinary people. How could a high and mighty swan like them, the ugly ducklings on the ground, look up to them? This was human nature. Although the two of them were happy for Tong Ling, they also felt sad for themselves. The person they once loved the most would soon leave them. Amazing. She's a tiger daughter. He's so awesome. Angiadelu didn't expect that he would fail miserably in this battle, right? It's really satisfying. My blood is boiling. Miss Tong is indeed strong. I'm confident that I can't take her sword in this battle. Can you stand there if you're not strong? There will always be someone stronger than you. The first place to enter Tianqi Galaxy City has finally been locked in. Tong Ling stood with her sword. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but the excitement in her eyes was overflowing and full of passion. I did it. I finally did it. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Qin and the others, crying tears of joy. At that moment she had defeated her opponent and gained the qualification to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. This was the result of her hard work for 100 years. It was also the beginning of her dream. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City carried the dream of a young girl. She had followed her father to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City in the past. At that moment she swore that one day she would stand proudly in this place. This dream was not only for Tong Ling, but also for every cultivator on the path of the strong. They always had awe in their hearts. People strive to climb higher and water flows lower. Who didn't want to stand under the sky of Tianqi Galaxy City and look up to all living beings? Even the Wind Cloud 9 city paled in comparison to the apocalyptic Galaxy City. If one could enjoy the scenery in heaven, who would want to stand in hell and look up at it? In this world, only the victors would be remembered and the losers would only be reduced to the background, scattered and crushed into dust. Congratulations. This time you are the true goddess of Norton City. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Tong Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded heavily, crying tears of joy. That's right, why are you crying? From now on you're going to the Awakening Galaxy City. You can go find your Yun Lingfei. Balzac grinned, but his heart was full of bitterness. How could Xianxia not feel the same? Liking someone didn't necessarily mean having them as long as they could be happy. Tong Ling hugged Balzac and Xianxia. She couldn't bear to let go of their friendship. At that moment she realized that she might not be as happy as she had imagined. However, life is full of ups and downs. Everyone wants to go further and fly higher. Jiang Qin smiled without saying a word. Tong Ling wasn't as strong as he had imagined. The second match was between the yellow-clothed girl named Luo Ying, and the arena defender was a skinny and sinister young man. He was called a young man because he wasn't very big, but his eyes were extremely cold, emitting a thought-provoking aura. No one dared to look down on him. Arena defender Rodman. The young man said with a smile. His eyes were very bright like the boy next door. However, the yellow-clothed girl didn't look down on him. Arena defender Luo Ying. Luo Ying's red lips opened slightly as she said lightly. Little sister doesn't look very pretty. Looks like I don't have to worry about destroying a flower. Rodman sneered and rushed forward. The two curved swords in his hands shone with a cold light. This young man doesn't look simple. Jiang Qin said. Young man? This guy is older than me. He should be more than 500 years old. Back in Norton City he was also a rare fierce person. It's just that he's young. Don't judge a book by its cover, brother Jiang. Balzac said with a face full of emotion. Jiang Qin couldn't help but look forward to the third battle. What kind of opponent would he face? Rodman's curved swords were very powerful. They were fast and strange. His skinny body was also like his style, appearing and disappearing unpredictably and easily. However, Luo Ying was equally shocking. She was like a fearless female warrior. No matter how cunning Rodman was, she could always see through his moves and gain the upper hand every time. This made Jiang Qin more and more certain that she was indeed powerful to stand out among so many experts. The two clashed layer by layer. Luo Ying gradually gained the absolute upper hand. Although she was a woman, her attacks were big and her fighting style was more fierce. It wasn't an injustice for Balzac and Xianxia to lose to such a person. Time flowed by. After a quarter of an hour, the yellow-clothed woman finally defeated Rodman. Although this battle wasn't as soul-stirring as Tong Ling's battle, it still gave people a pleasing feeling. Luo Ying was like a female warrior as she swept through Rodman. No matter how much wind blew at her, she wouldn't budge. This is too exciting. There's no luck to speak of in a battle of this level. There's no doubt about the strong ones. These two previous arena champions didn't manage to defend their arena successfully. I wonder if the next person will bring us a surprise. The last arena champion? I think the odds are against Jiang Qin. Do you even know who it is that stabbed you with those words? Of course. That person is the Iron Blood warrior Zhou Xian. Even the city lord said that he's the only one who can pass through the heavenly awakening galaxy city. If the city lord is so sure, it's enough to show how strong he is. That Zhou Xian is doomed. In a one-on-one battle, who would give him the chance to set up a formation? The Iron Blood warrior Zhou Xian is the city lord's adopted son. It's enough to show how much the city lord values him. Luo Ying retreated and Zhou Xian took the stage. The third match also caused the audience's enthusiasm to soar. Of course, it wasn't because of Zhou Xian but because of the Iron Blood warrior. Every battle with him was a kind of enjoyment. He would crush his opponent with absolute power. The battle didn't stop and he would live forever. This was the Iron Blood warrior. Zhou Xian. Iron armor, silver helmet, long spear in hand. His body was like a pine tree standing firm. His eyebrows were cold and his temperament was like ice. Just by standing there he could give people a great pressure as dense as an ice cave. Zhou Xian stood on the arena, the most obvious. His eyes were like the edge of a knife, and his long spear emitted a cold light making people shudder. Chapter 4770. The Iron Blood warrior lived up to his name. Zhou Xian knew that this would be the most difficult battle he had fought since he came to the Heaven Awakened planet. There was only a layer of difference between the two, but Zhou Xian had just broken through while Zhou Xian had stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 9th layer for many years. Moreover, Zhou Xian was also a peerless genius, which made the gap between them even more obvious. In the late Star Emperor realm, every heavenly layer was extremely huge. Zhou Xian was now at the 8th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm, so it was not a problem for him to fight someone of a higher realm. However, the problem was that this Iron Blood warrior Zhou Xian was also a dazzling star. It would not be easy to defeat him. From the cheers of the audience, Zhou Xian could feel the blazing dominance. I heard that you killed more than 39th tier star emperors in a row. Interesting. Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Xian and said calmly. He didn't sound surprised at all. Instead he seemed to be sighing. However, I was very disappointed when I learned that you did it with a tactical formation. If you could really kill more than 30 star emperors in the 9th heaven with your bare hands, I could fight you with all my strength. That would be very exciting. In that case I've disappointed you. Zhou Xian couldn't help but rub his nose. This Zhou Xian seemed to be able to do it? He could still talk and laugh while facing 39th tier star emperors? Zhou Xian didn't believe it, but his actions made Zhou Xian very cautious. A person who could make the entire arena cheer couldn't just rely on acting cool. Zhou Xian was very familiar with the battle intent in his eyes. It was very similar to Long Shisan's. That battle maniac only had battle in his heart. Only a battle could make him feel that his existence was meaningful and valuable. Sort of, but it should save me a lot of trouble now. I'll kill you and enter the Heaven Awakened Milky Way City. It's that simple, Zhou Xian said. Good plan. Very good, but if you want to kill me you'll have to show your true abilities. Just talking won't be enough. Zhou Xian stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance. He stared at Zhou Xian and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. You're quite eloquent. I wonder if you have the same confidence and calmness with your skills. Zhou Xian held his saber horizontally and stabbed his spear into the ground of the arena. Step by step he slowly walked towards Zhou Xian. However, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified at this moment. Oh no, if this guy goes against Zhou Xian he won't be able to escape. Balza's face was full of bitterness. He had been worried about this all along. Ever since the yellow-clothed woman had faced Rodman, he knew that Zhang Chen's opponent had been locked in. Zhang Chen is in a tough spot. Sangju's face was gloomy. The Iron Blood warrior Zhou Xian was the nightmare of their generation. Everyone hated and envied him. No matter how hard they tried they couldn't surpass Zhou Xian. No matter how talented they were or how many resources they had, they would always be left behind by Zhou Xian. Although this guy hadn't killed more than 30 experts at the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm like Zhang Chen, when he had been at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm, he had killed more than 50 wolves at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Someone had witnessed that battle at the edge of the dark forest, and the name of the Iron Blood warrior had spread like wildfire. They had never considered Zhou Xian among their opponents, because this guy wasn't human at all. Zhang Chen was now going against Zhou Xian who was at his peak. In Sangju's opinion, Zhang Chen would most likely die in this battle. Can you ask Zhou Xian to show mercy? Ling. Balza looked at Tong Ling. Tong Ling's eyes were full of despair. He shook his head helplessly. It's too late. I don't know why, but Zhou Xian's eyes are full of murderous intent. He might have been enraged by Zhang Chen. He has killed so many experts at the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm, which is a threat to him. Therefore Zhou Xian has no hesitation. This battle is very difficult for Jiang brother. My only hope is that he can survive. Sangzhua looked at Balzaha. No, I have to go to my father. I can't let Jiang Chen die. Tong Ling turned around and left with a serious expression. At this moment the battle between Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian had begun. If I run into Zhou Xian, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. Luo Ying, the woman in yellow, frowned slightly and murmured. She was very curious about who would have the last laugh in the battle between Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian. One was an overlord and the other was a genius who had caught up. Although many people favored the Iron Warrior Zhou Xian, Luo Ying was also very curious about whether Jiang Chen could change his fate or not. Compared to the first battle where Jiang Chen had killed the nine-headed Thunderbird, the second battle where he had killed more than 30 experts at the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm was even more shocking. Because the battle of the Arena Masters was not something that could be seen at any time. The battle with the Iron Warrior Zhou Xian was even more difficult. On the high platform, Tong Wudi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were clear as he watched the battle. Father. Tong Wudi was taken aback by Tong Ling's call. He turned to look at her, his cold eyes showing a hint of gentleness. You're here? Father is proud of you for the arena battle this time. Tong Wudi said with a smile. Everything is because of Father's teachings. Father, I want to ask you a favor. Tong Ling said with a smile. What is it? If Jiang Chen is defeated, can I ask Father to save his life? Tong Ling said expectantly. Tong Wudi shook his head and sighed. This is not a child's play. The beast battle has existed since ancient times. Once you enter the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Even I can't control it. So whether Jiang Chen can survive or not depends on his own ability. But, Tong Ling said anxiously. No buts. Ling, I'm your father, but I'm also the city lord of Norton City. I can't interfere in the beast battle. Even if it's you, I won't cheat. I think Jiang Chen still has hope. After all, everyone knows his ability. But, don't tell me you don't have confidence in your friend? Tong Wudi said with a smile. I believe in him. Tong Ling gritted her teeth. Her heart was full of worries. Jiang Chen, I hope you can defeat him. Tong Ling's eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian. The battle between these two had attracted the attention of millions of people. The last person to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was about to be decided. The strong will never fall. Zhou Xian is your sworn brother. You should be more concerned about him, not Jiang Chen. His origin is unknown and he's not from our Heavenly Awakening planet. However, I won't be partial to anyone. Just watch the battle. Chapter 4771. Tong Ling did not think too much about it. Jiang Chen was her true friend, her sworn brother. As for Zhou Xian, he was merely her father's subordinate. He was her sworn brother in name, but the two of them did not interact at all. They could only be said to be familiar faces. Why should she worry about Zhou Xian? On the other hand, Jiang Chen's heart could not remain calm. The battle had already begun. He could not afford to be careless. The iron-blooded war god Zhou Xian was known as the mountain of the younger generation of Norton City. Whoever could surpass him would become the pride of the people, the focus of the world and the expectations of millions. But this mountain had blocked countless young talents, and in the end, they were all mercilessly defeated by Zhou Xian. Jiang Chen's thoughts were solemn and he was meticulous. Zhou Xian was not careless either. His first attack was like a thunderbolt and a series of explosive sounds tore through the air. Jiang Chen acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and his attack was at its peak. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The wind from the fist was like thunder and Jiang Chen could not defend against it. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Xian's attack approached him, but he could not block it. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. After activating the dragon transformation, he attacked with all his strength, directly colliding with Zhou Xian. Both of them revealed their sharpness and it was like two planets colliding. Heavenly thunder stirred up the flames of the earth, and their auras rippled out, causing the people outside the arena to subconsciously retreat. The shockwave was really too strong. Jiang Qin was directly forced back dozens of steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sharp and his breathing became somewhat rapid. As for Zhou Xian, he did not move at all and stood there calmly. One move. Just one move, and neither of them was willing to admit defeat. This kind of confrontation of flesh and blood was filled with the explosive aura of hormones, and it was unknown how many young men and women were overwhelmed with emotions. Passion collided, meeting on a narrow path. Jiang Qin put on a gloomy smile at the corner of his mouth, looking more and more playful. Zhou Xian deserved to be called an iron-blood warrior. As soon as they exchanged blows, Jiang Qin felt a great pressure. Wherever the wind from Zhou Xian's fists passed, Jiang Qin could not resist at all. If Jiang Qin's dragon transformation were not powerful enough, Zhou Xian would have probably torn him apart. It was indeed difficult for an ordinary cultivator at the 9th heaven of Star Emperor to exchange 8 or 10 moves with Zhou Xian. This Jiang Qin doesn't look simple either. Zhou Xian's attack, if it were me, I would have been smashed into a dog. That's right. It seems that Jiang Qin didn't rely on luck to break through all the obstacles and enter the final battle. If he were an ordinary warrior in the 9th heaven of Star Emperor, he would have been killed long ago. Although it was just a simple attack, I can see that Zhou Xian wanted to finish off Jiang Qin directly, so he used at least 80% of his power. However, Jiang Qin actually blocked it. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he still blocked it. Iron Blood Warrior. Hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. It's true that Jiang Qin is strong, but there seems to be a gap between the two of them. I don't think Jiang Qin has even a 10% chance of winning in this battle. The onlookers were all astonished. Although the first exchange between the two had been very short, it had shocked them greatly. Brother Jiang, you have to hold on. This Zhou Xian is too domineering, Balzaha said solemnly. As he looked at the arena between Jiang Qin and Zhou Xian, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. The two of them could be said to be a battle between the strong. One was a newly advanced warrior who had the bearing of a king and was above the fighting beasts, while the other was a veteran god of war. The outcome of the battle between them would affect everyone's hearts. However, Jiang Qin had killed more than 30 experts before. Although he had become famous after that battle, he had killed them using a matrix, so there were suspicions that he had resorted to trickery. However, Zhou Xian was different. For so many years he had been doing very well in Norton City. He had relied on his pair of iron fists that refused to submit to anyone. You're not bad. I'm starting to get interested in you. Zhou Xian looked at Jiang Qin and said calmly. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. Jiang Qin sneered. In this battle one of them had to fall, so Jiang Qin would give it his all. There was absolutely no room for error. He could not lose and he could not afford to lose. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Then I'll step on your head and let everyone see how ridiculous you are. Relying on a matrix to kill people, how much ability do you have? Show me. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his hand again and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Without any hesitation he wanted to blow up Jiang Qin's head. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Jiang Qin was unmoved by the wind. He took root under the arena as the two of them continued to exchange blows. The fists of an iron-blooded war god gave Jiang Qin a great threat. The wind generated from his fists were as fast as a swan, and the strength was shocking. Using both of them at the same time, there was no weakness at all. He was simply a human-shaped weapon, tirelessly advancing forward. In close-quarters combat, Jiang Qin had never submitted to anyone. The two of them clashed tit for tat. With his dragon transformation, his strength was comparable to King Kong. Both of them continued to exchange blows, and neither of them was pushed back even half a step. Even though Jiang Qin was repeatedly punched by Zhou Xian, his shoulder was in extreme pain. The other party wasn't having it easy either. Jiang Qin believed that his body had also caused him to suffer a lot. They didn't retreat because of the battle intent in their hearts. Whoever took a step back would have already lost in terms of momentum. Good fellow, I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my punches. But let's see how long you can last. Just admit defeat. Ah. Zhou Xian laughed maniacally. He fought wantonly without any scruples. I'm afraid you aren't having it easy either, right? It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. What's the rush? Jiang Qin Leng said. But at this moment, Zhou Xian was already a little impatient. Zhang Chen had blocked 2 waves of his attacks and he already felt a little embarrassed. He should have killed Jiang Chen with a single blow, but Jiang Chen allowed him to live until now. How could he not feel resentment? Mi Luo fist. Zhou Xian was in a berserk state and the sound of the wind whistled through the air. His rage engulfed the surroundings, and the Mi Luo fist's movements became even faster and more unpredictable. The fist winds were sharp and domineering, and his momentum suddenly rose, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat step by step. His anger surged and Jiang Chen was under great pressure. Jiang Chen dodged each of Zhou Xian's attacks, fearing that he wouldn't be able to avoid them in time. Zhou Xian's punches were too ruthless. Even with his dragon transformation he almost couldn't withstand it. In the end Zhou Xian finally gained the upper hand. This is tough. This time Jiang Chen is really in trouble. Blindly defending is already impossible to defend against. The means of the Iron Blood War God can't be underestimated. Jiang Chen doesn't have any leeway left. If this continues, Jiang Chen will definitely lose in less than 10 moves. He doesn't have the ability, yet he still wants to fight to the death. This kind of hand-to-hand combat is the most exciting, but it's also the most exhausting and despairing. Once his body can't withstand Zhou Xian's fierce attacks he will most likely lose. Chapter 4772. Although this guy is in decline I can't help but admire his courage. He was able to exchange dozens of moves with Zhou Xian. This result is enough for him to be proud of. If he hadn't met Zhou Xian, Jiang Chen might have been able to advance easily. Yes, how can there be a genius? Jiang Chen is very strong but unfortunately he met an even stronger and more abnormal Iron Blood warrior. It's over. Jiang Chen was already struggling. Zhou Xian's methods were like Mount Tai pressing down on him, not giving him a chance to breathe. This time with the Mi Luo fist he was determined to crush Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen knew that what Zhou Xian wanted to do was not only kill him, but also establish his might. Zhou Xian had long been famous and Yi Xuan had caught up. Zhou Xian wanted to step on Yi Xuan's body to let everyone know about him and establish his glory as an Iron Blood God of War. Moreover, his eyes were full of fierce murderous intent. There was no hesitation as if he had a deep hatred for Jiang Chen. This was what surprised Jiang Chen the most. However, the more it was like this, the more he couldn't let his opponent take advantage of him. Jiang Chen's goal was to stay alive and set foot on the peak of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. This Iron Blood God of War was just a small obstacle. Jiang Chen couldn't let himself sink into it. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen displayed the Reverse Dragon Scale. Although it was only one piece, it was enough to stun everyone. He was afraid that if he displayed 6 pieces of the Reverse Dragon Scale, it would make City Lord Tong Wudi fearful and covetous. The Reverse Dragon Scale was the symbol of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen appeared in his dragon transformation so no one felt that it was inappropriate. However, the appearance of the Reverse Dragon Scale shocked everyone present. After all, the Eternal Dragon Clan was a great clan, one of the top existences in the Eternal World. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually be a member of the Eternal Dragon Clan. It is said that only the direct descendants of the Eternal Dragon Clan have a Reverse Dragon Scale. Some people deeply agreed with Jiang Chen and their faces were filled with shock. A trace of hope towards Jiang Chen was aroused once more. The Dragon's Reverse Scale is a great treasure of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen is a member of the Eternal Dragon Clan. This is beyond everyone's expectations. Would Zhou Xian really dare to kill an Eternal Dragon? I don't think so. That may not be the case. Although the Eternal Dragon Clan is powerful, they are still far away. The Eternal Dragon Clan may not invade with all their might just for a Star Emperor realm expert. You're right. This isn't some kind of conspiracy. This is a fair duel. Let alone the Eternal Dragon Clan, even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to interfere. However, since Jiang Chen has taken out the Reverse Dragon Scale, it seems like there's going to be a winner in this duel. Kakaka, it won't be easy for the Tenyi loyal sage to eliminate Jiang Chen. As soon as the Reverse Dragon Scale was revealed, even Tong Wudi's face became solemn. With the help of the Reverse Dragon Scale, Jiang Chen already had the means to fight against Zhou Xian. This battle had just begun. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. I knew he wouldn't fall so easily, Tong Ling said with a smile full of confidence. She had been quite worried about Zhou Xian at first, but Zhou Qian's strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and he was protected by the dragon's reverse scale. It wouldn't be so easy for Zhou Xian to break through his golden body. It seems that you really have a lot of confidence in Zhou Qian. Tong Wudi stroked his daughter's head affectionately and said with a smile. When Zhou Qian led us out of the ancient snowfield, it was a massacre. In the ancient snowfield, hundreds of 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm cultivators couldn't do anything to us. This time Zhou Qian won't let me down. His desire for the apocalyptic Milky Way city is even stronger than mine. I believe in him. Tong Ling gradually regained his confidence in Zhou Qian. He was the brightest star in the arena that was the center of attention. Ancient snowfield, Tong Wudi murmured. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Do you like him? Tong Ling blushed and shook her head. No, he's not my type. But Zhou Qian is my good friend. He's like Balzaha and Xianxia. We're brothers in life and death. I won't abandon him. I won't give up. Tong Wudi heaved a sigh of relief at Tong Ling's serious expression. It seemed that he had worried too much. The battle continued. With the dragon's reverse scale and dragon transformation, Zhou Qian fought Zhou Xian to a standstill. The dragon's reverse scale made Zhou Qian's strength skyrocket. He began a love-hate relationship with Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian was startled, he didn't panic. Even though Zhou Qian was from the Eternal Dragon clan, he wasn't easy to deal with. He wouldn't show mercy in this arena battle. The dragon's reverse scale's defense was amazing. Zhou Xian couldn't break through Zhou Qian's defense at all. The two clashed unscrupulously and it was even more bloody. On the contrary, Zhou Xian didn't dare to advance too rashly. This was the first time he had met such a tough opponent like Zhou Qian. Under his brutal attacks, even rocks and meteorites would be smashed into pieces. But Zhou Qian surprised him again and again. The dragon's reverse scale's amazing defense gave Zhou Xian a lot of pressure. The two of them separated their offense and defense. They exchanged punches and palms. That kind of primitive impact gave people the most direct experience. The two of them were already panting from exhaustion. Zhou Xian retreated after one attack. His footsteps were steady and calm. But he knew that he had to go all out. You should be proud to make me use the D-long spear to kill you. Zhou Xian stretched out his hand and pulled out the D-long spear from the arena. The spear radiance was terrifying. The cold light was fierce and the sharp light was vast. Zhou Xian no longer underestimated his opponent. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. It's useless to say more. Life or death, it's all fated. Today's battle will be the end of you. Zhou Qian pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword took advantage of the momentum and slashed towards Zhou Xian. Once again it aroused the cheers of countless people. This battle affected everyone's heart. You're courting death. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. Zhou Qian, this unknown person, wanted to overtake him and take over his position. Zhou Xian had to kill him as soon as possible. In the Norton city he had never submitted to anyone. Zhou Qian's sudden rise had filled his heart with resentment. This battle could be said to be a battle between the strong. If it was anyone else, they would have already won. Zhou Qian wouldn't have waited until this moment, and Zhou Xian wouldn't be so moved. The quota to enter the Tianqi galaxy is mine. Chapter 4773. The limitless sword was like a blade in the sky. He started with the 22 sword technique and each sword was stronger than the last. Zhou Xian was incomparably shocked. Zhou Qian's Genesis Qi wasn't weak at all. With the addition of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Limitless Sword, Zhou Qian was definitely stronger than most Peak Star Emperor experts. Against Zhou Xian, Zhou Qian wasn't the slightest bit afraid. The Limitless Sword was unfathomable. Zhou Xian looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He also felt the pressure that Zhou Qian brought to him. What a domineering sword. What a terrifying sword technique. Tong Wudi's heart trembled. This was the second time that Zhou Qian had shocked him. Zhou Qian's sword made him increasingly fearful. Even he didn't have such a peerless sword and he was filled with envy. Zhou Qian's limitless sword was vividly displayed. Rather than saying that the sword technique made the sword complete, it was better to say that the sword created the sword technique. The two complemented each other. Most importantly, the person wielding the sword would be able to unleash a rainbow that was all-encompassing. Such a sword technique had completely surpassed his own strength. Invincible under the heavens. Tong Wudi thought in his heart. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was so exquisite that he had to watch it carefully. Jiang Chen was invincible among those of the same level. Even the Iron Blood War god Zhou Xian could only avoid it. Jiang Chen didn't use his sword to suppress others, because his sword technique had reached the pinnacle. The most important thing for a sword user was to unite with the sword. However, Jiang Chen still couldn't completely control the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword. Even so, his sword was still suffocating. Even Zhou Xian wouldn't dare to underestimate such a sword technique. It's too terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying sword technique. I didn't feel it before, but Jiang Chen seems to have broken through. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The difference of one layer is like the difference between heaven and earth. This battle is going to be interesting. Now that's interesting. What's the point if it's one-sided? The battle between Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian was deeply felt by the spectators. Many of them had seen Jiang Chen's methods in the past 2 days. Today he suddenly became strong and changed his previous style, which had already frightened many people. Previously, Jiang Chen relied on the matrix to kill people. Although he was ruthless, he was still soft and gentle, which was why many people were quite disdainful of him. However, in today's battle, Jiang Chen completely made them feel oppressed. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that no one could resist it. Cloud-breaking spear. Solitary cry of the phoenix. Zhou Xian's spear technique spun, creating wind and water as it collided with Jiang Chen's. Genesis chi surged and scattered in all directions, creating thousands of waves. Wherever the sword passed, Zhou Xian's cloud-breaking spear technique became even more difficult to maintain. Jiang Chen's sword technique had already reached the 28th sword, the strongest attack. Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian's gazes clashed. A loud clang rang out, and this time it was Zhou Xian who was forced back a dozen steps. His face was ashen. Although victory and defeat had yet to be decided, the fact that Jiang Chen had forced him back was already a great humiliation to the arena master who had been famous for a long time. But Zhou Xian knew very well that Jiang Chen was not so easy to defeat. Even if he relied on the array to kill those people, he still couldn't be taken lightly. As the saying goes, whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. In any case, Jiang Chen stood at the last moment, and Zhou Xian was in a very dangerous situation. The 28th sword's momentum had already made Zhou Xian breathe heavily. Today it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to shake his footsteps if he didn't have star-level battle power. Again, Zhou Xian naturally wasn't willing to lose to Jiang Chen, and he wouldn't lose at all. Jiang Chen's infinite sword was an eye-opener and dazzling to everyone. They didn't know where Jiang Chen's sword came from and where it ended. Hundreds of thousands of people couldn't figure it out, and it was the same for Zhou Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated so many times. He thought that his spear was unparalleled in the world, but he still lost to Jiang Chen. Zhou Xian waved his spear and his anger rose. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to replace him. Jiang Chen's momentum didn't diminish and he went all out. The most powerful thing about the infinite sword was that it was unpredictable. From the beginning of the sword to the end of the sword, you wouldn't know how it changed. There were no rules or traces to follow. Jiang Chen displayed the infinite sword to the extreme. Not only did his swordsmanship sublimate, but his momentum was also crushing. Zhou Xian held the spear in his hand, and continuously launched a desperate attack on Jiang Chen. This time he was a little excited. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a clown. How could he take away his spot? Hundreds of thousands of people were watching and he could only succeed. Cloud-breaking spear. Cloud-rising waves. Zhou Xian followed like a shadow and flashed with the spear radiance. Before he arrived, the spear arrived first. The spear radiance was 9 feet high and it looked down on the sky. Jiang Chen's figure was steady and he took one step at a time, using offense as defense. The roar of the sky dragon sword formed a sharp contrast with Zhou Xian. Not only did Jiang Chen not stop, but he also became more and more calm. The sword chi turned and the moon 9 provinces. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's sword fell and the spear radiance was messy. Zhou Xian was forced to stagger back, his long hair dancing in the wind and his face dark and flustered. The limitless sword made Jiang Chen's strength rise steadily, and he was already in an invincible position. Compared to Zhou Xian, who was already a little confused, he was even calmer. The outcome of this battle had become unpredictable. Zhou Xian is so scary. He is only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he is so abnormal. I don't want to be his enemy in my life. Yeah, it's lucky that we didn't meet him before. This guy pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. Who can stand it? Looks like Zhou Xian is in danger. Not necessarily. No matter what, Zhou Xian is the best of the younger generation in Norton City. He won't admit defeat so easily. The two fought back and forth, but it was obvious that Zhou Xian had the upper hand. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Zhou Xian didn't underestimate his opponent. The moment Zhou Xian didn't completely fall, he wouldn't have won. Brother Zhang, good job. I knew you couldn't be so weak. Balza's eyes flashed and he was very excited. Zhou Xian was the real dark horse. When everyone didn't think he could win, he challenged the strongest of the younger generation, the god of war, Zhou Xian. He thought it was like a moth flying into a flame. But now it seemed that it was still unknown who would win. At least, Zhou Xian didn't have to worry about Zhou Xian now. If Zhou Xian can really defeat Zhou Xian, then his victory will be well-deserved. Then he will be the role model of the entire Norton City. Chapter 4774. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. No matter who it was between Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian, if they wanted to stand at the peak of the beast battle, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. This battle was more like a fated battle. If it was anyone else, they would have already succeeded. However, these two ferocious tigers did not dare to be careless. Zhou Xian wielded his sword, stirring up another wave. The limitless sword moved with the wind, following the blade. Zhou Xian's spear shadows were domineering, clashing with Zhou Xian. No one was willing to fall behind. They fought with their lives on the line. The winner would be the king. Great Luo Golden Spear set the universe. Under Zhou Xian's rage, his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. He brandished his spear, causing monstrous waves. Waves of qi and spear shadows covered the sky, crushing down. The golden spear radiance shot out in all directions, forcing Zhou Xian to be incomparably serious. The limitless sword took on all the attacks, but Zhou Xian was still standing tall. On the contrary, his sword shadows were everywhere, dominating the battle, pressuring Zhou Xian to the point that he could not breathe. He tumbled out, dust flew, his face was pale and blood flowed. The limitless sword could be used to attack and defend. The limitless sword could be used for both offense and defense. It was unpredictable. It made Zhou Xian feel bitter. At this moment he was completely defeated. Zhou Xian had taught everyone a lesson with his superb limitless sword. If there were only two types of swords in the world, it would be Zhou Qian's sword and the other's sword. His sword was unique and unfathomable. It was heaven-defying and invincible. The highest realm of swordsmanship was none other than the unification of man and sword, the unification of heart and sword. However, Zhou Xian had not only fused with the sword, he had also fused the sword and sword together, sublimating both. His sword was unparalleled in the past and the future. 28 swords, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xian left him in the dust. At that moment, Zhou Xian's expression became incomparably grim, because this battle had reached the most dangerous moment. He was once full of confidence, but the shock brought to him by Zhou Xian was too great. When one's combat strength was inferior, his body was inferior, and his means were inferior, what else could he be proud of? Although he had the upper hand in terms of strength, Zhou Qian's battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. You're a good opponent, but unfortunately this world is cruel. Only one person can go to the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, and that person is destined not to be you. Zhou Qian Lung stared at Zhou Xian. Is that so? I don't think so. This battle is still my world. Zhou Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still filled with the desire to fight. Zhou Xian took out a pill and swallowed it. At that moment, Zhou Qian felt his aura skyrocket. His strength had also undergone a great change. He was much stronger than before. Eat this little rejuvenation pill. Let's see what else you can use to fight me, said Zhou Xian in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth curved in a sinister smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were sinister. He seemed to be a completely different person from the iron-blooded war god from before. He couldn't lose. From the moment he stepped onto the arena, he had already decided that there was no way out. Little rejuvenation pill? Zhou Qian frowned. The pill Zhou Xian had eaten was the same as the one Tong Ling had eaten. It restored the Genesis Qi in one's body and greatly improved one's cultivation. Not bad, this little rejuvenation pill has allowed my strength to reach the half-step star level. Let's see how you can fight me, huh? Zhou Xian raised his head and laughed wildly. His hands clenched into fists, and his imposing manner reached an unprecedented height. Little rejuvenation pill? Zhou Xian is really generous. It seems that he is determined to win this battle. Sai, you can't blame Zhou Xian. But isn't this against the rules? No, because if you have a little rejuvenation pill, will your opponent not fight you in a life-and-death battle? Seriously, is this little rejuvenation pill really that terrifying? Is it really that powerful? Of course. A little rejuvenation pill is worth tens of millions of Genesis stones. Do you think anyone can afford it? It can save one's life at a critical moment, instantly restore one's strength and increase one's cultivation base. Its value is ridiculously high. But compared to Jiang Chen's 100 million Genesis stones battle array, it still pales in comparison. That's not necessarily true. The little rejuvenation pill is priceless. Those who can refine a little rejuvenation pill are definitely rare alchemy grandmasters. A little rejuvenation pill can even move a star stage expert. Jiang Chen didn't expect Zhou Xian to take a pill. Moreover, the pill was extremely precious and it was the first time he had heard of it. Most importantly, Zhou Xian's strength had really reached the half-step star level. This made many people exclaim in surprise. Father, did you give that little rejuvenation pill? Tong Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at Tong Wudi. Is this the tone you used to talk to your father? Tong Wudi said, glaring at Tong Ling. Although Zhou Xian is my adopted son, he has also risen in fame and strength over the years. It's not a big deal for him to have a little rejuvenation pill. The price of this battle is not small. But now he is only a half-step star level, and he hasn't reached the first level of star transformation. His strength is only on par with a half-step star level. Do you think it's so easy to reach the star stage? Even if he has reached the peak of the Star Emperor stage, the next step is still very difficult. A half-step star level needs to go through the third level of star transformation. Only after completing the third level of star transformation can he cross the Star Emperor stage and enter the star level. This step is as difficult as reaching the sky. Many people have been buried in front of the door. That's the worst. Tong Wudi sighed. Tong Ling agreed. However, at this time, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more dangerous. Zhou Xian, who was a half-step star level, had completely crushed Jiang Chen in terms of strength. He had nowhere to hide. Half-step star level. Jiang Chen murmured. The crisis had risen again. Zhou Xian had used his trump card and swallowed a little rejuvenation pill, which made his strength increase by leaps and bounds. If they fought again, Jiang Chen would definitely be in danger. This feeling of power is too good. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Zhou Xian flew out with a long spear in his hand. He looked like a king again. In terms of momentum, he had completely crushed Jiang Chen. This time Jiang Chen is doomed. Half-step star level. Zhou Xian is really ruthless. How can he not be ruthless? Do you think he would be willing to waste a little rejuvenation pill? That thing is priceless. But with the little rejuvenation pill in hand, this battle should be over. How exciting! Today's battle has caused one's blood to boil. This is too exciting.